The Black Wedding by Isaac Bashevis, singer. Aaron Naphtali, rabbi of Tzivkev, had lost 3/4 of his followers. There was talk in the rabbinical courts that Rabbi Aaron Naphtali alone had been responsible for driving away his Hasidim. A rabbinical court must be vigilant. More adherents must be acquired. One has to find devices so that the following will not diminish. But Rabbi Aaron Naphtali was apathetic. The study house was old, and toadstools grew unmolested on the walls. The ritual bath fell to ruin. The beadles were tottering old men, deaf and half-blind. The rabbi passed his time practicing miracle-working Kabbalah. It was said that Rabbi Aaron Naphtali wanted to imitate the feats of the ancient ones, to tap wine from the wall and create pigeons through combinations of holy names. It was even said that he molded a golem secretly in his attic. Moreover, Rabbi Naphtali had no son to succeed him, only one daughter named Hindele. Who would be eager to follow a rabbi under these circumstances? His enemies contended that Rabbi Aaron Naphtali was sunk in melancholy, as were his wife and Hindele. The latter, at 15, was already reading esoteric books, and periodically went into seclusion like the holy man. It was rumoured that Hindele wore a fringed garment underneath her dress like that worn by her saintly grandmother, after whom she had been named. Rabbi Aaron Naphtali had strange habits. He shut himself in his chamber for days and would not come out to welcome visitors. When he prayed, he put on 2 pairs of phylacteries at once. On Friday afternoons, he read the prescribed section of the Pentateuch, not from a book, but from the parchment scroll itself. The rabbi had learned to form letters with the penmanship of the ancient scribes, and he used this script for writing amulets. A little bag containing one of these amulets hung from the neck of each of his followers. It was known that the rabbi warred constantly with the evil ones. His grandfather, the old rabbi of Tzivkev, had exorcised a dybbuk from a young girl, and the evil spirits had revenged themselves upon the grandson. They had not been able to bring harm to the old man because he had been blessed by the saint of Kozhenitz. His son, Rabbi Hirsch, Rabbi Aaron Naphtali's father, died young. The grandson, Rabbi Aaron Naphtali, had to contend with the vengeful devils all his life. He lit a candle, they extinguished it. He placed a volume on the bookshelf, they knocked it off. When he undressed in the ritual bath, they hid his silk coat and his fringed garment. Often, sounds of laughter and wailing seemed to come from the rabbi's chimney. There was a rustling behind the stove. Steps were heard on the roof. Doors opened by themselves. The stairs would screech, although nobody had stepped on them. Once, the rabbi laid his pen on the table, and it sailed out through the open window as if carried by an unseen hand. The rabbi's hair turned white at 40. His back was bent. His hands and feet trembled like those of an ancient man. Hindele often suffered attacks of yawning. Red flushes spread over her face. Her throat ached. There was buzzing in her ears. At such times, incantations had to be made to drive away the evil eye. The rabbi used to say, "They will not leave me in peace, not even for a moment." And he stamped his foot and asked the beadle to give him his grandfather's cane. He rapped it against each corner of the room and cried out, "You will not work your evil tricks on me." But the black hosts gained ascendancy just the same. One autumn day the rabbi became ill with erysipelas, and it was soon apparent that he would not recover from his sickness. A doctor was sent for from a nearby town, but on the way the axle of his coach broke and he could not complete the journey. A second physician was called for, but a wheel of his carriage came loose and rolled into a ditch, and the horse sprained its leg. The rabbi's wife went into the memorial chapel of her husband's deceased grandfather to pray, but the vindictive demons tore her bonnet from her head. The rabbi lay in bed with a swollen face and a shrunken beard, and for 2 days he didn't speak a word. Quite suddenly he opened an eye and cried out, "They have won!" Hindele, who would not leave her father's bed, wrung her hands and began to wail in despair. "Father, what's to become of me?" The rabbi's beard trembled. "You must keep silent if you are to be spared." There was a great funeral. Rabbis had come from half of Poland. The women predicted that the rabbi's widow would not last much longer. She was white as a corpse. She hadn't enough strength in her feet to follow the hearse, and 2 women had to support her. At the burial, she tried to throw herself into the grave, and they could barely restrain her. All through the 7 days of mourning, she ate nothing. They tried to force a spoon of chicken broth into her mouth, but she was unable to swallow it. When the 30 days of mourning had passed, the rabbi's wife still had not left her bed. Physicians were brought to her, but to no avail. She herself foresaw the day of her funeral, and she foretold it to the minute. After her death, the rabbi's disciples began to look around for a young man for Hindele. They had tried to find a match for her even before her father's death, but her father had been difficult to please. The son-in-law would eventually have to take the rabbi's place, and who was worthy to sit in the Tzivkiev rabbinical chair? Whenever the rabbi finally gave his approval, his wife found fault with the young man. Besides, Hindele was known to be sick, to keep too many fast days, and to fall into a swoon when things didn't go her way. Nor was she attractive. She was short, frail, had a large head, a skinny neck, and flat breasts. Her hair was bushy. There was an insane look in her black eyes. However, since Hindele's dowry was a following of thousands of Hasidim, a candidate was found. Reb Simon, son of the Yampol rabbi. His older brother having died, Reb Simon would become rabbi of Yampol after his father's death. Yampol and Tzivkiev had much in common. If they were to unite, the glory of the former times would return. True, Reb Simon was a divorced man with 5 children. But as Hindele was an orphan, who would protest? The Tzivkiev Hasidim had one stipulation, that after his father's death, Reb Simon should reside in Tzivkiev. Both Tzivkiev and Yampol were anxious to bring the union about. Immediately after the marriage contract was written, wedding preparations were begun, because the Tzivkiev rabbinical chair had to be filled. Hindele had not yet seen her husband-to-be. She was told that he was a widower, and nothing was said about the 5 children. The wedding was a noisy one. Hasidim came from all parts of Poland. The followers of the Yampol court and those of Tzivkiev court began to address one another by the familiar thou. The inns were full. The innkeeper brought straw mattresses down from the attic and put them out in corridors, granaries, and tool sheds to accommodate the large crowd. Those who opposed the match foretold that Yampol would engulf Tzivkiev. The Hasidim of Yampol were known for their crudeness. When they played, they became boisterous. They drank long draughts of brandy from tin mugs and became drunk. When they danced, the floors heaved under them. When an adversary of Yampol spoke harshly of their rabbi, he was beaten. There was a custom in Yampol that when the wife of a young man gave birth to a girl, the father was placed on the table and lashed 39 times with a strap. Old women came to Hindele to warn her that it would not be easy to be a daughter-in-law in the Yampol court. Her future mother-in-law, an old woman, was known for her wickedness. Reb Simon and his younger brothers had wild ways. The mother had chosen large women for her sons, and the frail Hindele would not please her. Reb Simon's mother had consented to the match only because of Yampol's ambitions regarding Tzivkiev. From the time that the marriage negotiations started until the wedding, Hindele didn't stop crying. She cried at the celebration of the writing of the marriage contract. She cried when the tailors fitted her trousseau. She cried when she was led to the ritual bath. There she was ashamed to undress for the immersion before the attendants and the other women, and they had to tear off her stays and her underpants. She would not let them remove from her neck the little bag which contained an amber charm and the tooth of a wolf. She was afraid to immerse herself in the water. The 2 attendants who led her into the bath held her tightly by her wrists, and she trembled like the sacrificial chicken the day before Yom Kippur. When Reb Simon lifted the veil from Hindele's face after the wedding, she saw him for the first time. He was a tall man with a broad fur hat, a pitch-black dishevelled beard, wild eyes, a broad nose, thick lips, and a long moustache. He gazed at her like an animal and smelled of perspiration. Clusters of hair grew out of his nostrils and ears. His hands, too, had a growth of hair as thick as fur. The moment Hindele saw him, she knew what she had suspected long before, that her bridegroom was a demon, and that the wedding was nothing but black magic, a satanic hoax. She wanted to call out, "Hear, O Israel!" but she remembered her father's deathbed admonition to keep silent. How strange that at the moment Hindele understood that her husband was an evil spirit, she could immediately discern what was true and what was false. Although she saw herself sitting in her mother's living room, she knew she was really in a forest. It appeared to be light, but she knew it was dark. She was surrounded by Hasidim with fur hats and satin gabardines, as well as by women who wore silk bonnets and velvet capes, but she knew it was all imaginary, and that the fancy garments hid heads grown with elf locks, goose feet, unhuman navels, long snouts. The sashes of the young men were snakes in reality. Their sable hats were actually hedgehogs, their beards clusters of worms. The men spoke Yiddish and sang familiar songs, but the noise they made was really the bellowing of oxen, the hissing of vipers, the howling of wolves. The musicians had tails and horns groomed from their heads. The maids who attended Hindele had canine paws, hooves of calves, snouts of pigs. The wedding gesture was all beard and tongue. The so-called relatives on the groom's side were lions, bears, boars. It was raining in the forest and the wind was blowing. It thundered and flashed lightning. Alas, this was not a human wedding, but a black wedding. Hindele knew from reading holy books that demons sometimes married human virgins whom they later carried away behind the black mountains to cohabit with them and sire their children. There was only one thing to do in such a case, not to comply with them, never willingly submit to them. To let them get everything by force, as one kind word spoken to Satan is equivalent to sacrificing to the idol. Hindele remembered the story of Joseph de la Rena and the misfortune that befell him when he felt sorry for the evil one and gave him a pinch of tobacco. 2. Hindele didn't want to march to the wedding canopy, and she planted her feet stubbornly on the floor, but the bridesmaids dragged her. They half pulled her, half carried her. Imps in the images of girls held the candles and formed an aisle for her. The canopy was a braid of reptiles. The rabbi who performed the ceremony was under contract to Samael. Hindele submitted to nothing. She refused to hold out her finger for the ring and had to be forced to do so. She wouldn't drink from the goblet and they poured some wine into her mouth. Hobgoblins performed all the wedding rites. The evil spirit who appeared in the likeness of Reb Simon was wearing a white robe. He stepped on the bride's foot with his hoof so that he might rule over her. Then he smashed the wine glass. After the ceremony, a witch danced toward the bride carrying a braided bread. Presently, the bride and groom were served the so-called soup, but Hindele spat everything into her handkerchief. The musicians played a Cossack, an angry dance, a scissors dance, and the water dance, but their webbed roosters' feet peeped out from under their robes. The wedding hall was nothing but a forest swamp full of frogs, mooncalves, monsters, each with his ticks and grimaces. The Hasidim presented the couple with assorted gifts, but these were devices to ensnare Hindele in the net of evil. The wedding jester recited sad poems and funny poems, but his voice was that of a parrot. They called Hindele to dance the good luck dance, but she didn't want to get up, knowing it was actually a bad luck dance. They urged her, pushed her, pinched her. Little imps stuck pins into her thighs. In the middle of the dance, 2 she-demons grabbed her by the arms and carried her away into a bedroom, which was actually a dark cave full of thistles, scavengers, and rubbish. While these females whispered to her the duties of a bride, they spat in her ear. Then she was thrown upon a heap of mud, which was supposed to be linen. For a long while, Hindele lay in that cave, surrounded by darkness, poison weeds, and lice. So great was her anxiety that she couldn't even pray. Then the devil to whom she was espoused entered. He assailed her with cruelty, tore off her clothes, martyred her, abused her, shamed her. She wanted to scream for help, but she restrained herself, knowing that if she uttered a sound, she would be lost forever. All night long, Hindele felt herself lying in blood and pus. The one who had raped her snored, coughed, hissed like an adder. Before dawn, a group of hags ran into the room, pulled the sheet from under her, inspected it, sniffed it, began to dance. That night never ended. True, the sun rose. It wasn't really the sun, though, but a bloody sphere which somebody hung in the sky. Women came to coax the bride with small talk and cunning, but Hindele didn't pay attention to their babble. They spat at her, flattered her, said incantations, but she didn't answer them. Later, a doctor was brought to her, but Hindley saw that he was a horned buck. No, the black powers could not rule her, and Hindley kept on spiting them. Whatever they bade her to do, she did the opposite. She threw the soup and marchpane into the slop can. She dumped the chickens and squab which they baked for her into the outhouse. She found a page of a psalter in the mossy forest, and she recited psalms furtively. She also remembered a few passages of the Torah and of the prophets. She acquired more and more courage to pray to God Almighty to save her. She mentioned the names of the holy angels, as well as those of her illustrious ancestors like the Baal Shem, Rabbi Leib Serres, Rabbi Pinchas Kortzer, and the like. Strange that although she was the only one and the others were multitudes, they couldn't overcome her. The one who was disguised as her husband tried to bribe her with sweet talk and gifts, but she didn't satisfy him. He came to her, but she turned away from him. He kissed her with his wet lips and petted her with clammy fingers, but she didn't let him have her. He forced himself on her, but she tore at his beard, pulled at his sidelock, scratched his forehead. He ran away from her bloody. It became clear to Hindley that her power was not of this world. Her father was interceding for her. He came to her in his shroud and comforted her. Her mother revealed herself to her and gave her advice. True, the earth was full of evil spirits, but up above, angels were hovering. Sometimes Hindley heard the angel Gabriel fighting and fencing with Satan. Bevies of black dogs and crows came to help him, but the saints drove them away with their palm leaves and hosannas. The barking and the crowing were drowned out by the song which Hindley's grandfather used to sing Saturday evenings, and which was called The Sons of the Mansion. But horror of horrors, Hindley became pregnant. A devil grew inside her. She could see him through her own belly, as though a cobweb, half frog, half ape, with eyes of a calf and scales of a fish. He ate her flesh, sucked her blood, scratched her with his claws, bit her with his pointed teeth. He was already chattering, calling her mother, cursing with vile language. She had to get rid of him, stop his gnawing at her liver. Nor was she able to bear his blasphemy and mockery. Besides, he urinated in her and defiled her with his excrement. Miscarriage was the only way out, but how to bring it on? Hindley struck her stomach with her fist. She jumped, threw herself down, crawled, all to get rid of that devil's bastard. But to no avail. He grew quickly and showed inhuman strength, pushed and tore at her insides. His skull was of copper, his mouth of iron. He had capricious urges. He told her to eat lime from the wall, the shell of an egg, all kinds of garbage. And if she refused, he squeezed her gallbladder. He stank like a skunk, and Hindley fainted from the stench. In her swoon, a giant appeared to her with one eye in his forehead. He talked to her from a hollow tree, saying, "Give yourself up, Hindley. You are one of us." "No, never." "We will take revenge." He flogged her with a fiery rod and yelled abuses. Her head became as heavy as a millstone from fear. The fingers of her hands became big and hard like rolling pins. Her mouth puckered as though from eating unripe fruit. Her ears felt as if they were full of water. Hindley was not free any more. The host rolled her in muck, mire, slime. They immersed her in baths of pitch. They flayed her skin. They pulled the nipples of her breasts with pliers. They tortured her ceaselessly, but she remained mute. Since the males couldn't persuade her, the female devils attacked her. They laughed with abandon. They braided their hair around her, choked her, tickled her, and pinched her. One giggled, another cried, another wiggled like a whore. Hindley's belly was big and hard as a drum, and Belial sat in her womb. He pushed with elbows and pressed with his skull. Hindley lay in labour. One she-devil was a midwife and the other an aide. They had hung all kinds of charms over her canopied bed, and they put a knife and a book of creation under her pillow, the way the evil ones imitate the humans in all manners. Hindley was in her birth throes, but she remembered that she wasn't allowed to groan. One sigh, and she would be lost. She must restrain herself in the name of her holy forebears. Suddenly, the Black One pushed her from inside with all his might. A piercing scream tore itself from Hindley's throat, and she was swallowed in darkness. Bells were ringing, as on a Gentile holiday. A hellish fire flared up. It was as red as blood, as scarlet as leprosy. The earth opened like in the time of Korah. and Hindeler's canopied bed began to sink into the abyss. Hindeler had lost everything, this world and the world to come. In the distance she heard the crying of women, the clapping of hands, blessings and good wishes, while she flew straight into the castle of Asmodeus, where Lilith, Nama, Machlath, Purmizar rule. In Sivkev and in the neighbourhood, the tidings spread that Hindeler had given birth to a male child by Reb Simon of Yampol. The mother had died in childbirth. The Spider by Basil Copper. Monsieur Pinet arrived at the small country hotel just as dusk was falling on a wet October day. All about him was the melancholy of autumn, and the headlights of his car stenciled a pallid path across the glaucous surface of the soaking, leaf-scattered road. Monsieur Pinet was feeling pleased with himself. A representative of a large firm of Paris textile manufacturers, he had previously travelled the flat, monotonous areas of northern France and had felt his mind becoming as rigid and unyielding as the poplar-lined roads he had daily traversed. But now he had been given another district, from Lyon in the south to the Ile-de-France, with an increase in salary as well, and he greatly appreciated the change. The beauty of his new surroundings, moreover, the different atmosphere of a novel routine, had released all his pent-up drive. His latest had been a very successful tour indeed, and his wallet bulged with the notes and banker's orders of clients. At present, he was about 50 miles south of Paris, and had decided that he was too tired to push on to his home in the suburb of Courbevoie. He had already driven all the way from Auxerre and hadn't started until the afternoon, but he had made good time nevertheless. His bags of samples and the long bolts of cloth in the back of his small estate wagon shifted from side to side as he turned onto the bad surface of the second-class road through the forest. He was feeling more than usually tired, and the traffic in the Paris direction had been heavier than normal for the time of year. He had reached the outskirts of a small village that was unfamiliar to him, and had then spotted the lights of a fair-sized auberge set back from the road amid clean-smelling pine trees. The chairs and tables of summer were now stacked under canvas between the box hedges, but there came a welcome glow of light from the hallway, and as he ran his car in under the heavy shadow of the trees, he could see a zinc-covered bar and 1,000 reflections from bottles that looked as though they contained the most warming liquids. There were no other vehicles parked in front of the inn, but that didn't worry Monsieur Pinet. He had no particular desire for company. Uppermost in his mind was the thought of a half-bottle of wine to chase away the dank chill of autumn, a good dinner, and 8 hours refreshing sleep before pushing on to Paris in the morning. He parked his car, securely locked it, and a few moments later found himself in a delightful-looking hall containing a bar, some leather stools, and a profusion of late summer flowers. A cat lay stretched on the polished tile floor. There was no other sign of life, apart from a man dressed in city clothes who was drinking cognac. He went out a moment after Monsieur Pinet came in, muttering a sotto voce good evening, and a short time later Mr. Pinet saw a big blue Mercedes, which had evidently been parked lower down the road, go by the window. In response to the sharp, insistent bell on the zinc counter, there presently came the shuffling of slippers, and the patron appeared. He was all bonhomie and effusive welcome. Yes, of course, monsieur could have a room and dinner if he desired. It was the end of the season, and he would not find it very gay. There was no one else dining in, but the chef could make him anything within reason. He would have his baggage fetched, if he wished. All this was very gratifying, and as Monsieur Pinet signed the register, he should have been pleased. He had brought his solitary valise in with him, and after an aperitif he began to forget the dreariness of the autumn evening and the mile after mile of sodden woods outside. He was agreeably surprised, too, at the sumptuous furnishings of the dining room, which could easily have seated over 200 people. The patron explained that many visitors came out from Paris to dine during the season. Monsieur Pinet felt he was being unfair, but it was the character of the landlord which spoiled what otherwise would have been a delightful sojourn. He hadn't caught the man's name, but there was something about him which put Monsieur Pinet off. He was an average-sized man, with a triangular yellow face, a bald head, and unnaturally large ears. His little eyes sparkled meanly,
redolent of greed and insincerity, and his wide slit mouth, which often parted to reveal gold teeth, was the crowning glory of an exceedingly ugly visage. To Monsieur Pinet's discomfort, this individual set out to make himself ingratiatingly helpful, and personally waited on him at dinner. Of other staff, Monsieur Pinet saw none, though there must have been people in the kitchen beyond, as he frequently heard the low murmur of voices, and once a plump woman in a low-cut black frock, possibly the patron's wife, walked by in the distance, giving him a stiff nod. But first Monsieur Pinet wanted a wash, and the landlord indicated the door of the toilet. It was down a short corridor off the dining room. He had to fumble for the light switch, and he then saw to his disgust that there was a large brown spider on the floor of the cracked stone corridor. It seemed to watch him with little metallic eyes. And with a sense of bubbling horror, Monsieur Pinet felt it crack beneath his foot as he ground it with his heel. He had an innate fear of spiders, almost pathological in its intensity, and the violent physical nausea stayed with him until after dinner. As he opened the door of the toilet and switched on the light there, Monsieur Pinet could not repress a cry of panic. Faugh! There were two more of the monsters here, one on the wall near his head, and the other on the floor near the toilet seat. Monsieur Pinet fancied he could almost hear the low scratch of its legs as it moved experimentally, its strange blue metallic eyes, the most curious he had ever seen. In an insect, seemed to gaze at him with reproach. As it crunched beneath his almost hysterically wielded shoe, the eyes faded as the creature died. The other fled like lightning to a spot behind a lavatory cistern, wrenching another involuntary cry from Monsieur Pinet's lips. A moment later, the landlord was at his side. He seemed amused, and his small eyes were dancing. "No, monsieur," he said, "nothing to be alarmed about. The damp weather always brings them from the woods at this time of year. They will not harm you. They are my pets." He made a sort of clucking noise with his mouth, which Monsieur Pinet found hideously revolting, and the great brown horror behind the cistern stirred. Before Monsieur Pinet's disbelieving eyes, it scuttled onto the landlord's open palm, where he stroked it and crooned to it in a thoroughly disgusting manner. Monsieur Pinet, pale and disconcerted, excused himself and made shift by washing his hands and face at the wash basin in the corridor. Back in the dining room, he felt better and was relieved to see the patron first put the spider somewhere outside the back door. He was pleased, too, to see this strange character wash his own hands before disappearing into the kitchen. The dinner was an excellent one, and as Monsieur Pinet tipped his croutons into the soup, he felt his spirits revive. The landlord was undoubtedly a somewhat peculiar man, but he certainly knew how to produce a fine meal. Monsieur Pinet was by this time so far soothed by his surroundings that he invited the landlord to join him at the table for a drink after his dinner was over. Contrary to his expectations, the landlord seemed to draw more out of him than the information he gained in return. In answer to Monsieur Pinet's point-blank question as to whether he had been at the inn long, the patron replied, "No, not long. We move around quite a bit, my wife and I." Monsieur Pinet didn't pursue the subject. He had decided to pay for his meal before going to bed and settle for his accommodation in the morning. He was a methodically minded man, and though it all came to the same thing in the end, he preferred to do it this way. He had stepped up to the desk in a corner of the dining room, and the landlord's eyes glistened and narrowed in an unpleasant manner as he spotted the huge bundle of notes in Monsieur Pinet's wallet. The latter realized this was a mistake, and somewhat awkwardly tried to cover them over with a batch of letters he carried. But this only served to draw more attention by its obvious clumsiness. The landlord stared at him unblinkingly as he said, quite without emphasis, "You've had a successful season, monsieur." It was a statement, not a question, and Monsieur Pinet managed to turn the conversation quickly to the subject of his room. A few moments later, he said good night and carried his own bag up to the chamber indicated on the first floor. The well-carpeted corridor had bowls of flowers on tables at intervals, and bright lights were burning. There was an uneasy moment, however, as Monsieur Pinet put his key in the lock of number 12. All the lights in the corridor suddenly went out, evidently controlled from downstairs, and for a long minute, Monsieur Pinet was in total darkness. A faint scratching noise away to his left brought sweat to his forehead, but a moment later, he was inside his room and light flooded from the ceiling fixture. He locked the door and stood against it for a few seconds, taking in the contents of the room. It was a prettily conceived chamber, and any other time, Monsieur Pinet would have been taken with its heavily contrived charm. But tonight, with his nerves curiously shaken, he was in no mood for atmosphere. He merely undressed as quickly as he could, turned up his bed, got a novel from his valise and noisily cleaned his teeth in the basin in the corner. The mirror reflected back an image that was noticeably pale. Before getting into bed, he heard the faint noise of footsteps outside, and looking through the window, was disconcerted to see the figure of the landlord silhouetted against the light from an open door, furtively studying his car. A moment later, he moved off, and Monsieur Pinet had a door slammed somewhere below him. He got into bed. The novel was a bad one, and Monsieur Pinet was greatly tired, but somehow he didn't want to sleep. He kept his bedside lamp burning, but despite this, eventually drifted off into a doze. Sometime later, he was awakened by the noise of a car driving away from the inn. Even as he became fully conscious, he heard the faint sounds of its engine die with a hum in the distance as the trees enveloped it. For some reason, Monsieur Pinet's mind became agitated at this, and he felt a great desire to look out the window to see if his car was still in front of the hotel. Before he could move, however, he heard a faint, scratching noise. His nerves strained as they were, he turned his head with infinite slowness in an effort to locate the sound. Eventually, a quick glance at his watch showed him that it was after 2 a.m. He narrowed down the source of the sound as coming from the triangular area formed by the corner of the ceiling farthest from him. It was in the gloomiest part of the chamber, for the light from the reading lamp extended only a yard or two. To switch on the main light, Monsieur Pinet would have to cross over to the door, and he was loath to do this, particularly in his bare feet. He compromised by turning up the bedside lamp so that the light shone towards the far corner of the room. There was something there, but it was still so wrapped in shadow that he couldn't make out what it was. He groped for his glasses on the table by the bed. To do this, he had to lower the lamp to its usual position, and while he was fumbling with this, he heard his spectacle case fall with a soft thump onto the carpet at his bedside. He looked down. The spectacles were only about 2 feet from him, but again, he had great reserve about stretching out his hand to the carpet. Dry-mouthed, he turned, as the scratching noise came again, and a cry was strangled in his throat as he saw the shadowy thing scuttle a little closer towards him across the ceiling. Even without his glasses, he did not need to be told what it was. But his senses still refused to believe. Something furry, like a tarantula, bigger than a soup plate, round, and with legs as thick as telephone cables. Its legs rustled together as it came across the ceiling with an old maidish deliberation, and a thin purring noise came from it. As it edged forward into the brightness of the lamp, Monsieur Pinet saw with sick fear that it was covered with brown fur and had an obscene parody of a mouth. He looked round desperately for a stick or any other weapon, but there was nothing. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, denying him the shriek which would have saved him. His pyjamas streamed with perspiration, and moisture dabbled his forehead. He closed his eyes once and opened them with an effort, hoping against hope that he was in the grip of a nightmare. But the obscene, sliding thing was nearer still, and Monsieur Pinet gave up hope. He saw now that the creature had metallic blue eyes like the eyes of the insects he had crushed in the washroom, and as they glared into his own with implacable hatred, he noticed with a last shock of surprise that they were very like the landlord's. The insect paused and then launched itself on a thick silken thread. A nauseous stench was in his nostrils. The great spider gave a sibilant rattle, and then it was on his mouth, covering his face and eyes with its bloated, sticky carcass. Monsieur Pinet gave shriek after shriek as consciousness mercifully expired. "A most curious case," said the doctor, washing his hands in the wash basin of Monsieur Pinet's room. "Heart sound as a bell. Yet he must have died instantaneously from some great shock. Never come across anything like it. There'll have to be an inquiry, of course." And the doctor, who was a matter-of-fact human being, gave a heavy sigh. The landlord's wife, who stood just inside the door of the death chamber, timidly assented. Down below in the bar, the landlord, who lived by the secret fears of his customers, smiled a curious smile. He fondled a thick bundle of notes under the counter. In the room above, a tiny brown spider, not more than 1/8 of an inch across, scuttled nervously across the dead man's forehead. The doctor brushed it impatiently away, and it fell out of sight by the side of the bed.
The Roll Call of the Reef by Sir Arthur Quiller Couch. "Yes, sir," said my host, the quarryman, reaching down the relics from their hook in the wall over the chimney-piece. "They've hung there all my time and most of my father's. The women won't touch 'em. They're afraid of the story, so here they'll dangle and gather dust and smoke till another tenant comes and tosses 'em out of doors for rubbish. Phew, it's coarse weather." He went to the door, opened it, and stood studying the gale that beat upon his cottage front straight from the Manacle Reef. The rain drove past him into the kitchen, aslant like threads of gold silk in the shine of the wreckwood fire. Meanwhile, by the same firelight, I examined the relics on my knee. The metal of each was tarnished out of knowledge, but the trumpet was evidently an old cavalry trumpet, and the threads of its party-coloured sling, though frayed and dusty, still hung together. Around the side drum, beneath its cracked brown varnish, I could hardly trace a royal coat of arms and a legend running "Per mare per terram," the motto of the Marines. Its parchment, though coloured and scented with wood smoke, was limp and mildewed, and I began to tighten up the straps, under which the drumsticks had been loosely thrust, with the idle purpose of trying if some music might be got out of the old drum yet. But as I turned it on my knee, I found the drum attached to the trumpet sling by a curious barrel-shaped padlock, and paused to examine this. The body of the lock was composed of 6 brass rings, sat accurately edge to edge, and rubbing the brass with my thumb, I saw that each of the 6 had a series of letters engraved around it. I knew the trick of it, I thought. Here was one of those word padlocks, once so common, only to be opened by getting the rings to spell a certain word which the dealer confides to you. My host shut and barred the door and came back to the hearth. 'Twas just such a wind, east by south, that brought in what you've got between your hands. Back in the year 9 it was. My father has told me the tale a score of times. You're twisting round the rings, I see, but you'll never guess the word. Parson Kendall, he made the word, and locked down a couple of ghosts in their graves with it, and when his time came, he went to his own grave and took the word with him. Whose ghosts, Matthew? You want the story, I see, sir. My father could tell it better than I can. He was a young man in the year 9, unmarried at the time, and living in this very cottage, just as I be. That's how he came to get mixed up with the tale. He took a chair, lit a short pipe, and unfolded the story in a low, musing voice, with his eyes fixed on the dancing violet flames. Yes, he'd have been about 30-year-old in January of the year 9. The storm got up in the night of the 21st of that month. My father was dressed and out long before daylight. He never was one to bide in bed. Let be that the gale by this time was pretty near lifting the thatch over his head. Besides which, he'd fenced a small tatey patch that winter down by Lowland Point, and he wanted to see if it stood the night's work. He took the path across Gunner's Meadow, where they buried most of the bodies afterwards. The wind was right in his teeth at the time, and once on the way, he's told me this often, a great strip of oarweed came flying through the darkness and fetched him a slap on the cheek like a cold hand. But he made shift pretty well till he got to the lowland, and then he had to drop upon his hands and knees and crawl, digging his fingers every now and then into the shingle to hold on, for he declared to me that the stones, some of them as big as a man's head, kept rolling and driving past till it seemed the whole foreshore was moving westward under him. The fence was gone, of course, not a stick left to show where it stood, so that when he first came to the place he thought he must have missed his bearings. My father, sir, was a very religious man, and if he reckoned the end of the world was at hand, there, in the great wind and night, among the moving stones, you may believe he was certain of it when he heard a gun fired, and, with the same, saw a flame shoot up out of the darkness to windward, making a sudden fierce light in all the place about. All he could find to think or say was, "The second coming, the second coming. The bridegroom cometh, and the wicked he will toss like a ball into a large country." And being already upon his knees, he just bowed his head and bided, saying this over and over. But by and by, between two squalls, he made bold to lift his head and look, and then, by the light, a bluish colour it was, he saw all the coast clear away to Manacle Point. And off the Manacles, in the thick of the weather, a sloop of war with topgallants housed, driving stern foremost towards the Reef. It was she, of course, that was burning the flare. My father could see the white streak and the ports of her quite plain as she rose to it, a little outside the breakers, and he guessed easy enough that a captain had just managed to wear ship and was trying to force a nose to the sea with the help of a small bower anchor and the scrap or two of canvas that hadn't yet been blown out of her. But while he looked, she fell off, giving her broadside to it, foot by foot, and drifting back on the breakers around Carn Du and the vases. The rocks lie so thick thereabouts that 'twas a toss-up which she struck first. At any rate, my father couldn't tell at the time, for just then the flare died down and went out. Well, sir, he turned then in the dark and started back for Coverack to cry the dismal tidings, though well knowing the ship and crew to be past any hope, and as he turned the wind lifted him and tossed him forward like a ball, as he'd been saying, and homeward along the foreshore. As you know, 'tis ugly work even by daylight, picking your way among the stones there, and my father was prettily knocked about at first in the dark, but by this 'twas nearer 7 than 6 o'clock, and the day spreading. By the time he reached North Corner, a man could see to read print. Howsoever he looked, neither out to sea nor towards Coverack, but headed straight for the first cottage, the same that stands above North Corner today. A man named Billy Eade lived there then, and when my father burst into the kitchen bawling, "Wreck! Wreck!" he saw Billy Eade's wife Anne standing there in her clogs, with a shawl over her head, and her clothes wringing wet. "Save the chap," says Billy Eade's wife Anne. "What do you mean by crying stale fish at that rate?" "But 'tis a wreck, I tell thee. I've a zeeden." "Why, so 'tis," says she, "and I've a zeeden too, and so has everyone with an eye in his head." And with that she pointed straight over my father's shoulder, and he turned, and there, close under Dollar Point, at the end of Coverack town, he saw another wreck washing, and the point black with people like emmets running to and fro in the morning light. While we stood staring at her, he heard a trumpet sounded on board, the notes coming in little jerks like a bird rising against the wind, but faintly, of course, because of the distance and the gale blowing, though this had dropped a little. "She's a transport," said Billy Eade's wife Anne, "and full of horse soldiers, fine long men. When she struck, they must have pitched the hosses over first to lighten the ship, for a score of dead hosses had washed in afore I left half an hour back, and 3 or 4 soldiers too, fine long corpses in white breeches and jackets of blue and gold. I held the lantern to one. Such a straight young man." My father asked her about the trumpeting. "That's the queerest bit of all. She was burning a light when me and my man joined the crowd down there. All the masts had gone, whether they carried away or were cut away to ease her, I don't rightly know. Anyway, there she lay upon the rocks with her decks bare, Her keelson was broke under her, and her bottom sagged and stove, and she had just settled down like a sitting hen, just the leastest list to starboard, but a man could stand there easy. They'd rigged up ropes across her from bulwark to bulwark, and beside these the men were mustered, holding on like grim death whenever the sea made a clean break over them, and standing up like heroes as soon as it passed. The captain and the officers were clinging to the rail of the quarterdeck, all in their golden uniforms, waiting for the end as if it was King George they expected. There was nowhere to help, for she lay right beyond cast of line, though our folk tried it 50 times. And beside them clung a trumpeter, a whacking big man. And between the heavy seas he would lift his trumpet with one hand and blow a call, and every time he blew, the men gave up a cheer. "There," she says, "harkee now. There he goes again." But you won't hear no cheering no more, for few are left to cheer, and their voices weak. Bitter cold the wind is, and I reckon it numbs their grip of the ropes, for they were dropping off fast with every sea when my man sent me home to get his breakfast. Another wreck, you say? Well, there's no hope for the tender dears if it's manacles. You better run down and help yonder, though 'tis little help that any man can give. Not one came in alive while I was there. The tide's flowing, and she won't hold together another hour, they say. Well, sure enough, the end was coming fast when my father got down to the point. 6 men had been cast up alive, or just breathing, a seaman and 5 troopers. The seaman was the only one that had breath to speak, and while they were carrying him into the town, the word went round that the ship's name was the Dispatch, transport, homeward bound from Corunna, with the detachment of the 7th Hussars that had been fighting out there with Sir John Moore. The seas had rolled her further over by this time, and given her decks a pretty sharp slope, but a dozen men still held on, 7 by the ropes near the ship's waist, a couple near the break of the poop, and 3 on the quarterdeck. Of these 3, my father made out one to be the skipper. Close by him clung an officer in full regimentals. His name, they heard after, was Captain Duncanfield. And last came the tall trumpeter, and if you believe me, the fellow was making shift there at the very last to blow God Save the King. What's more, he got to "send us victorious" before an extra big sea came bursting across and washed them off the deck. Every man but one of the pair beneath the poop, and he dropped his hull before the next wave, being stunned, I reckon. The others went out of sight at once, but the trumpeter, being, as I said, a powerful man as well as a tough swimmer, rose like a duck, rode out a couple of breakers, and came in on the crest of the 3rd. The folks looked to see him broke like an egg at their feet, but when the smother cleared, there he was, lying face downward on a ledge below them. And one of the men that happened to have a rope around him, I forget the fellow's name if I ever heard it, jumped down and grabbed him by the ankle as he began to slip back. Before the next big sea, the pair were hauled high enough to be out of harm, and another heave brought them up the grass. Quick work, but the master trumpeter wasn't quite dead. Nothing worse than a cracked head and 3 staved ribs. In 20 minutes or so they had him in bed with the doctor to tend him. Now was the time, nothing being left alive upon the transport, for my father to tell of the sloop he'd seen driving upon the manacles. And when he got a hearing, though most were set upon salvage and believed a wreck in the hands, so to say, to be worth half a dozen they couldn't see, a good few volunteered to start off with him and have a look. They crossed Lowland Point, no ship to be seen on the manacles, nor anywhere upon the sea. 1 or 2 was for calling my father a liar. "Wait till we come to Dean Point," said he. Sure enough, on the far side of Dean Point, they found the sloop's mainmast washing about with half a dozen men lashed to it, men in red jackets, every mother's son drowned and staring. And a little farther on, just under the Dean, 3 or 4 bodies cast up on the shore, one of them a small drummer boy, side drum and all. And nearby, part of a ship's gig with HMS Primrose cut on the sternboard. From this point on, the shore was littered thick with wreckage and dead bodies, the most of the Marines in uniform, and in Godrevy Cove, in particular, a heap of furniture from the captain's cabin, and amongst it a watertight box, not much damaged, and full of papers, by which, when it came to be examined next day, the wreck was easily made out to be the Primrose, of 18 guns, outward bound from Portsmouth with a fleet of transports for the Spanish War, 30 sail, I've heard, but I've never heard what became of them. Being handled by merchant skippers, no doubt, they rode out the gale and reached the Tagus safe and sound. Not but what the captain of the Primrose, Mean was his name, did quite right to try and club-haul his vessel when he found himself under the land, only he never ought to have got there if he took proper soundings. But it's easy talking. The Primrose, sir, was a handsome vessel, for a size, one of the handsomest in the King's service, and newly fitted out at Plymouth Dock. So the boys had brave pickings from her in the way of brasswork, ship's instruments and the like, let alone some barrels of stores not much spoiled. They loaded themselves with as much as they could carry and started for home, meaning to make a second journey before the preventative men got wind of their doings and came to spoil the fun. But as my father was passing back under the Dean, he happened to take a look over his shoulder at the bodies there. "Hello," says he, and dropped his gear. "I do believe there's a leg moving." And running fore, he stooped over the small drummer boy that I told you about. The poor little chap was lying there, with his face a mass of bruises and his eyes closed. But he had shifted one leg an inch or two, and was still breathing. So my father pulled out a knife and cut him free from his drum, that was lashed onto him with a double turn of manila rope, and took him up and carried him along here, to this very room that we're sitting in. He lost a good deal by this, for when he went back to fetch his bundle, the preventative men had got hold of it, and were thick as thieves along the foreshore, and that 'twas only by paying one or two to look the other way that he picked up anything worth carrying off, which you'll allow to be hard, seeing that he was the first man to give news of the wreck. Well, the inquiry was held, of course, and my father gave evidence, and for the rest they had to trust to the sloop's papers, for not a soul was saved besides the drummer boy, and he was raving in a fever, brought on by the cold and the fright. And the seamen and the 5 troopers gave evidence about the loss of the despatch. The tall trumpeter, too, whose ribs were healing, came forward and kissed the book, but somehow his head had been hurt in coming ashore, and he talked foolish-like, and 'twas easy seen he'd never be a proper man again. The others were taken up to Plymouth, and so went their ways, but the trumpeter stayed on in Coverack, and King George, finding he was fit for nothing, sent him down a trifle of a pension after a while, enough to keep him in board and lodging, with a bit of tobacco left over. Now, the first time that this man, William Talifer, he called himself, met with the drummer boy, was about a fortnight after the little chap had betted enough to be allowed a short walk out of doors, which he took, if you please, in full regimentals. There never was a soldier so proud of his dress. His own suit had shrunk a brave bit with the salt water, but into ordinary frock and corduroys he declared he would not get, not if he had to go naked the rest of his life. So my father, being a good-natured man and handy with the needle, turned to and repaired damages with a piece or two of scarlet cloth cut from the jacket of one of the drowned marines. Well, the poor little chap chanced to be standing in this rig-out down by the gate of Gunner's Meadow, where they buried 20 and over of his comrades. The morning was a fine one, early in March month, and along came the cracked trumpeter, likewise taking a stroll. "Hello," says he, "good morning, and what might you be doing here?" "I was a-wishing," says the boy, "I had a pair of drumsticks. Our lads were buried yonder without so much as a drum tapped or a musket fired, and that's not Christian burial for British soldiers." "Phut," says the trumpeter, and spat on the ground. "A parcel of marines." The boy eyed him a second or so and answered up, "If I had a tab of turf handy, I'd bung it at your mouth, you greasy cavalryman, and learn you to speak respectful of your betters. The Marines are the handiest body of men in the service." The trumpeter looked down on him from the height of 6'2" and asked, "Did they die well?" "They died very well. There was a lot of running to and fro at first, and some of the men began to cry and a few to strip off their clothes. But when the ship fell off for the last time, Captain Mean turned and said something to Major Griffiths, the commanding officer on board, and the Major called out to me to beat to quarters. It might have been for a wedding, he sang it out so cheerful. We'd had word already that it was to be parade order, and the men fell in as trim and decent as if they were going to church. One or two even tried to shave at the last moment. The Major wore his medals. One of the seamen, seeing I had work to keep the drums steady, the sling being a bit loose for me and the wind what you remember, lashed it tight with a piece of rope, and that saved my life afterwards, the drum being as good as a cork until it stove. I kept beating away until every man was on deck, and then the Major formed them up and told them to die like British soldiers. Then the chaplain read a prayer or two, the boys standing all the while like rocks, each man's courage keeping up the others. The chaplain was in the middle of a prayer when she struck. In 10 minutes she was gone. That was how they died, cavalryman. And that was very well done, drummer of the Marines. What's your name? John Christian. Mine's William George Talifer, trumpeter of the 7th Light Dragoons, the Queen's Own. I played God Save the King while our men were drowning. Captain Duncanfield told me to sound out a call or two to put them in heart, but that matter of God Save the King was a notion of my own. I won't say anything to hurt the feelings of a Marine, even if he's not much over 5 foot tall, but the Queen's Own Hussars is a tearing fine regiment. As between horse and foot, 'tis a question of which gets the chance. All the way from Sahagún to Coruña, 'twas we that took and gave the knocks at Mayorga and Rueda and Beneventi. The reason, sir, I can speak the name so pat is that my father learnt them by heart afterwards from the trumpeter, who was always talking about Mayorga and Rueda and Beneventi. We made the rear guard and the general pageant and drove the French every time, and all the infantry did was to sit about in wine shops till we whipped 'em out and steal and straggle and play the tomfool in general. And when it came to a stand-up fight at Coruña, 'twas the horse, or the best part of it, that had to stay seasick aboard the transports and watch the infantry in the thick of the caper. Very well they behaved too, especially the 4th Regiment and the 42nd Highlanders and the dirty 500. Oh, aye, they're decent regiments, all three, but the Queen's Own Hussars is a tearing fine regiment. So you played on your drum when the ship was going down, drummer John Christian. I'll have to get you a new pair of drumsticks for that. Well, sir, it appears that the very next day the trumpeter marched into Helston and got a carpenter there to turn him a pair of boxwood drumsticks for the boy. And this was the beginning of one of the most curious friendships you ever heard tell of. Nothing delighted the pair more than to borrow a boat off my father and pull out to the rocks where the Primrose and the Dispatch had struck and sunk, and on still days 'twas pretty to hear them out there off the manacles, the drummer playing his tattoo, for they always took their music with them, and the trumpeter practising calls and making his trumpet speak like an angel. But if the weather turned roughish, they'd be walking together and talking. Leastwise, the youngster listened while the other discoursed about Sir John's campaign in Spain and Portugal, telling how each little skirmish befell, and of Sir John himself and General Baird and General Paget and Colonel Vivian, his own commanding officer, and what kind of men they were, and of the last bloody stand-up at Coruña and so forth, as if neither could have enough. But all this had to come to an end in the late summer, for the boy, John Christian, being now well and strong again, must go up to Plymouth to report himself. 'Twas his own wish, for I believe King George had forgotten all about him, but his friend wouldn't hold him back. As for the trumpeter, my father had made an arrangement to take him on as a lodger as soon as the boy left, and on the morning fixed for the start, he was up at the door here by 5 o'clock, with his trumpet slung by his side, and all the rest of his kit in a small valise. A Monday morning it was, and after breakfast he'd fixed to walk with the boy some way on the road towards Helston, where the coach started. My father left them at breakfast together and went out to meet the pig, and do a few odd morning jobs of that sort. When he came back, the boy was still at table, and the trumpeter standing here by the chimney place, with the drum and trumpet in his hands, hitched together, just as they be at this moment. "Look at this," he says to my father, showing him the lock. "I picked it up off a starving brass worker in Lisbon, and it's not one of your common locks that one word of 6 letters will open at any time. There's genius in this lock, for you've only to make the ring spell any 6-letter word you please, and snap down the lock upon that, and never a soul can open it, not even the maker, until somebody comes along that knows the word you snapped it on. Now, Johnny here's going, and he leaves his drum behind him, for though he can make pretty music on it, the parchment sags in wet weather by reason of the sea water getting at it, and if he carries it to Plymouth, they'll only condemn it and give him another. And as for me, I shan't have the heart to put lip to the trumpet any more when Johnny's gone. So we've chosen a word together and locked 'em together upon that, and by your leave, I'll hang 'em here together on the hook over your fireplace. Maybe Johnny'll come back, maybe not. Maybe, if he comes, I'll be dead and gone, and he'll take 'em apart and try their music for old sake's sake. But if he never comes, nobody can separate 'em, for nobody beside knows the word. And if you marry and have sons, you can tell 'em that here are tied together the souls of Johnny Christian, drummer of the Marines, and William George Talifer, once trumpeter of the Queen's Own Hussars. Amen. With that he hung the two instruments upon the hook here, and the boy stood up and thanked my father and shook hands, and the pair went forth of the door towards Helston. Somewhere on the road they took leave of one another, but nobody saw the parting, nor heard what was said between them. About 3 in the afternoon the trumpeter came walking back over the hill, and by the time my father came home from the fishing, the cottage was tidied up and the tea ready, and the whole place shining like a new pin. From that time for 5 years he lodged here with my father, looking after the house and tilling the garden, and all the while he was steadily failing, the hurt in his head spreading in a manner to his limbs. My father watched the feebleness growing on him, but said nothing, and from first to last neither spake a word about the drummer John Christian, nor did any letter reach them, nor word of his doings. The rest of my tale you'm free to believe, sir, or not, as you please. It stands upon my father's words, and he always declared he was ready to kiss the book upon it before judge and jury. He said, too, that he never had the wit to make up such a yarn, and he defied anyone to explain about the lock in particular by any other tale. But you shall judge for yourself. My father said that about 3 o'clock in the morning, April 14th of the year 14, he and William Talifer were sitting here, just as you and I, sir, are sitting now. My father had put on his clothes a few minutes before, and was mending his spiller by the light of the horn lantern, meaning to set off before daylight to haul the trammel. The trumpeter hadn't been to bed at all. Towards the last he mostly spent his nights, and his days too, dozing in the elbow chair where you sit at this minute. He was dozing then, my father said, with his chin dropped forward upon his chest, when a knock sounded upon the door, and the door opened, and in walked an upright young man in scarlet regimentals. He'd grown a brave bit, and his face was the colour of wood ashes, but it was the drummer, John Christian. Only his uniform was different from the one he used to wear, and the figures 38 shone in brass upon his collar. The drummer walked past my father as if he never saw him, and stood by the elbow chair and said, "Trumpeter, trumpeter, are you one with me?" And the trumpeter just lifted the lids of his eyes and answered, "How should I not be one with you, drummer Johnny, Johnny boy? The men are patient. Till you come, I count. While you march, I mark time, until the discharge comes." "The discharge has come tonight," said the drummer, "and the word is Coruña no longer." And stepping to the chimney place, he unhooked the drum and trumpet, and began to twist the brass rings of the lock, spelling the word aloud, so, Coruna. When he had fixed the last letter, the padlock opened in his hand. "Did you know, trumpeter, that when I came to Plymouth they put me into a line regiment?" "The 38th's a good regiment," answered the old hussar, still in his dull voice. "I went back with them from Sargoon to Coruña. At Coruña they stood in General Fraser's division on the right. They behaved well. But I'd fain see the Marines again," says the drummer, handing him the trumpet. "And you shall call once more for the Queen's Own, Matthew," he says, suddenly turning on my father. And when he turned, my father saw for the first time that his scarlet jacket had a round hole by the breastbone, and that the blood was welling there. "Matthew, we shall want your boat." Then my father rose on his legs like a man in a dream, while they two slung on, the one his drum and t'other his trumpet. He took the lantern and went quaking before them down to the shore, and they breathed heavily behind him, and they stepped into his boat, and my father pushed off. "Row you first for Dollar Point," says the drummer. So my father rowed them out past the white houses of Coverack to Dollar Point, and there at a word lay on his oars. And the trumpeter, William Talifer, put his trumpet to his mouth and sounded the reveille. The music of it was like rivers running. "They'll follow," said the drummer. "Matthew, Pull you now for the manacles." So my father pulled for the manacles and came to an easy close outside Carndoo, and the drummer took his sticks and beat it to two, there by the edge of the reef, and the music of it was like a rolling chariot. "That'll do," says he, breaking off. "They will follow. Pull now for the shore and the gunner's meadow." Then my father pulled for the shore and ran his boat in under gunner's meadow, and they stepped out all three and walked up to the meadow. By the gate the drummer halted and began his tattoo again, looking out towards the darkness over the sea. And while the drum beat and my father held his breath, there came up out of the sea and the darkness a troop of men, horse and foot, and formed up among the graves, and others rose out of the graves and formed up, drowned marines with bleached faces, and pale hussars riding their horses, all lean and shadowy. There was no clatter of hoofs or accoutrements, my father said, but a soft sound all the while, like the beating of a bird's wing, and a black shadow lying like a pool about the feet of all. The drummer stood upon a little knoll just inside the gate, and beside him the tall trumpeter, with hand on hip, watching them gather, and behind them both my father, clinging to the gate. When no more came, the drummer stopped playing and said, "Call the roll." Then the trumpeter stepped towards the end of the rank and called, "Troop Sergeant Major Thomas Irons." And the man in a thin voice answered, "Here." "Troop Sergeant Major Thomas Irons, how is it with you?" The man answered, "How should it be with me? When I was young, I betrayed a girl, and when I was grown, I betrayed a friend, and for these things I must pay. But I died as a man ought. God save the King." The trumpeter called to the next man, "Trooper Henry Buckingham," and the next man answered, "Here." "Trooper Henry Buckingham, how is it with you?" "How should it be with me? I was a drunkard and I stole, and in Lugo, in a wine shop, I knifed a man. But I died as a man should. God save the King." So the trumpeter went down the line, and when he'd finished, the drummer took it up, hailing the dead marines in their order. Each man answered to his name, and each man ended with, "God save the King." When all were hailed, the drummer stepped back to his mound and called, "It's well, you're content, and we're content to join you. Wait yet a little while." With this he turned and ordered my father to pick up the lantern and lead the way back. As my father picked it up, he heard the ranks of dead men cheer and call, "God save the King!" and saw them waver and fade back into the dark, like a breath fading off a pane. But when they came back here to the kitchen, and my father set the lantern down, it seemed they'd both forgot about him, for the drummer turned in the lantern light, and my father could see the blood still welling out of the hole in his breast, and took the trumpet sling from around the other's neck, and locked drum and trumpet together again, choosing the letters on the lock very carefully. While he did this, he said, "The word is no more Coruña, but Bayonne. As you left out an N in Coruña, so must I leave out an N in Bayonne." And before snapping the padlock, he spelt out the word slowly, B-A-Y-O-N-E. After that, he used no more speech, but turned and hung the two instruments back on the hook, and then took the trumpeter by the arm, and the pair walked out into the darkness, glancing neither to right nor left. My father was on the point of following, when he heard a sort of sigh behind him, and there, sitting in the elbow chair, was the very trumpeter he'd just seen walk out by the door. If my father's heart jumped before, you may believe it jumped quicker now. But after a bit, he went up to the man asleep in the chair and put a hand on him. It was the trumpeter in flesh and blood that he touched, but though the flesh was warm, the trumpeter was dead. Well, sir, they buried him 3 days after, and at first my father was minded to say nothing about his dream, as he thought it. But the day after the funeral, he met Parson Kendall coming from Helston Market, and the parson called out, "Have you heard the news the coach brought down this morning?" "What news?" says my father. "Why, the peace is agreed upon." "None too soon," says my father. "Not soon enough for our poor lads at Bayonne," the parson answered. "Bayonne!" cries my father with a jump. Why, yes, and the parson told him all about a great sally the French had made on the night of April the 13th. Do you happen to know if the 38th Regiment was engaged? My father asked. Come now, said Parson Kendall. I didn't know you were so well up in the campaign, but as it happens, I do know that the 38th was engaged, for 'twas they that held the cottage and stopped the French advance. Still my father held his tongue, and when a week later he walked into Helston and bought a Mercury off the Sherburn Rider and got the landlord of the Angel to spell out the list of killed and wounded, sure enough, there, among the killed, was drummer John Christian of the 38th Foot. After this there was nothing for a religious man but to make a clean breast, so my father went up to Parson Kendall and told the whole story. The parson listened and put a question or two, and then asked, "Have you tried to open the lock since that night?" "I hadn't dared to touch it," says my father. "Then come along and try." When the parson came to the cottage here, he took the things off the hook and tried the lock. "Did he say Bayon? The word has 7 letters. Not if you spell it with 1 N as he did," says my father. The parson spelt it out. B-A-Y-O-N-E. "Phew," says he, for the lock had fallen open in his hand. He stood considering it a moment, and then he says, "I tell you what, I shouldn't blab this all round the parish if I was you. You won't get no credit for truth-telling, and a miracle's wasted on a set of fools. But if you like, I'll shut down the lock again upon a holy word that no one but me shall know, and neither drummer nor trumpeter, dead nor alive, shall frighten the secret out of me." "I wish to gracious you would, parson," said my father. The parson chose the holy word there and then, and shut the lock back upon it, and hung the drum and trumpet back in their place. He's gone long since, taking the word with him, and till the lock is broken by force, nobody will ever separate those twain.
Hiya, I am Tony Walker, and this is the Classic Ghost Stories podcast. In a minute, I'm going to read you a ghost story. But first of all, I need to clarify 2 things. One is that I'm not AI. Arguably, certainly I'm not artificial, and arguably I'm not intelligent. The second is that if you hear this up on somebody else's channel, I didn't give them permission and they've pirated it, just so as you're aware of that. Okay, with that being said, I am now going to read you The Face in the Mirror by Dennis Val Baker.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back.
I saw him watching me in the wide mirror of the barber's saloon. He was a wiry little man of about 40, with a round bullet-like head, going bald. He was drably dressed in baggy flannels and a faded brown jacket, with a mackintosh over one arm and slouching trilby hat balanced on his knees. He seemed a subdued and insignificant figure, yet there was something disturbingly familiar about him. His face, which was rather ugly with protruding front teeth and deep unsightly eye sockets, was not a stranger's face. Something about it provoked in me an odd feeling of impending surprise, of startled recognition to come. I felt I ought to have known his face immediately, but somehow it remained shadowy and indefinable, slightly and worryingly outside the focus of my understanding. It was about 4 o'clock, and I dropped in for a shave on my way home from work. I was leaning back with my eyes half closed, pretending to be immersed in an animated conversation with the barber, and I don't think the little man realized I had observed his interest. I remembered that he'd come into the barber shop just behind me. I'd taken the proffered shaving chair while he had taken off his hat and mackintosh and sat down on the bench for waiting customers. As far as I knew, he had picked up one of the newspapers on the bench and started reading it. It was only by chance, while the barber was filling the hot water mug from a can in the corner, that I happened to look in the mirror and see the little man staring across the room with bright, burning eyes. With sudden uneasiness, I realized his gaze was aimed specifically in my direction. It wasn't a casual,
Not a mildly curious gaze, but rather the fierce, almost wolfish gaze of a man who had suddenly set eyes on a prey for which he had long been seeking. The eyes seemed to burn into the mirror with a sort of consuming hatred. I felt a chill creep into my reclining body. Of course, I was being quite ridiculous, I told myself, fighting hard against a tremendous desire to turn my head away and pretend it was all a dream. I was imagining things. In a moment or so, I would see the man's eyes drift away and return in bored unconcern to their newspaper. But unfortunately, they did not. They remained instead fixed unwaveringly upon me, 2 pinpoints of steely menace that bored into my very existence. They seemed to be alight with an evil flame, and they were growing brighter and brighter. I stuck it for a while, wriggling uncomfortably in my seat and trying unsuccessfully to let the monotone of the barber's voice lull me into a sense of security. Then I felt the little man's gaze becoming fiercer, more impelling, and I began to get really perturbed. "For God's sake, hurry up and finish," I muttered to the barber out of the corner of my mouth, so that the little man wouldn't notice. I drummed my fingers nervously on the side of my chair while the barber, disgruntled, gave a hasty wipe of a towel over my face, then roughly whisked off the cover sheet. As I rose from the chair, I looked casually into the mirror. The eyes of the little man rose upwards with me, following my movements steadily. I couldn't be quite sure. His face was still blurred, but it seemed that a quick look of cunning flitted across his face, as if he were making some rapid decision to cope with a new problem created by my imminent departure. For a moment I hesitated, wondering if he would rise and dutifully take the seat which the barber was now politely offering to him. Indeed, he was beginning to rise, but some flash of intuition warned me that he had no intention of taking the seat. I hastily thrust a coin into the barber's hand. "Keep the change," I said, hurriedly. Then I grabbed up my mackintosh and hat and ran out of the shop, swinging the door back behind me viciously. I didn't care to look back, but I felt sure that the little man had come after me. I began walking down the street as fast as I could without actually running, intent on finding some sort of hiding place. When I came to a Woolworths on the corner, I darted through the entrance. Inside there was a thick crowd of shoppers. I threaded my way among them, burrowing deeper and deeper into the mass of sticky humanity. When I reached the stationery counter at the far end of the shop, I felt safer. Looking back, I could see a jumble of housewives, old men and children, but no sign of the little man. I breathed easier and began walking slowly up and down the counter. I felt a tempting sensation of relief stealing over me. It would be all right now. Probably the little man's view had been temporarily blocked at the particular moment I stepped into Woolworths. He would have gone hurrying by. I'd give him a few minutes, then come out of the shop and get a bus home. I began wandering from counter to counter, looking at the goods with idle curiosity. I passed from stationery to kitchenware, then to hardware, then back to stationery. Passing the hardware counter for the 3rd time, I felt an assistant eyeing me and hastily picked up a coloured mixing bowl. "I'll take this," I said, smiling brightly at her. She took my silver and moved away to get change. I found myself smiling into a long, rather dirty mirror which lined the wall behind the counter. I went on smiling rather mechanically, then felt the grin slowly freeze across my face. Standing at the counter behind me, I could see the little man, his slouch hat pulled down over his eyes, his mackintosh thrown untidily over his shoulder. He was pretending to examine a writing pad, but all the time his eyes were darting around the shop. Feeling like a hypnotized rabbit, I stood there without moving and watched his gaze travel round until it alighted abruptly on me. For a moment we remained like 2 statues. Then the little man started to move. I had an extraordinary feeling that he was going to vault over the counter towards me. Crying out in sudden terror, I dropped the bowl on the edge of the counter, cracking it into a dozen pieces, and started running down the corridor leading to the nearest exit. Behind me, I heard the startled cry of the assistant. Shoppers and other assistants turned a sea of surprised faces in my direction, but before they could make any move to stop me, I had plunged through an exit swing door. As I did so, I fancied I caught a glimpse of the little man, irritably pushing his way through the converging crowd of people. Outside, in the street, again, I felt bare and defenceless, like an animal caught in the open. Seeing another big store on the other side of the road, I made a dash for it, skipping neatly across the path of a tram and passing smoothly through a revolving door. As I went in, I looked across the road and saw the Woolworths door bursting open, and I knew that he was after me. This was one of the higher class stores, mostly clothing and drapery. The tall counters and drooping fabrics offered some excellent cover. I hurriedly skirted round the shop, keeping an occasional eye on the entrance to see if the little man would come in. Unfortunately, while doing this, I backed into a precarious tower of carpet rolls and brought the whole lot tumbling down, spread-eagling me on the floor. Terrified by a sudden fear that the little man would come leaping down on me, I scrambled to my feet and started running away without waiting to repair the damage, taking with me a blurred vision of a shopwalker's stout reddening face convulsed with indignation. I went on, turning 2 or 3 corners, passing through the ladies' underwear and brassiere sections. Then I began to wonder whether, during my accident, the little man had entered the shop and was even now waiting for me behind some tall display stand. It would certainly be safer to transfer myself to some other floor. Looking around, I saw a convenient sign pointing "Lifts." I hurried along, and in luck's way, I found the lift waiting, the uniformed girl about to close the gates. "Hey, wait!" I cried, running up. The girl smiled demurely and stepped aside. I went in and flopped onto a welcome bench. The girl called out, "Going up!" Some other passengers crowded in after me. Then she clanged the gate and the lift started rising. Something made me take uneasy stock of my surroundings. My nearest neighbours were 2 faded old ladies out for an afternoon shopping. Next to them were a mother and a small girl. Beyond her, I caught a glimpse of the side of a man's face. There was something about it. One of the old ladies turned, sweeping her wide-brimmed hat out of my line of vision. Then, indeed, I nearly died. The little man was standing exactly opposite, with only 1 or 2 women between us. At the sight of me, a ferocious grin split his face into an evil mask. His drawn-back lips seemed about to mouth fearful epithets. For the first time, I realized how incomparably sinister a figure he was. How threatening was the whole of his hard, shriveled-up, menacing presence. Now, indeed, there was no longer any room for doubt, no chance of pretending otherwise than that it was a chase for life or death. My tongue parched in my mouth. I tried to utter words. "Help!" I said. "Help!" I thought I was crying out, but the words must have stuck in my throat. "What floor did you say?" said the lift girl, looking at me. I didn't reply. I just stared fascinatedly at the little man, and he stared back at me. I noticed he had a small unkempt moustache and a stubble of beard, and a sharp, pointed nose. I suddenly thought of a miniature Mephistopheles. At any moment he would brush aside the old ladies with a wave of his hand. "3rd floor," said the lift girl, unemotionally. "Hey, let me get out!" I cried wildly. With a terrific surge of strength, I seized one of the old ladies round her waist and half lifted, half threw her into the path of the little man. Then I dived out of the lift, knocking the surprised lift girl against the side. Seeing some stairs running beside the lift shaft, I darted to them and began bounding down them 2 at a time. I heard someone call out after me, "He must be mad! Stop him!" It was probably the old lady, or more likely the little fella. He would be after me down the stairs like a terrier. I beat him to the exit, however. I flew out of that store even faster than I'd left Woolworths. This time I gave up all pretense and began running hell for leather down the street. I saw people staring at me, and a policeman raised his eyebrows, but I didn't care how much attention I aroused. I only wanted to get a long way away. I ran the whole length of the main shopping street and then took a turning at random into a smaller secondary street. I was puffing. It was some years since I'd done any running. The trouble was my lunch was still a weight on me. It had been a good and heavy one, and I bitterly regretted my 2 mild and bitters. I could hear them swishing about inside me. Looking back, I couldn't see any sign of the little man, so I slackened my run to a panting walk. I wasn't fool enough to think I'd given him the slip, but at least I had time to think and manoeuvre. Although I could hear my heart beating with heavy thuds, I felt much cooler in the head. I remembered reading in detective stories that danger sharpened the brain. Well, something like that was happening to me. It was high time I forgot all about how 3/4 of an hour ago I'd been walking home from work like I'd done for 19 years, and how I'd thought it might be a good idea to have a shave. I like now and then to have the thing done professionally. It was high time I forgot all about that and concentrated on the job in hand. Here I was, walking down a dusty side street which I didn't rightly recognise, going in the opposite direction to my home in the suburbs, and not far behind, a little man with a bullet head was after me, peeping in and out of the shop fronts. I gave him credit for that. He looked a thorough sort. I would have to fox him, and fox him properly. It couldn't be done lightly. It had to be thought out carefully. I seemed to be moving into the business quarters. I passed big blocks of offices inhabited by hundreds of formal unknown messes. I wondered whether to slip into one of the buildings and hide for a while, but decided the risk of arousing suspicion, possibly of being captured by a truculent commissionaire, was too great. I went on, walking about twice as fast as would ordinarily be the case. It was tiring, but it helped to keep up my morale. I kept crossing from one side of the road to another and taking right turns and then left turnings. In this way, I reckoned to mix the little man up a good deal. Also, in the process, I got myself completely lost. Indeed, I was gradually overcome by a fantastic feeling that I was now in a completely strange town, without any knowledge of locality or direction. It was possible that, in fact, many of the streets were normally familiar to me. But as I turned down one street and up another, I began to feel that I was in some gigantic maze, whose towering walls were nebulous and unreal. Twice I became so lost that I found myself back at a street corner which I had passed a few moments previously. On the third occasion that this happened, I found myself walking back on my tracks and saw some way ahead of me a disturbance at a street crossing. I didn't know how he'd done it, but I guessed that the little fellow was on my trail again, pushing his way through a crowd. I turned round and began running again. It was exciting, in a way. There was always a persistent thrill of danger arising out of the knowledge that I was being chased. There was, too, always the possibility of my coming round a corner and walking straight into the little man. I wondered which of us would have had the presence of mind to act first. I rather prided myself that we would at least be about even. I'd worked out a very neat plan for lowering my head, butting him hard in the stomach, and then dashing away. When, coming round a corner, I bumped straight into a tall, heavy policeman, knocking him sideways and staggering backwards myself. "I'm terribly sorry, officer," I said. Then I didn't wait for any more, because I recognised his face and knew that I'd already walked past him 4 times in 4 different streets. I had a dim idea that he shouted something after me, but by that time I'd disappeared down an alleyway. It was a very long alley, and towering buildings shut out most of the light. I walked along it feeling more and more alone and frightened. When I eventually emerged from it into a rather dingy shopping street, I was so exhausted after 3 imaginary encounters in the shadows with the little man, and one terrifying episode in which I saw the policeman starting towards me out of a lamp-post, that there was a sweat dripping off my forehead and a weak feeling in my legs. That's the trouble with being chased. It doesn't matter really who's chasing you. If it goes on long enough, it gets to the stage where you feel like everybody's chasing you. For instance, it wasn't long before I was going round not only with the little man and the big policeman on my track, but also with the knowledge that if I passed their way again at least 3 other people, a vegetable stall man, a newspaper seller, and a squat Jewish woman shopkeeper, would decide I was either a criminal or a madman and start chasing me themselves. For that reason, I made a concentrated effort to move steadily away from the district where I'd been wandering for an hour or so. When I came out into the shopping street, one of the suburban type, I knew that I was succeeding to some extent. The street was less crowded. There was more space between the buildings, and the trams had that emptying look, as if they were penetrating further and further out of town. All this time, it was true, I hadn't seen the little man, but I knew that he was after me. There was something so very sure about him that I felt he wouldn't be thrown off easily. Indeed, I remembered once seeing a film about something like that, where a fellow was chased all over the place by a gunman. No matter what this man did, the gunman kept tracking him down. In the end, he cornered him in his own sitting room with his wife in a faint on the door and shot him 3 times through the head. It turned out, of course, that the fellow being chased had played a dirty trick on the gunman in the past, so it was all made to seem quite reasonable. My trouble was that I felt quite sure that the little man would keep finding me, but I couldn't for the life of me think of any reason for his interest. It was possible he hadn't got a gun. I shivered. His eyes were bad enough. But it was possible he had. I was glad that I hadn't gone home, following my first impulse. At least I wouldn't drag my wife into it. I hadn't forgotten my wife. I knew that already she would be somewhat worried. Most evenings I got home by 5 o'clock, and we always had supper at 6. Well, now it was after 6, and getting to be dusk. Several times I thought, well, I'll phone her anyway, and crossed over to a telephone box. But each time I went inside and heard the door bang on me, a terrifying feeling come over me. There I was, all nicely cooped up in an oblong box. The next moment I would see the little man glaring in through the glass panes. The moment I had that thought, I pushed back the door and dashed out of the box. What's more, I was always pretty sure that if I hadn't done so, he would have been round the corner and on top of me. I felt happier on the move. The trouble was that I'd suddenly become conscious of my physical body. I was tired, dead tired. Not for 10 years had I walked and run so much. My head urged me to wander on until I'd shaken off the little man. My legs and the rest of my body just ached and ached. Aching like that can wear down anything, even the most rigid of purposes. It just goes on, gets heavier and wearier, until you feel you'll drop down dead about 3 steps forward. I didn't see much point in that. I began looking round for some shelter. Besides, it was getting dark, and there might be some real chance of giving him the slip. Picked in the end on a small cinema tucked away among a block of shops. It suddenly struck me as a brilliant idea. I fished 2 bob out of my pocket and darted in, thrusting the money at the box office girl, grabbing the ticket and plunging into the welcome darkness. It was all smoky and hazy inside, but it was shelter. I found a seat at the end of a row. It was soft and cushioned. I sank into it with a sensuous feeling of comfort. I stretched my legs out luxuriously, leaned with heavy pleasure on the armrest, turned my attention to the screen and tried to forget about the little man. It was about 2 minutes from the end of the big picture, something about a matador in Spain, the scene, a bullfight finale, when I heard the little man coming into the cinema. There's no explaining how or why. I just knew it was him. There was a faint light from the door. Then I saw a shadow, a small shadow, floating down the aisle. There wasn't a girl or anyone else, just him. He was pretending to be a stranger, looking round casually for a seat, but I was watching him like a hawk, and I saw him stop at the end of my row and slide himself into the first seat. A moment later he was sitting in the 5th seat. Then he dropped into the 7th seat. There were 4 seats between him and me, and the bull in the film was just making its death charge when I leaped out of my seat and fled towards the cinema exit. It was a familiar feeling, only this time I did it quicker than ever before. I fancy even the little man was surprised. It was dark when I got outside. It gave me a feeling of security, just like the cinema. I began loitering past the shops, trying to catch the sound of the little man's footsteps. The next thing that happened was someone shone a torch full on me, dazzling me, bathing me in relentless light. There wasn't time for any thinking. I just lowered my head and made a wild rush at the light. I think my head went about straight into the centre of a stomach. The light went out and I heard a strangled ouch of pain. I must admit it gave me a thrill of sadistic pleasure that moment. The action was so completely and devastatingly successful, it put me temporarily in supreme control of the situation. I felt a shadow sprawling on the pavement and started running away into the darkness. The wind was on my face as I vanished into the darkness. Indeed,
It was almost exhilarating.
I guessed that I'd made him mad. I heard some shouting and saw the torch come on again, whirling savagely. I also heard the surprising sound of a shrill whistle. A few minutes later there was an answering whistle somewhere ahead of me. These things happening one after the other got me rather confused, but I had enough presence of mind to take a turning and sprint down it deep into the night. I had to stop running pretty soon. I had to lean against the lamppost and take great heaving breaths. Otherwise I felt I should have collapsed. I stood there for several tense moments, getting my breath back, and at the same time listening for the sound of chasing footsteps. But by some miracle the quiet remained unbroken. My ears had to be content with the dull rustle of wind in the tree-tops that lined the road, and with far-off occasional hoots of cars. It was very eerie indeed, for I suddenly realized, because there were no footsteps, it didn't mean I was not being followed. I would be a fool not to concede more than average intelligence to the little man. He was the sort, I decided, visualizing his small, crafty face, alive with hidden cunning, who would possibly wrap cloth over his boots, or even take them off. In a flash, all sense of temporary relief vanished. Standing there, I became aware with a blinding horror that every shadow, however vague, every rustle, however muffled, might not be what it seemed. Even the solid shapes of the trees might not be real. I think it was when I got to that state of mind that I gave up all efforts to preserve my morality, my sense of ethics, my character of an ordinary citizen who some hours previously had been sitting in his respectable office, doing his respectable job, there, swimming in the menacing shadows of a suburban residential street. I gave it all up, became the hunted fugitive, the animal who must use his cunning, not only to outwit his chaser, but to dispose of him. I can remember how clear and simple it all became. It was as if a tremendous load had fallen away. I felt a wave of confidence pouring into me. At the same time, I felt myself in powerful control of my senses, became aware of newly acquired strength. I waited not in fear, but in expectancy for what I knew would eventually come. I didn't mind how long the wait now that I knew exactly what course of action to follow, exactly what events were going to take place, and it was a long wait. I felt the cold night air creeping into my clothes, enveloping my feet, my fingers, my ears, sinking into my limbs. I didn't dare stamp or flap my arms for fear of giving my position away, for now the whole essence of success was surprise. I'd moved close into the shadow of a tree, merging myself into its frame. I could not possibly be seen against that dark outline. There I waited, breathing as quietly as possible, hardly daring to move a muscle. In fact, I felt it would be dangerous even to think I might weaken in my new resolve, so I deliberately devoted my mind to counting numbers. I'd reached 145, I think, when I heard him coming. Probably to anyone else it would have just sounded like the rustle of a wind in the trees or a leaf blowing about, but of course that was just what he would have wanted me to think. I envisaged now his triumphant smile, his sense of achievement, and smiled to myself. There was hardly any sound, just that faint, occasional, apparently casual rustle. I can't imitate the sound in writing, but it was rather like somebody turning over the pages of a newspaper, and that, of course, reminded me of how I'd first seen him, sitting there in the barber's shop, so insignificant, so innocent. A huge burning indignation swept over me at the thought of all the trouble he'd given me. What had I ever done to him? Who was he to hound me down like a criminal? What right had he to bring terror into my life? It would take me weeks to recover from that one evening, and my wife, God knows what she would be thinking. I had just reached the apex of these thoughts when I saw him. He was only a few feet away from me, the vaguest of shadows, but a sixth sense told me that it was him. He was sliding along like some dirty little sneak thief. I counted as he came nearer, giving him a certain number of steps to come level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7! I said out loud. Or I might even have shouted it, to startle him. Then I leapt forward and clutched him, and we went rolling to the ground. I had taken him completely by surprise. I was able to get my hands round his neck just where I wanted to. I knew exactly what to do. I'd read it all in considerable detail in a crime novel. I held my fingers firmly into the flesh of his neck, pressing my body hard down on him, and with my 2 thumbs I felt for the narrow stem of his windpipe. I'd got him. I knew I'd got him. I could feel him suddenly struggling convulsively like a drowning man. I maintained my grip, pressing tighter and tighter. I could feel my nails cutting into the flesh of his neck. I could hear the breath ebbing out of him. My stranglehold sank deeper and deeper. Then, suddenly, like an immense nightmare, the darkness seemed to swoop down on me, pouring over me in a gigantic wave of pain. Conscious of a helpless, detached sensation of bewilderment, I felt myself falling away, falling down into a deep, black oblivion. When I opened my eyes again, it was no longer dark, but bright daylight. I was no longer fighting for my life in a quiet back street, but lying in bed in a hospital ward, with sunshine pouring through a window and falling in great streaks across the white coverlet. There was a white-coated nurse sitting at a table in one corner. When she saw me open my eyes, she got up and came over. She was smiling. Somehow it warmed me through and through to see her smile. I felt I just wanted to lie back there and drowse away with everything big and white and peaceful, with the sunshine pouring in and the nurse smiling. But there was something stopping me, something small and hard pressing far away at the back of my mind. I didn't quite know what it was, and I couldn't quite express myself. I looked up beseechingly at the nurse. She smiled and bent down, putting a cool hand on my head. "It's all right, you just relax," she said. "You've had a nasty experience, a terrible shock, but you're going to be all right now. You just lie back and go to sleep again." But I couldn't go to sleep, I couldn't. She must have known that, I thought, irritably. I tried to tell her what I wanted with my eyes. I looked at her pleadingly, passionately, begging her to answer my unformed question. For a few moments she stood looking down at me, a puzzled line creasing her forehead. Then she seemed to understand. She gave a wide, reassuring smile. "Now, don't you worry. You've had a nasty shock. Some madman tried to strangle you. Your neck's been cut about a bit, but there's nothing permanently damaged. A week or 2 here, and we'll be able to pack you off home." I looked at her dumbly. I felt as if I were about to tumble over the edge of a terrifying precipice, which had climbed painfully and laboriously. I motioned her nearer, struggling to speak. The words came out at last, each one hurting the dry, swollen lining of my throat. "Please," I said, "please, bring me a mirror." The nurse hesitated, then nodded. She went over to the corner of the room and came back holding a large oval hand mirror. "There you are," she said soothingly. "Only some bandages round your neck. Nothing very frightening, is it?" But I didn't answer her. I looked in the mirror, and the face I saw was a familiar one. It was small and ugly, with protruding teeth and sunken eyes, and the head was bald and round, like a bullet.
The Earlier Service by Margaret Irwin. Mrs. Lacey and her eldest daughter Alice hurried through the diminutive gate that led from the rectory garden into the churchyard. Alice paused to call, "Jane, Father's gone on," under the window of her young sister's room. To her mother she added with a cluck of annoyance, "What a time she takes to dress." But Jane was sitting ready dressed for church in the window seat of her room. Close up to her window and a little to the right stood the square church tower with gargoyles at each corner. She could see them every morning as she lay in her bed at the left of the window, their monstrous necks stretched out as though they were trying to get into her room. The church bell stopped. Jane could hear the shuffle of feet as the congregation rose at the entrance of her father. Then came silence, and then the drone of the general confession. She jumped up, ran downstairs and into the churchyard. Right above her now hung the gargoyles, peering down at her. Behind them the sun was setting in clouds, soft and humid, as winter sunsets can only be in Somerset. She was standing in front of a tiny door studded with nails. The doorway was the oldest part of the church of Cloud Martin. It dated back to Saxon days, and the shriveled bits of blackened, leather-like stuff still clinging to some of the nails were said to be the skins of heathens flayed alive. Jane paused a moment, her hands held outwards and a little behind her. Her face was paler than it had been in her room. Her eyes were half shut, and her breath came a little quickly. But then, she had been running. With the same sudden movement that she had jumped from the window seat, she now jerked her hands forward, turned the great iron ring that served as a door handle, and stole into the church. The door opened into the corner just behind the rectory pew. She was late. Mrs. Lacey and Alice were standing up and chanting the monotone that had become a habitual and almost an unconscious part of their lives. Jane stole in, past her mother, and knelt for an instant, her red pigtail, bright symbol of an old-fashioned upbringing, flopping sideways onto the dark wood. "Please, God, don't let me be afraid. Don't let me be afraid." She whispered, then stood and repeated the responses in clear and precise tones, her eyes fixed on the long stone figure of the crusader against the wall in front of her. He was in chain armour. The mesh of mail surrounded his face like the coif of a nun, and a high crown-like helmet came low down on his brows. His feet rested against a small lion, which Jane, as a child, had always thought was his favourite dog that had followed him to the holy wars. His huge mailed hand grasped the pommel of his sword, drawn an inch or two from its scabbard. Jane gazed at him as though she would draw into herself all the watchful, stern repose of the sleeping giant. Behind the words of the responses, other words repeated themselves in her mind. "The knight is dust, his good sword rust, his soul is with the saints we trust." "But he is here," she told herself. "You can't really be afraid with him here." There came the sudden silence before the hymn, and she wondered what nonsense she had been talking to herself. She knew the words of the service too well. That was what it was. How could she ever attend to them? They settled down for the sermon, a safe 20 minutes at least, in the rector's remote and dreamlike voice. Jane's mind raced off at a tangent, almost painfully agile, yet confined always somewhere between the walls of the church. "You shouldn't think of other things in church" was a maxim that had been often repeated to her. In spite of it, she thought of more other things in those 2 Sunday services than in the whole of the week between. What a lot of other things other people must have thought of too in this church, she said to herself. The thought shifted and changed a little. There are lots of other things in this church. There are too many other things in this church. Oh, she mustn't say things like that to herself, or she would begin to be afraid again. She was not afraid yet, of course. She was not afraid. There was nothing to be afraid of. And if there were, the crusader was before her, his hand on his sword, ready to draw it at need. And what need could there be? Her mother was beside her, whose profile she could see without looking at it. She would never be disturbed, and by nothing. But at that moment, Mrs. Lacey shivered and glanced behind her at the little door by which Jane had entered. Jane passed her fur to her, but Mrs. Lacey shook her head. Presently she looked round again and kept her head turned for fully a minute. Jane watched her mother until the familiar home-trimmed hat turned again to the pulpit. She wondered then if her mother would indeed never be disturbed, and by nothing. She looked up at the crooked angel in the tiny window of medieval glass. His red halo was askew. His oblique face had been a friend since her childhood. A little flat-nosed face in the carving round the pillar grinned back at her, and all but winked. "How old are you?" asked Jane. 600 years odd, he replied. "Then you should know better than to wink in church, let alone always grinning." But he only sang to a ballad tune. "Oh, if you'd seen as much as I, it's often you would wink. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost." Already, now they would soon be outside again, out of the church for a whole safe week, but they would have to go through that door first. She waited anxiously till her father went up to the altar to give the blessing. After she was confirmed, she too would have to go up to the altar. She would have to go. Now her father was going. He took so long to get there. He seemed so much smaller and darker as he turned his back on the congregation. It was really impossible sometimes to see that he had on a white surplice at all. What was he going to do up there at the altar? What was that gleaming, pointed thing in his hand? Who was that little dark man going up to the altar? Her fingers closed tight on her prayer book as the figure turned round. "You idiot, of course it's Father. There! You can see it's Father." She stared at the benevolent and nutcracker face, distinct enough now to her for all the obscurity of the chancel. How much taller he seemed now he had turned round, and of course his surplice was white, quite white. What had she been seeing? "May the peace of God, which passeth all understanding." She wished she could kneel under the spell of those words forever. "Oh, yes," said the little flat-nosed face as she rose from her knees. "But you'd find it dull, you know." He was grinning atrociously. The two rectory girls filed out after their mother, who carefully fastened the last button on her glove before she opened the door, on which hung the skins of men that had been flayed alive. As she did so, she turned round and looked behind her, but went out without stopping. Jane almost ran after her and caught her arms. Mrs. Lacey was already taking off her gloves. "Were you looking round for Tom Elroy, Mother?" asked Alice. "No, dear, not specially. I thought Tom or someone had come up to our door, but the church does echo so. I think there must be a draught from that door. But it's funny. I only feel it just at the end of the evening service. You oughtn't to sit at the end of the pew then, and with your rheumatism. Janey, you always come in last. Why don't you sit at the end?" "I won't," snapped Jane. What's the matter, Jane?" asked her mother. "Why should I sit at the end of the pew? Why can't we move out of that pew altogether? I only wish we would." Nobody paid any attention to this final piece of blasphemy, for they had reached the lighted hall of the rectory by this time and were rapidly dispersing. Jane hung her coat and hat on the stand in the hall and went into the pantry to collect the cold meat and cheese. The maids were always out on Sunday evening. Alice was already making toast over the dining room fire. She looked up as the rector entered and remarked severely, "You shouldn't quote Latin in your sermons, Father. Nobody in the church understands it." "Nobody understands my sermons," said Mr. Lacey, "for nobody listens to them. So I may as well give myself the occasional pleasure of a Latin quotation, since only a dutiful daughter is likely to notice the lapse of manners. Alice, my dear, did I give out in church that next Friday is the last confirmation class?" "Friday?" cried Jane in the doorway with the cheese. "Next Friday the last class? Then the confirmation's next week?" "Of course it is. And high time too," said Alice, "seeing that you were 16 last summer. Only servant girls get confirmed after 16. That settled it then. In a spirit of gloomy resignation, Jane engulfed herself in an orange. There were bright stars above the church tower when she went to bed. She kept her head turned away as she drew the curtains, so that she should not see the gargoyles stretching their necks towards her window. Friday evening found Jane at the last confirmation class in the vestry with her father and 3 farmers' daughters, who talked in a curious mixture of broad Somerset and high school education, and knew the catechism a great deal better than Jane. After they had left, she followed closely at her father's elbow into the church to remove the hymn books and other vestiges of the choir practice that had taken place before the class. The lamp he carried made a little patch of light wherever they moved. The outlying walls of darkness shifted, but pressed hard upon it from different quarters. The rector was looking for his Plotinus, which he was certain he had put down somewhere in the church. He fumbled all over the rectory pew, while Jane tried on vain pretexts to drag him away. "I have looked in that corner. Thoroughly," she said. The rector sighed. "What shall I say, since truth is dead?" he inquired. "So far from looking in that corner, Jane, you kept your head turned resolutely away from it." "Did I? I suppose I was looking at the list of rectors. What a long one it is. And all dead. But you, Father?" He at once forgot Plotinus and left the rectory pew to pore with proud pleasure over the names that began with one Johannes de Martini and ended with his own. A remarkably persistent list. Only 2 real gaps, in the civil wars and in the 14th century. That was at the time of the Black Death, when there was no rector in this parish for many years. You see, Jane, 1349, and then there's no name till 1361. Giraldus ate velle. Do you remember when you were a little girl, very proud of knowing how to read, how you read through all the names to me, but refused to say that one? You said, "It is a dreadful name," and when I pressed you, you began to cry. "How silly. There's nothing dreadful in Giraldus ate velle," began Jane, but as she spoke, she looked around her. She caught at the rector's arm. "Father, there isn't anyone in the church beside us, is there?" "My dear child, of course not. What's the matter? You're not nervous, are you?" No, not really, but we can find the Plotinus much easier by daylight. Oh, and Father, don't let's go out by the little door. Let's pretend we're the general congregation and go out properly by the big door." She pulled him down the aisle, talking all the way until they were both in his study. "Father doesn't know," she said to herself. "He knows less than Mother. It's funny, when he would understand so much more." But he understood that she was troubled. He asked, "Don't you want to get confirmed, Jane?" And then, You mustn't be, if you don't want it." Jane grew frightened. There would be a great fuss if she backed out of it now after the very last class. Besides, there was the Crusader. Vague ideas of the initiation rites of knight and crusader crossed her mind in connection with the rite of confirmation. He had spent a night's vigil in a church, perhaps in this very church. One could never fear anything else after that. If only she didn't have to go right up to the altar at the communion service. But she wouldn't think of that. She told the rector that it was quite all right, really. And at this moment they reached the hall door and met Mrs. Lacey hurrying towards them with a letter from Hugh, now at Oxford, who was coming home for the vacation on Wednesday. He asks if he may bring an undergraduate friend for the first few days, a Mr. York, who is interested in old churches, and Hugh thinks he would like to see ours. He must be clever. It's such a pity Elizabeth's away. She's the only one who could talk to him. Of course, he will enjoy talking with you, Father dear, but men seem to expect girls too to be clever now. And just as Janie's confirmation is coming on, she isn't taking it seriously enough as it is. Mother, don't you want us to play dumb crambo like the last time Hugh brought friends down? Nonsense, said the rector hastily. Dumb crambo requires so much attention that it should promote seriousness in all things. I'm very glad the young man is coming, my love, and I will try my hardest to talk as cleverly as Elizabeth. He went upstairs with his wife and said in a low voice, I think Jane's worrying rather too much about her confirmation as it is. She seems quite jumpy sometimes. Oh, jumpy, yes, said Mrs. Lacey, as though she refused to consider jumpiness the right qualification for confirmation. The question of the curtains in the spare room, however, proved more immediately absorbing. Hugh, who preferred people to talk shop, introduced his friend's hobby the first evening at dinner. He goes grubbing over churches with a pencil and a bit of paper and finds things scratched on the walls and takes rubbings of them, and you call them graffiti. Now then, Father, any offers from our particular property? The rector didn't know of any specimens in his church. He asked what sorts of things were scratched on the walls. Oh, anything, said York. Texts, scraps of dog Latin, aphorisms. Once I found the beginning of a love song. When a monk or anyone who was doing a job in the church got bored, he'd begin to scratch words on the wall, just as one does on a seat or log or anything today. Only we nearly always write our names, and they hardly ever did. He showed some of the rubbings he had taken. Often, he explained, you couldn't see anything but a few vague scratches, and then in the rubbing they came out much clearer. The bottom of a pillar is a good place to look, he said, and corners, anywhere where they're not likely to be too plainly seen. There are some marks on the wall near our pew, said Jane, low down, nearly on the ground. He looked at her, pleased, and distinguishing her consciously for the first time from her rather sharp-voiced sister, he saw a gawky girl whose grave, beautiful eyes were marred by deep hollows under them, as though she didn't sleep enough. And Jane looked back with satisfaction at a pleasantly ugly, wide, good-humoured face. She showed him the marks next morning, both squatting on their heels beside the walls. Hugh had strolled in with them, declaring that they were certain to find nothing better than the names of the present choir boys, and had retired to the organ loft for an improvisation. York spread a piece of paper over the marks, and rubbed his pencil all over it and asked polite questions about the church. Was it as haunted as it should be? Jane, concerned for the honour of their church, replied that the villagers had sometimes seen lights in the windows at midnight, but York contemptuously dismissed that. Oh, you'd hear as much of any old church. He pulled out an electric torch and switched it on to the wall. It's been cut in much more deeply at the top, he remarked. I can read it even on the wall, he spelt out slowly. Nemo potest duobus dominis. That's a text from the Vulgate. It means no man can serve two masters. And did the same man write the rest underneath too? No, I should think that was written much later, about the end of the 14th century. Hartley will tell me exactly. He's a friend of mine in the British Museum, and I send him the rubbings, and he finds out all about them. He examined the sentence on the paper by his torch, while Hugh's improvisation sent horrible cacophonies reeling through the church. Latin again, and jolly bad monkish Latin, you know. Can't make out that word. Oh, well, it's an answer to the text above, I think. I say, this is the best find I've ever had. Look here, the first fellow wrote, no man can serve two masters, and then, about a century after, number 2 squats down and writes, well, as far as I can make it out, it's like this: show service, therefore, to the good, but cleave unto the evil. Remarkable sentiment for a priest to leave in his church, for I'd imagine only the priest would be educated enough to write it. Now, why did he say that, I wonder? Because evil is more interesting than good? Murmured Jane. You agree with him, then? What kind of evil? I don't know. It's just, don't you know how words and sentences stick in your head sometimes? It's as though I were always hearing it. Do you think you'll hear it tomorrow? Asked York maliciously. He had been told that tomorrow was the day of her confirmation. She tried to jump up, but as she was cramped from squatting so long on her heels, she only sat down instead, and they both burst out laughing. I'm sorry, said York. I didn't mean to be offensive. But I'd like to know what's bothering you. What do you mean? Oh, you know. But never mind. I dare say you can't say. This at once caused an unusual flow of speech from Jane. Why should evil be interesting, she gasped. It isn't in real life. When the servants steal the spoons and the villagers quarrel with their neighbours. Mrs. Elroy came round to father in a fearful stew the other day because old Mrs. Croft had made a mawkin of her. Oh, what? An image, you know, out of clay, and she was sticking pins in it. And Mrs. Elroy declared she knew every time a pin had gone in because she felt a stab right through her body. What did your father say? He said it was sciatica, but she wouldn't believe it. And he had to go round to Mrs. Croft and talk about Christmas peace and goodwill, but she only leered and yammered at him in the awful way she does. And then Alice said that Christmas blessings only come to those who live at peace with their neighbours. And Mrs. Croft knew that the blessings meant puddings, so she took out the pins and let the mawkin be. And Mrs. Elroy hasn't felt any more stabs. Mrs. Croft is a proper witch, then? York stood up, looking rather curiously at her shining eyes. Cloud Martin has always been a terrible bad parish for witches, said Jane proudly. You find that form of evil interesting, he said. Jane was puzzled and abashed by his tone. She peered at the wall again and thought she could make out another mark underneath the others. York quickly took a rubbing and, examining the paper, found it to be one word only, and probably of the same date as the last sentence, which had caused so much discussion about evil. Mama? I have it. Maneo. I remain, that's all. I remain? Who remains? Why, it's the same I who advises us to cleave to evil, remembering perhaps that it hadn't been said then that the evil men do lives after them. She looked at him with startled eyes. He thought she was a nice child, but took things too seriously. Hugh's attempts at jazz on the organ had faded away. As Jane and York left the church by the little door, they met him coming out through the vestry. Lots of luck, said York, handing him the paper. Did you turn on the verger or anyone to look as well? No, why? Aren't the family enough for you? Rather. I was only wondering what that little man was doing by the door as we went out. You must have seen him too, he said, turning to Jane. He was quite close to us. But as she stared at him, he wished he had not spoken. Must have been the organist, said Hugh, who was looking back at the church tower. Do you like gargoyles, York? There's rather a pretty one up there of a devil eating a child. See it? On the Sunday communion after the confirmation, the day of her first communion, Jane rose early, dressed by candlelight, met her mother and sister in the hall and followed them through the raw, uncertain darkness of the garden and churchyard. The chancel windows were lighted up. The gargoyles on the church tower could just be seen, their distorted shapes a deeper black against the dark sky. Jane slipped past her mother at the end of the pew. Except for the lights in the chancel and the one small lamp that hung over the middle aisle, the church was dark, and one couldn't see who was there. Mr. Lacey was already in the chancel, and the service began. Jane had been to this service before, but never when the morning was dark like this. Perhaps that was what made it so different, for it was different. Her father was doing such odd things up there at the altar. Why was he pacing backwards and forwards so often and waving his hands in that funny way? And what was he saying? She couldn't make out the words. She must have completely lost the place. She tried to find it in her prayer book, but the words to which she was listening gave her no clue. She couldn't recognize them at all, and presently she realized that not only were the words unknown to her, but so was the language in which they were spoken. Alice's rebuke came back to her. You shouldn't quote Latin in your sermons, Father. But this wasn't a sermon. It was the communion service. Only in the Roman Catholic Church would they have the communion service in Latin, and then it would be the Mass. Was Father holding Mass? He would be turned out of the church for being Roman. It was bewildering. It was dreadful. But her mother didn't seem to notice anything. Did she notice that there were other people up there at the altar? There was a brief pause. People came out of the darkness behind her and went up to the chancel. Mrs. Lacey slipped out of the pew and joined them. Jane sat back and let her sister go past her. You aren't coming, Janie? Whispered Alice as she passed. Jane nodded, but she sat still. She had let her mother and sister leave her. She stared at the two rows of dark figures standing in the chancel behind the row of those who knelt. She couldn't see her mother and sister among them. She could see no one whom she knew. She dared not look again at the figures by the altar, and kept her head bowed. The last time she had looked, there had been two others standing by her father. That is, if that little dark figure had indeed been her father. If she looked now, would she see him there? Her head bent lower and sank into her hands. Instead of the one low voice murmuring the words of the sacrament, a muffled chant of many voices came from the chancel. She heard the scuffle of feet, but no steps came past her down into the church again. What were they doing up there? At last, she had to look, and she saw that the two rows were standing facing each other across the chancel instead of each behind the other. She tried to distinguish their faces, to recognize even one that she knew. Presently, she became aware that why she couldn't do this was because they had no faces. The figures all wore dark cloaks with hoods, and there were blank white spaces under the hoods. It's possible, she said to herself, that those are masks. She formed the words in her mind deliberately. and with precision, as though not to distract her attention, for she felt in danger of screaming aloud with terror, and whatever happened, she must not draw on her the attention of those waiting figures. She knew now that they were waiting for her to go up to the altar. She might slip out by the little door and escape, if only she dared to move. She stood up and saw the Crusader lying before her, armed, on guard, his sword half drawn from its scabbard. Her breath was choking her. "Crusader, Crusader, rise and help me!" She prayed very fast in her mind, but the Crusader stayed motionless. She must go out by herself. With a blind rushing movement, she threw herself onto the little door, dragged it open, and got outside. Mrs. Lacey and Alice thought that Jane, wishing for solitude, must have returned from the communion table to some other pew. Only Mr. Lacey knew that she had not come up to the communion table at all, and it troubled him still more when she didn't appear at breakfast. Alice thought she'd gone for a walk. Mrs. Lacey said in her vague, late Victorian way that she thought it only natural Jane should wish to be alone for a little. I should say it was decidedly more natural that she should wish for sausages and coffee after being up for an hour on a raw December morning, said her husband with unusual asperity. It was York who found her, half an hour later, walking very fast through the fields. He took her hands, which felt frozen, and as he looked into her face, he said, "Look here, this won't do. What are you so frightened of?" And then broke off his questions, told her not to bother to try and speak, but come back to breakfast, and half pulled her with him through the thick, slimy mud back to the rectory. Suddenly she began to tell him that the early service that morning had all been different. The people, their clothes, even the language. It was all quite different. He thought over what she stammered out, and wondered if she could somehow have had the power to go back in time and see and hear the Latin Mass as it used to be said in that church. The old Latin Mass wasn't a horrible thing, was it? Jane, your father's daughter, needn't ask that. No, I see. Then it wasn't the Mass I saw this morning. It was... She spoke very low, so that he could hardly catch the words. There was something horrible going on up there by the altar, and they were waiting for me. Her hand trembled under his arm. He thrust it down into his pocket on the pretext of warming it. It seemed to him monstrous that this nice, straightforward little schoolgirl, whom he liked best of the family, should be hag-ridden like this. That evening, he wrote a long letter to his antiquarian friend Hartley, enclosing the pencil rubbings he had taken of the words scratched on the wall by the rectory pew. On Monday, he was leaving them to go and look at other churches in Somerset. He looked hard at Jane as he said goodbye. She seemed to have completely forgotten whatever it was that had so distressed her the day before, and at breakfast had been the jolliest of the party. But when she felt York's eyes upon her, the laughter died out of hers. She said, but not as though she had intended to say it, "You will come back for Wednesday?" "Why, what happens on Wednesday?" It is full moon then?" "That's not this Wednesday then, it must be Wednesday week. Why do you want me to come back then?" She could give no answer to that. She turned self-conscious and began an out-of-date jazz song about a Wednesday week down in old Bengal. It was plain she didn't know why she'd said it, but he promised himself that he would come back by then, and asked Mrs. Lacey if he might look them up again on his way home. In the intervening 10 days, he was able to piece together some surprising information from Hartley, which seemed to throw a light on the inscriptions he had made at Cloud Martin. In the reports of certain trials for sorcery in the year 1474, one Giraldus Atewele, priest of the parish of Cloud Martin in Somerset, confessed under torture to having held the Black Mass in his church at midnight on the very altar where he administered the Blessed Sacrament on Sundays. This was generally done on a Wednesday or Thursday, the chief days of the witches' Sabbath, when they happened to fall on the night of the full moon. The priest would then enter the church by the little side door, and from the darkness in the body of the church, those villagers who had followed his example and sworn themselves to Satan would come up and join him, one by one, hooded and masked, that none might recognize the other. He was charged with having secretly decoyed young children in order to kill them on the altar as a sacrifice to Satan, and he was finally charged with attempting to murder a young virgin for that purpose. All the accused made free confessions towards the end of their trial, especially in as far as they implicated other people. All, however, were agreed on a certain strange incident, that just as the priest was about to cut the throat of the girl in the altar, the tomb of the Crusader opened, and the knight who had lain there for 2 centuries arose and came upon them with drawn sword, so that they scattered and fled through the church, leaving the girl unharmed on the altar. With these reports from Hartley in his pocket, York travelled back on the Wednesday week by slow cross-country trains that managed to miss their connections and land him at Little Borridge, the station for Cloud Martin, at 10:15. The village cab had broken down. There was no other car to be had at that hour. It was a 6-mile walk up to the rectory. There was a station hotel where it would be far more reasonable to spend the night and finish his journey next morning. Yet York refused to consider this alternative. All through the maddening and uncertain journey, he had kept saying to himself, "I shall be late," though he didn't know. For what? He had promised Jane he would be back this Wednesday, and back he must be. He left his luggage at the station and walked up. It was the night of the full moon, but the sky was so covered with cloud as to be almost dark. Once or twice he missed his way in following the elaborate instructions of the station master, and had to retrace his steps a little. It was hard on 12 o'clock when at last he saw the square tower of Cloud Martin Church, a solid blackness against the flying clouds. He walked up to the little gate into the churchyard. There was a faint light from the chancel windows, and he thought he heard voices chanting. He paused to listen, and then he was certain of it, for he could hear the silence when they stopped. It might have been a minute or 5 minutes later that he heard the most terrible shriek he had ever imagined, though faint, coming as it did from the closed church, and knew it for Jane's voice. He ran up to the little door and heard the scream again and again. As he broke through the door, he heard it cry, "Crusader! Crusader!" The church was in utter darkness. There was no light in the chancel. He had to fumble in his pockets for his electric torch. The screams had stopped, and the whole place was silent. He flashed his torch right and left and saw a figure lying huddled against the altar. He knew that it was Jane. In an instant, he had reached her. Her eyes were open, looking at him, but they didn't know him, and she didn't seem to understand him when he spoke. In a strange, rough accent of broad Somerset that he could scarcely distinguish, she said, "It was my body on the altar."
Lazarus by Leonid Andreyev. When Lazarus left the grave, where for 3 days and 3 nights he had been under the enigmatical sway of death, and returned alive to his dwelling, for a long time no one noticed him in those sinister things which made his name a terror as time went on. Gladdened by the sight of him who had been returned to life, those near to him made much of him, and satisfied their burning desire to serve him in solicitude for his food and drink and garments. They dressed him gorgeously, and when, like a bridegroom in his bridal clothes, he sat again among them at table, and ate and drank, they wept with tenderness. And they summoned the neighbours to look at him who had risen miraculously from the dead. These came and shared the joy of the hosts. Strangers from far-off towns and hamlets came and adored the miracle in tempestuous words. The house of Mary and Martha was like a beehive. Whatever was found new in Lazarus's face and gestures was thought to be some trace of a grave illness and of the shocks recently experienced. Evidently, the destruction wrought by death on the corpse was only arrested by the miraculous power, but its effects were still apparent. And what death had succeeded in doing with Lazarus's face and body was like an artist's unfinished sketch seen under thin glass. On Lazarus's temples, under his eyes, and in the hollows of his cheeks, lay a deep and cadaverous blueness. Cadaverously blue also were his long fingers, and around his fingernails, grown long in the grave, the blue had become purple and dark.
On his lips, swollen in the grave, the skin had burst in places, and thin reddish cracks were formed, shining as though covered with transparent mica. He had grown stout. His body, puffed up in the grave, retained its monstrous size and showed those frightful swellings in which one sensed the presence of the rank liquid of decomposition. But the heavy corpse-like odour which penetrated Lazarus's grave clothes and, it seemed, his very body, soon entirely disappeared. The blue spots on his face and hands grew paler, and the reddish cracks closed up, although they never disappeared altogether. That is how Lazarus looked when he appeared before people, in his second life, but his face looked natural to those who had seen him in the coffin. In addition to the changes in his appearance, Lazarus's temper seemed to have undergone a transformation, but this had attracted no attention. Before his death, Lazarus had always been cheerful and carefree, fond of laughter and a merry joke. It was because of this brightness and cheerfulness, with not a touch of malice and darkness, that the master had grown so fond of him. But now Lazarus had grown grave and taciturn. He never jested, nor responded with laughter to other people's jokes, and the words which he very infrequently uttered were the plainest, most ordinary and necessary words, as deprived of depth and significance as those sounds which the animals express pain and pleasure, thirst and hunger. They were the words that one can say all one's life, and yet they give no indication of what pains and gladdens the depths of the soul. Thus, with the face of a corpse which for 3 days had been under the heavy sway of death, dark and taciturn, already appallingly transformed, but still unrecognized by anyone in his new self, he was sitting at the feast table among friends and relatives, and his gorgeous nuptial garments glittered with yellow gold and bloody scarlet. Broad waves of jubilation, now soft, now tempestuously sonorous, surged around him. Warm glances of love were reaching out for his face, still cold with the coldness of the grave, and a friend's warm palm caressed his blue, heavy hand. Music played, the tympanum and the pipe, the cithara and the harp. It was as though bees hummed, grasshoppers chirped, and birds warbled over the happy house of Mary and Martha. One of the guests incautiously lifted the veil. By a thoughtless word he broke the serene charm and uncovered the truth in all its naked ugliness. Ere the thought formed itself in his mind, his lips uttered with a smile, "Why don't you tell us what happened yonder?" All grew silent, startled by the question. It was as if it occurred to them only now that for 3 days Lazarus had been dead, and they looked at him, anxiously awaiting his answer. But Lazarus kept silence. You do not wish to tell us," wondered the man. "Is it so terrible yonder?" And again his thought came after his words. Had it been otherwise, he would not have asked this question, which at that very moment oppressed his heart with its unsufferable horror. Uneasiness seized all present, and with a feeling of heavy weariness they awaited Lazarus's words. But he was sternly and coldly silent, and his eyes were lowered. As if for the first time they noticed the frightful blueness of his face and his repulsive obesity. On the table, as if forgotten by Lazarus, rested his bluish-purple wrist, and to this all eyes turned, as if it were from it that the awaited answer was to come. The musicians were still playing, but now the silence reached them too, and even as water extinguishes scattered embers, so were their merry tones extinguished in the silence. The pipe grew silent, the voices of the sonorous tympanum and the murmuring harp died away, and as if the strings were burst, the cithara answered with a tremulous, broken note. Silence. "You do not wish to say," repeated the guest, unable to check his chattering tongue. But the stillness remained unbroken, and the bluish-purple hand rested motionless. And then he stirred slightly, and everyone felt relieved. He lifted up his eyes, and lo, straightway embracing everything in one heavy glance, fraught with weariness and horror, He looked at them. Lazarus, who had risen from the dead. It was the third day since Lazarus had left the grave. Ever since then, many had experienced the pernicious power of his eye, but neither those who were crushed by it forever, nor those who found the strength to resist it in the primordial sources of life, which is as mysterious as death, never could they explain the horror which lay motionless in the depth of his black pupils. Lazarus looked calmly and simply, with no desire to conceal anything, but also with no intention to say anything. He looked coldly, as one who is infinitely indifferent to those alive. Many carefree people came close to him without noticing him, and only later did they learn with astonishment and fear who that calm, stout man was that walked slowly by, almost touching them with his gorgeous and dazzling garments. The sun did not cease shining when he was looking, nor did the fountain hush its murmur, and the sky overhead remained cloudless and blue. But the man, under the spell of his enigmatical look, heard no more the fountain, and saw not the sky overhead. Sometimes he wept bitterly, sometimes he tore his hair and in a frenzy called for help, but more often it came to pass that apathetically and quietly he began to die. And so he languished many years before everybody's eyes, wasted away, colourless, flabby, dull, like a tree silently drying up in a stony soil. And of those who gazed at him, the one who wept madly sometimes felt again the stir of life, the others never. "So, you do not wish to tell us what you have seen yonder?" repeated the man. But now his voice was impassive and dull, and deadly grey weariness showed in Lazarus's eyes, and deadly grey weariness covered like dust all the faces. And with dull amazement the guests stared at each other, and did not understand wherefore they had gathered here and sat at the rich table. The talk ceased. They thought it was time to go home, but could not overcome the weariness which glued their muscles, and they kept on sitting there, yet apart and torn away from each other, like pale fires scattered over a dark field. But the musicians were paid to play, and again they took their instruments, and again tunes full of studied mirth and studied sorrow began to flow and to rise. They unfolded the customary melody, but the guests hearkened in dull amazement. Already they knew not why it is necessary and why it is well that people should pluck strings, inflate their cheeks, blow in thin pipes, and produce a bizarre, many-voiced noise. "What bad music," said someone. The musicians took offence and left. Following them, the guests left, one after another, for night was already come. And when placid darkness encircled them, and they began to breathe with more ease, suddenly Lazarus's image loomed up before each one in formidable radiance, the blue face of a corpse, grave clothes, gorgeous and resplendent, a cold look in the depths of which lay motionless an unknown horror. As though petrified, they were standing far apart, and darkness enveloped them. But in the darkness blazed brighter and brighter the supernatural vision of him who for 3 days had been under the enigmatical sway of death. For 3 days he had been dead. Thrice had the sun risen and set, but he had been dead. And now he is again among them, touches them, looks at them, and through the black discs of his pupils, as though darkened glass, stares the unknowable yonder. No one was taking care of Lazarus, for no friends, no relatives were left to him, and the great desert which encircled the holy city came near the very threshold of his dwelling, and the desert entered his house and stretched on his couch like a wife and extinguished the fires. No one
was taking care of Lazarus. One after the other, his sisters Mary and Martha forsook him. For a long while Martha was loath to abandon him, for she knew not who would feed him and pity him. She wept and prayed. But one night, when the wind was roaming in the desert, and with a hissing sound the cypresses were bending over the roof, she dressed noiselessly and secretly left the house. Lazarus probably heard the door slam. It banged against the side post under the gusts of the desert wind, but he did not rise to go out and look at her that was abandoning him. All the night long the cypresses hissed over his head and plaintively thumped the door, letting in the cold, greedy desert. Like a leper, he was shunned by everyone, and it was proposed to tie a bell to his neck, as is done with lepers, to warn people against sudden meetings. But someone remarked, growing frightfully pale, that it would be too horrible if by night the moaning of Lazarus's bell was suddenly heard under the pillows, and so the project was abandoned. And since he did not take care of himself, he would probably have starved to death had not the neighbours brought him food in fear of something that they sensed but vaguely. The food was brought to him by children. They were not afraid of Lazarus, nor did they mock him with naive cruelty, as children are wont to do with the wretched and miserable. They were indifferent to him, and Lazarus answered them with the same coldness. He had no desire to caress the little black curls and to look into their innocent, shining eyes. Given to time and to the desert, his house was crumbling down, and long since had his famished goats wandered away to the neighbouring pastures. His bridal garments became threadbare. Ever since that happy day when the musicians played, he had worn them unaware of the difference of the new and the worn. The bright colours grew dull and faded. Vicious dogs and the sharp thorns of the desert turned the tender fabric into rags. By day, when the merciless sun slew all things alive, and even scorpions sought shelter under stones and writhed there in a mad desire to sting, he sat motionless under the sun's rays, his blue face and the uncouth bushy beard lifted up, bathing in the fiery flood. When people still talked to him, he was once asked, "Poor Lazarus, does it please you to sit thus and to stare at the sun?" And he had answered, "Yes, it does." So strong, it seemed, was the cold of his 3 days' grave, so deep the darkness, that there was no heat on earth to warm Lazarus, nor a splendour that could brighten the darkness of his eyes. That is what came to the mind of those who spoke to Lazarus, and with a sigh they left him. And when the scarlet flattened globe would lower, Lazarus would set out for the desert and walk straight toward the sun, as if striving to reach it. He always walked straight toward the sun, and those who tried to follow him and to spy upon what he was doing at night in the desert retained in their memory the black silhouette of a tall, stout man against the red background of an enormous flattened disk. Night pursued them with her horrors, and so they did not learn of Lazarus's doings in the desert, but the vision of the black on red was forever branded on their brains. Just as a beast with a splinter in its eye furiously rubs its muzzle with its paws, so they too foolishly rubbed their eyes. But what Lazarus had given was indelible, and death alone could efface it. But there were people who lived far away who never saw Lazarus and knew of him only by report. With daring curiosity, which is stronger than fear and feeds upon it, with hidden mockery, they would come to Lazarus, who was sitting in the sun, and enter into conversation with him. By this time Lazarus's appearance had changed for the better, and was not so terrible. The first minute they snapped their fingers and thought of how stupid the inhabitants of the holy city were. But when the short talk was over, and they started homeward, their looks were such that the inhabitants of the holy city recognized them at once, and said, "Look, there is one more fool on whom Lazarus has set his eye." And they shook their heads regretfully, and lifted up their arms. There came brave, intrepid warriors with tinkling weapons.
Happy youths came with laughter and song. Busy tradesmen jingling their money ran in for a moment, and haughty priests leaned their croziers against Lazarus's door, and they were all strangely changed as they came back. The same terrible shadow swooped down upon their souls and gave a new appearance to the old familiar world. Those who still had the desire to speak expressed their feelings thus. All things tangible and visible grew hollow, light and transparent, similar to lightsome shadows in the darkness of the night. For that great darkness which holds the whole cosmos was dispersed neither by the sun nor the moon and the stars, but like an immense black shroud enveloped the earth, and like a mother embraced it. It penetrated all the bodies, iron and stone, and the particles of the bodies, having lost their ties, grew lonely. And it penetrated into the depth of the particles, and the particles became lonely. For that great void, which encircles the cosmos, was not filled by things visible, neither by the sun, nor by the moon and the stars, but reigned, unrestrained, penetrating everywhere, severing body from body, particle from particle. In the void, hollow trees spread hollow roots, threatening a fantastic fall. Temples, palaces, and houses loomed up, and they were hollow. And in the void men moved about restlessly, but they were light and hollow, like shadows. For time was no more, and the beginning of all things came near their end. The building was still being built, and builders were still hammering away, and its ruins were already seen, and the void in its place. The man was still being born, but already funeral candles were burning at his head, and now they were extinguished, and there was the void in place of the man and of the funeral candles. And wrapped by void and darkness, the man in despair trembled in the face of the horror of the infinite. Thus spake the men who had still a desire to speak, but surely much more could those have told who wished not to speak, and died in silence. At that time there lived in Rome a renowned sculptor. In clay, marble, and bronze he wrought bodies of gods and men, and such was their beauty that people called them immortal. But he himself was discontented, and asserted that there was something even more beautiful that he could not embody either in marble or in bronze. I have not yet gathered the glimmers of the moon, nor have I my fill of sunshine, he was wont to say, and there is no soul in my marble, no life in my beautiful bronze. And when on moonlight nights he slowly walked along the road, crossing the black shadows of cypresses, his white tunic glittering in the moonshine, those who met him would laugh in a friendly way and say, "Are you going to gather moonshine, Aurelius? Why then did you not fetch baskets?" And he would answer, laughing and pointing to his eyes, "Here are the baskets wherein I gathered the sheen of the moon and the glimmer of the sun." And so it was. The moon glimmered in his eyes and the sun sparkled therein, but he could not translate them into marble, and therein lay the serene tragedy of his life. He was descended from an ancient patrician race, had a good wife and children, and suffered from no want. When the obscure rumour about Lazarus reached him, he consulted his wife and friends, and undertook the far journey to Judea to see him who had miraculously risen from the dead. He was somewhat weary in those days, and he hoped that the road would sharpen his blunted senses. What was said of Lazarus did not frighten him. He had pondered much over death, did not like it, but he disliked also those who confused it with life. In this life are life and beauty, thought he. Beyond is death, and enigmatical, and there is no better thing for a man to do than to delight in life and the beauty of all things living. He had even a vainglorious desire to convince Lazarus of the truth of his own view and restore his soul to life as his body had been restored. This seemed so much easier because the rumours, shy and strange, did not render the whole truth about Lazarus, and but vaguely warned against something frightful. Lazarus had just risen from the stone in order to follow the sun, which was setting in the desert, when a rich Roman, attended by an armed slave, approached him, and addressed him in a sonorous voice, "Lazarus!" And Lazarus beheld a superb face, lit with glory and arrayed in fine clothes and precious stones sparkling in the sun. The red light lent to the Roman's face and head the appearance of gleaming bronze. That, also, Lazarus noticed. He resumed obediently his place and lowered his weary eyes. "Yes, you are ugly, my poor Lazarus," quietly said the Roman, playing with his golden chain. "You are even horrible, my poor friend, and death was not lazy that day when you fell so heedlessly into his hands. But you are stout, and, as the great Caesar used to say, fat people are not ill-tempered. To tell the truth, I don't understand why men fear you. Permit me to spend the night in your house. The hour is late, and I have no shelter." Never had anyone asked Lazarus's hospitality. "I have no bed," said he. "I am somewhat of a soldier and can sleep sitting," the Roman answered. "We shall build a fire." "I have no fire." "Then we shall have our talk in the darkness like two friends." "I think you will find a bottle of wine." "I have no wine." The Roman laughed. "Now I see why you are so sombre and dislike your second life. No wine? Why then, we shall do without it. There are words that make the head go round better than the Falernian." By a sign he dismissed the slave, and they remained alone. And again the sculptor started speaking, but it was as if, together with the setting sun, life had left his words, and they grew pale and hollow, as if they staggered on unsteady feet, as if they slipped and fell down, drunk with the heavy lees of weariness and despair, and black chasms grew up between the words, like far-off hints of the great void and the great darkness. "Now I am your guest, and you will not be unkind to me, Lazarus," said he. "Hospitality is the duty even of those who for 3 days were dead. 3 days, I was told, you rested in the grave. There it must be cold, and thence comes your ill habit of going without fire and wine. As to me, I like fire. It grows dark here so rapidly. The lines of your eyebrows and forehead are quite interesting. They're like ruins of strange palaces buried in ashes after an earthquake. But why do you wear such ugly and queer garments? I have seen bridegrooms in your country, and they wear such clothes. Are they not funny and terrible? But are you a bridegroom?" The sun had already disappeared. A monstrous black shadow came running from the east. It was as if gigantic bare feet began rumbling on the sand, and the wind sent a cold wave along the backbone. "In the darkness you seem still larger, Lazarus, as if you have grown stouter in these moments. Do you feed on darkness, Lazarus? I would fain have a little fire, at least a little fire, a little fire. I feel somewhat chilly. Your nights are so barbarously cold. Were it not so dark, I should say that you were looking at me, Lazarus. Yes, it seems to me you are looking. Why, you are looking at me. I feel it, but there you are smiling." Night came and filled the air with heavy blackness. "How well it will be when the sun will rise tomorrow anew. I'm a great sculptor, you know. That is how my friends call me. I create. Yes, that's the word. But I need daylight. I give life to the cold marble. I melt sonorous bronze in fire, in bright hot fire. Why did you touch me with your hand?" "Come," said Lazarus. "You are my guest." They went to the house. And a long night enveloped the earth. The slave, seeing that his master did not come, went to seek him when the sun was already high in the sky, and he beheld his master side by side with Lazarus. In profound silence they were sitting right under the dazzling and scorching rays of the sun, and looking upward. The slave began to weep and cried out, "My master! What has befallen you, master?" The very same day the sculptor left for Rome. On the way Aurelius was pensive and taciturn, staring attentively at everything, the men, the ship, the sea, as if trying to retain something. On the high sea a storm burst upon them, and all through it Aurelius stayed on the deck and eagerly scanned the seas looming near and sinking with a dull boom. At home his friends were frightened at the change which had taken place in Aurelius, but he calmed them, saying meaningly, "I have found it. and without changing the dusty clothes he wore on his journey, he fell to work, and the marble obediently resounded under his sonorous hammer. Long and eagerly he worked, admitting no one, until one morning he announced that the work was ready, and ordered his friends to be summoned, severe critics and connoisseurs of art, and to meet them he put on bright and gorgeous garments that glittered with yellow gold and scarlet byssus. "Here is my work," said he thoughtfully. His friends glanced, and a shadow of profound sorrow covered their faces. It was something monstrous, deprived of all the lines and shapes familiar to the eye, but not without a hint at some new, strange image. On a thin, crooked twig, or rather on an ugly likeness of a twig, rested askew a blind, ugly, shapeless, outspread mass of something utterly and inconceivably distorted, a mad heap of wild and bizarre fragments, all feebly and vainly striving to part from one another, and, as if by chance, beneath one of the wildly rent salients, a butterfly was chiselled with divine skill, all airy loveliness, delicacy and beauty, with transparent wings, which seemed to tremble with an impotent desire to take flight. "Wherefore this wonderful butterfly, Aurelius?" said somebody falteringly. But it was necessary to tell the truth, and one of his friends who loved him best said firmly, This is ugly, my poor friend. It must be destroyed. Give me the hammer." And with 2 strokes he broke the monstrous mass into pieces, leaving only the infinitely delicate butterfly untouched. From that time on, Aurelius created nothing. With profound indifference he looked at marble and bronze, and on his former divine works where everlasting beauty rested. With the purpose of arousing his former fervent passion for work and awakening his deadened soul, his friends took him to see other artists' beautiful works, but he remained indifferent as before, and the smile did not warm up his tightened lips, and only after listening to lengthy talks about beauty he would retort wearily and indolently, "But all this is a lie." By day, when the sun was shining, he went into his magnificent, skilfully built garden, and having found a place without shadow, he exposed his bare head to the glare and heat. Red and white butterflies fluttered around. From the crooked lips of a drunken satyr, water streamed down with a splash into a marble cistern, but he sat motionless and silent, like a pallid reflection of him who, in the far-off distance, at the very gate of the stony desert, sat under the fiery sun. And now it came to pass that the great deified Augustus himself summoned Lazarus. The imperial messengers dressed him gorgeously in solemn nuptial clothes, as if time had legalized them, and he was to remain until his very death the bridegroom of an unknown bride. It was as if an old rotting coffin had been gilded and furnished with new gay tassels, and men, all in trim and bright attire, rode after him, as if in bridal procession indeed, and those foremost trumpeted loudly, bidding people to clear the way for the emperor's messengers. But Lazarus's way was deserted. His native land cursed the hateful name of him who had miraculously risen from the dead, and people scattered at the very news of his appalling approach. The solitary voice of the brass trumpet sounded in the motionless air, and the wilderness alone responded with its languid echo. Then Lazarus went by sea, and his was the most magnificently arrayed and the most mournful ship that ever mirrored itself in the azure waves of the Mediterranean Sea. Many were the travellers abroad, but like a tomb was the ship, all silence and stillness, and the despairing water sobbed at the steep, proudly curved prow. All alone sat Lazarus, exposing his head to the blaze of the sun, silently listening to the murmur and splash of the wavelets. And afar seamen and messengers were sitting, a vague group of weary shadows. Had the thunder burst and the wind attacked the red sails, the ships would probably have perished, for none of those aboard had either the will or the strength to struggle for life. With a supreme effort, some mariners would reach the board and eagerly scan the blue, transparent deep, hoping to see the Naiad's pink shoulder flash in the hollow of an azure wave, or a drunken gay centaur dash along and in frenzy splash the wave with his hoof. But the sea was like a wilderness, and the deep was dumb and deserted. With utter indifference, Lazarus set his feet on the street of the eternal city, as if all her wealth, all the magnificence of her palaces built by giants, all the resplendence, beauty, and music of her refined life were but the echo of the wind in the desert quicksand. Chariots were dashing, and along the streets were moving crowds of strong, fair, proud builders of the eternal city and haughty participants in her life. A song sounded. Fountains and women laughed a pearly laughter. Drunken philosophers harangued, and the sober listened to them with a smile. Hoofs struck the stone pavements, and surrounded by cheerful noise, a stout, heavy man was moving, a cold spot of silence and despair, and on his way he sowed disgust, anger, and vague gnawing weariness. Who dares to be sad in Rome? The citizens wondered indignantly and frowned. In 2 days, the entire city already knew all about him who had miraculously risen from the dead, and shunned him shyly. But some daring people there were who wanted to test their strength, and Lazarus obeyed their imprudent summons. Kept busy by state affairs, the emperor constantly delayed the reception, and 7 days did he who had risen from the dead go about visiting others. And Lazarus came to a cheerful Epicurean, and the host met him with laughter. "Drink, Lazarus, drink," he shouted. "Would not Augustus laugh to see you drunk?" And half-naked drunken women laughed, and rose petals fell on Lazarus's blue hands. But then the Epicurean looked into Lazarus's eyes, and his gaiety ended forever. Drunkard remained he for the rest of his life. Never did he drink, yet forever was he drunk. But instead of the gay reverie which wine brings with it, frightful dreams began to haunt him, the sole food of his stricken spirit. Day and night he lived the poisonous vapours of his nightmares, and death itself was not more frightful than its raving, monstrous forerunners. And Lazarus came to a youth and his beloved, who loved each other and were most beautiful in their passions. Proudly and strongly embracing his love, the youth said with serene regret, "Look at us, Lazarus, and share our joy. Is there anything stronger than love?" And Lazarus looked. And for the rest of their life they kept loving each other, but their passion grew gloomy and joyless, like those funereal cypresses whose roots feed on the decay of graves, and whose black summits in a still evening hour seek in vain to reach the sky. Thrown by the unknown forces of life into each other's embraces, they mingled tears with kisses, voluptuous pleasures with pain, and they felt themselves doubly slaves, obedient slaves to life, and patient servants of the silent nothingness. Ever united, ever severed, they blazed like sparks, and like sparks, lost themselves in the boundless dark. And Lazarus came to a haughty sage, and the sage said to him, "I know all the horrors you can reveal to me. Is there anything you can frighten me with?" But before long, the sage felt that the knowledge of horror was far from being the horror itself, and that the vision of death was not death. And he felt that wisdom and folly are equal before the face of infinity, for infinity knows them not. And it vanished, the dividing line between knowledge and ignorance, truth and falsehood, top and bottom, and the shapeless thought hung suspended in the void. Then the sage clutched his grey head and cried out frantically, "I cannot think! I cannot think!" Thus, under the indifferent glance for him who miraculously had risen from the dead, perished everything that asserts life, its significance and joys. And it was suggested that it was dangerous to let him see the emperor, that it was better to kill him, and having buried him secretly, to tell the emperor that he had disappeared no one knew whither. Already swords were being whetted, and youths devoted to the public welfare prepared for the murder, when Augustus ordered Lazarus to be brought before him next morning, thus destroying the cruel plans. If there was no way of getting rid of Lazarus, at least it was possible to soften the terrible impression his face produced. With this in view, skilful painters, barbers, and artists were summoned, and all night long they were busy over Lazarus's head. They cropped his beard, curled it, and gave it a tidy, agreeable appearance. By means of paints they concealed the corpse-like blueness of his hands and face. Repulsive were the wrinkles of suffering that furrowed his old face, and they were puttied, painted, and smoothed. Then, over the smooth background, wrinkles of good-tempered laughter and pleasant, carefree mirth were skilfully painted with fine brushes. Lazarus submitted indifferently to everything that was done to him. Soon he was turned into a becomingly stout, venerable old man, into a quiet and kind grandfather of numerous offspring. It seemed that the smile with which only a while ago he was spinning funny yarns was still lingering on his lips, and that in the corner of his eye serene tenderness was hiding, the companion of old age. But people did not dare change his nuptial garments, and they could not change his eyes, two dark and frightful glasses, through which the unknowable yonder looked at men. Lazarus was not moved by the magnificence of the imperial palace. It was as if he saw no difference between the crumbling house, closely pressed by the desert, and the stone palace, solid and fair, and indifferently he passed into it. The hard marble of the floors under his feet grew similar to the quicksand of the desert, and the multitude of richly dressed and haughty men became like void air under his glance. No one looked into his face as Lazarus passed by, fearing to fall under the appalling influence of his eyes. But when the sound of his heavy footsteps had sufficiently died down, the courtiers raised their heads and with fearful curiosity examined the figure of a stout, tall, slightly bent old man, who was slowly penetrating into the very heart of their imperial palace. Were death itself passing, it would be faced with no greater fear, for until then the dead alone knew death, and those alive knew life only, and there was no bridge between them. But this extraordinary man, although alive, knew death, and enigmatical, appalling, was his cursed knowledge. Woe, people thought, he will take the life of our great deified Augustus. And they sent curses after Lazarus, who meanwhile kept on advancing into the interior of the palace. Already did the emperor know who Lazarus was, and prepared to meet him, but the monarch was a brave man, and felt his own tremendous, unconquerable power, and in his fatal duel with him who had miraculously risen from the dead, he wanted not to invoke human help, and so he met Lazarus face to face. "Lift not your eyes upon me, Lazarus," he ordered. "I heard your face is like that of the Medusa, and turns into stone whomsoever you look at. Now, I wish to see you and talk to you before I turn into stone," he added, in a tone of kingly jesting, not devoid of fear. Coming close to him, he carefully examined Lazarus's face and his strange festal garments, and although he had a keen eye, he was deceived by his appearance. "So you do not appear terrible, my venerable old man, but the worse for us, if horror assumes such a respectable and pleasant air. Now, let us have a talk." Augustus sat, and questioning Lazarus with his eye as much as with words, started the conversation. "Why did you not greet me as you entered?" Lazarus answered indifferently. "I knew not it was necessary." "Are you a Christian?" "No." Augustus approvingly shook his head. "That is good. I do not like Christians. They shake the tree of life before it is covered with fruit, and disperse its odorous bloom to the winds. But who are you?" With a visible effort, Lazarus answered, "I was dead." "I had heard that, but who are you now?" Lazarus was silent, but at last repeated in a tone of weary apathy, "I was dead." Listen to me, stranger, said the Emperor, distinctly and severely giving utterance to the thought that had come to him at the beginning. My realm is the realm of life. My people are of the living, not of the dead. You are here one too many. I know not who you are and what you saw there. But if you lie, I hate lies, and if you tell the truth, I hate your truth. In my bosom I feel the throb of life. I feel strength in my arm, and my proud thoughts, like eagles, pierce the space. And yonder, in the shelter of my rule, under the protection of laws created by me, people live and toil and rejoice. Do we hear the battle cry, the challenge men throw into the face of the future? Augustus, as if in prayer, stretched forth his arms and exclaimed solemnly, Be blessed, O great and divine life. Lazarus was silent, and with growing sternness the Emperor went on, You are not wanted here, miserable remnant, snatched from under death's teeth. You inspire weariness and disgust with life, like a caterpillar in the fields. You gloat on the rich ear of joy and belch out the drivel of despair and sorrow. Your truth is like a rusty sword in the hands of a nightly murderer, and as a murderer you shall be executed. But before that, let me look into your eyes. Perchance only cowards are afraid of them, but in the brave they awake the thirst for strife and victory. Then you shall be rewarded, not executed. Now look at me, Lazarus. At first it appeared to the deified Augustus that a friend was looking at him, so soft, so tenderly fascinating was Lazarus's glance. It promised not horror, but sweet rest, and the infinite seemed to him a tender mistress, a compassionate sister, a mother. But stronger and stronger grew its embraces, and already the mouth, greedy of hissing kisses, interfered with the monarch's breathing, and already to the surface of the soft tissues of the body came the iron of the bones and tightened its merciless circle, and unknown fangs, blunt and cold, touched his heart and sank into it with slow indolence. It pains, said the deified Augustus, growing pale, but look at me, Lazarus, look! It was as if some heavy gates, ever closed, were slowly moving apart, and through the growing interstice the appalling horror of the infinite poured in slowly and steadily, like two shadows entering the shoreless void and the unfathomable darkness. They extinguished the sun, ravished the earth from under the feet, and the roof from over the head. No more did the frozen heart ache. Time stood still, and the beginning of each thing grew frightfully near to its end. Augustus's throne, just erected, crumbled down, and the void was already in the place of the throne and of Augustus. Noiselessly did Rome crumble down, and a new city stood on its site, and it too was swallowed by the void. Like fantastic giants, cities, states and countries fell down and vanished into the void darkness, and with uttermost indifference did the insatiable black womb of the infinite swallow them. Halt, ordered the Emperor. In his voice sounded already a note of indifference. His hands dropped in languor, and in the vain struggle with the onrushing darkness, his fiery eyes now blazed up and now went out. My life you have taken from me, Lazarus, said he, in a spiritless, feeble voice. And these words of hopelessness saved him. He remembered his people, whose shield he was destined to be, and keen, salutary pain pierced his deadened heart. They are doomed to death, he thought wearily. Serene shadows in the darkness of the infinite, thought he, and horror grew upon him. Frail vessels with living, seething blood, and a heart that knows sorrow, and also great joy, said he, in his heart, and tenderness pervaded it. Thus pondering and oscillating between the poles of life and death, he slowly came back to life, to find in its suffering and in its joys a shield against the darkness of the void and the horror of the infinite. No, you have not murdered me, Lazarus, said he firmly, but I will take your life. Begone. That evening the deified Augustus partook of his meats and drinks with particular joy. Now and then his lifted hand remained suspended in the air, and a dull glimmer replaced the bright sheen of his fiery eye. It was the cold wave of horror that surged at his feet, defeated but not undone, ever awaiting its hour. That horror stood at the emperor's bedside like a black shadow all through his life. It swayed his nights but yielded the days to the sorrows and joys of life. The following day, the hangman with the hot iron burned out Lazarus's eyes. Then he was sent home. The deified Augustus dared not kill him. Lazarus returned to the desert, and the wilderness met him with hissing gusts of wind and the heat of the blazing sun. Again he was sitting on a stone, his rough, bushy beard lifted up, and the two black holes in place of his eyes looked at the sky with an expression of dull terror. Afar off, the holy city stirred noisily and restlessly, but around him everything was deserted and dumb. No one approached the place where lived he who had miraculously risen from the dead, and long since his neighbours had forsaken their houses. Driven by the hot iron into the depth of his skull, his cursed knowledge hid there in an ambush. As if leaping out from an ambush, it plunged its 1,000 invisible eyes into the man, and no one dared look at Lazarus. And in the evening, when the sun, reddening and growing wider, would come nearer and nearer the western horizon, the blind Lazarus would slowly follow it. He would stumble against stones and fall, stout and weak as he was, would rise heavily to his feet and walk on again, and on the red screen of the sunset his black body and outspread hands would form a monstrous likeness of a cross. And it came to pass that once he went out and did not come back. Thus, seemingly, ended the second life of him who for 3 days had been under the enigmatical sway of death, and rose miraculously from the dead.
Et in Sempiternum Pereant by Charles Williams. Lord Arglay came easily down the road. About him the spring was as gaudy as the restraint imposed by English geography ever lets it be. The last village lay a couple of miles behind him. As far in front, he had been told, was a main road, on which he could meet a motor bus to carry him near his destination. A casual conversation in the club had revealed to him some months before that in a country house of England there were supposed to lie a few yet unpublished legal opinions of the Lord Chancellor Bacon. Lord Arglay, being no longer Chief Justice, and having finished and published his History of Organic Law, had conceived that the editing of these papers might provide a pleasant variation upon his present business of studying the more complex parts of the Christian schoolmen. He had taken advantage of a weekend spent in the neighbourhood to arrange, by the goodwill of the owner, a visit of inspection, since, as the owner had remarked, with a bitterness due to his financial problems, everything that is smoked isn't bacon. Lord Arglay had smiled. It hurt him a little to think that he had smiled, and said, which was true enough, that Bacon himself would not have made a better joke. It was a very deserted part of the country through which he was walking. He had been careful to follow the directions given him, and in fact there were only 2 places where he could possibly have gone wrong, and at both of them Lord Arglay was certain he had not gone wrong. But he seemed to be taking a long time, a longer time than he had expected. He looked at his watch again, and noted with sharp disapproval of his own judgment that it was only 6 minutes since he had looked at it last. It had seemed more like 16. Lord Arglay frowned. He was usually a good walker, and on that morning he was not conscious of any unusual weariness. His host had offered to send him in a car, but he had declined. For a moment, as he put his watch back, he was almost sorry he had declined. A car would have made short time of this road, and at present his legs seemed to be making rather a long time of it. Or, Lord Arglay said aloud, making time rather long. He played a little, as he went on, with the fancy that every road in space has a corresponding measure in time, that it tended merely of itself to hasten or delay all those who drove or walked on it. The nature of some roads, quite apart from their material effectiveness, might urge men to speed, and of others to delay, so that the intentions of all travellers were counterpointed continually by the media they used. The courts, he thought, might reasonably take that into consideration in case of offences against right speed, and a man who accelerated upon one road would be held to have acted under the improper influence of the way, whereas one who did the same on another would be known to have defied and conquered the way. Lord Arglay just stopped himself looking at his watch again. It was impossible that it should be more than 5 minutes since he had last done so. He looked back to observe, if possible, how far he had since come. It was not possible. The road narrowed and curved too much. There was a cloud of trees high up behind him. It must have been half an hour that he passed through it, yet it was not merely still in sight, but the trees themselves were in sight. He could remark them as trees. He could almost, if he were a little careful, count them. He thought, with some irritation, that he must be getting old more quickly and more unnoticeably than he had supposed. He did not mind much about the quickness, but he did mind about the unnoticeableness. It had given him pleasure to watch the various changes which age tended to bring, to be as stealthy and as quick to observe those changes as they were to come upon him. The slower pace, the more meditative voice, the greater reluctance to decide, the inclination to fall back on habit, the desire for the familiar, which is the first skirmishing approach of unfamiliar death. He neither welcomed nor grudged such changes. He only observed them with a perpetual interest in the curious nature of the creation. The fantasy of growing old, like the fantasy of growing up, was part of the ineffable sweetness, touched with horror, of existence, itself the lordliest fantasy of all. But now, as he stood looking back over and across the hidden curves of the road, he felt suddenly that time had outmarched and out-twisted him, that it was spreading along the countryside and doubling back on him, so that it troubled and deceived his judgment. In an unexpected and unusual spasm of irritation, he put his hand to his watch again. He felt as if it were a quarter of an hour since he had looked at it. Very well, making just allowance for his state of impatience, he could expect the actual time to be 5 minutes. He looked. It was only 2. Lord Arglay made a small mental effort and almost immediately recognized the effort. He said to himself, "This is another mark of age. I'm losing my sense of duration." He said also, "It's becoming an effort to recognize these changes." Age was certainly quickening its work in him. It approached him now doubly. Not only his method of experience, but his awareness of experience was attacked. His knowledge of it comforted him. Perhaps, he thought, for the last time. The knowledge would go. He would savour it then while he could. Still looking back at the trees, "It seems I'm decaying," Lord Arglay said aloud, "and that anyhow is one up against decay. Am I procrastinating? I am. And in the circumstances, procrastination is a proper and pretty game. Is it the thief of time? And quite right too. Why should time have it all its own way?" He turned to the road again and went on. It passed now between open fields. In all those fields he could see no one. It was pasture, but there were no beasts. There was about him a kind of void in which he moved, hampered by this growing oppression of duration. Things lasted. He had exclaimed in his time against the too swift passage of the world. This was a new experience. It was lastingness, almost, he could have believed, everlastingness. The measure of it was but his breathing, and his breathing, as it grew slower and heavier, would become the measure of everlasting labour, the labour of Sisyphus, who pushed his own slow heart through each infinite moment and relaxed but to let it beat back and so again begin. It was the first touch of something Arglay had never yet known, of simple and perfect despair. At that moment he saw the house. The road before him curved sharply, and as he looked he wondered at the sweep of the curve. It seemed to make a full half circle and so turn back in the direction that he had come. At the farthest point there lay before him tangentially another path. The sparse hedge was broken by an opening which was more than a footpath and less than a road. It was narrow, even when compared with the narrowing way by which he had come, yet hard and beaten, as if by the passage of many feet. There had been innumerable travellers, and all solitary, all on foot. No cars or carts could have taken that path. If there had been burdens, they had been carried on the shoulders of their owners. It ran for no long distance, no more than in happier surroundings might have been a garden path from gate to door. There, at the end, was the door. Arglay at the time took all this in but half-consciously. His attention was not on the door but on the chimney. The chimney, in the ordinary phrase, was smoking. It was smoking effectively and continuously. A narrow and dense pillar of dusk poured up from it, through which there glowed every now and then a deeper undershade of crimson, as if some trapped genius almost thrust itself out of the moving prison that held it. The house itself was not much more than a cottage. There was a door, shut. On the left of it, a window, also shut. Above, two little attic windows, shut and covered within by some sort of dark hanging, or perhaps made opaque by smoke that filled the room. There was no sign of life anywhere, and the smoke continued to mount to the lifeless sky. It seemed to Arglay curious that he had not noticed this grey pillar in his approach, that only now, when he stood almost in the straight and narrow path leading to the house, did it become visible. An exposition of tall darkness reserved to the solitary walkers upon that wearying road. Lord Arglay was the last person in the world to look for responsibilities. He shunned them by a courteous habit. A responsibility had to present itself with a delicate emphasis before he acceded to it. But when any so impressed itself, he was courteous in accepting as in declining. He sought friendship with necessity, and as young lovers call their love fatal, so he turned fatality of life into his love. It seemed to him, as he stood and gazed at the path, the shut door, the smoking chimney, that here perhaps was a responsibility being delicately emphatic. If everyone was out, if the cottage had been left for an hour, ought he to do something? Of course, they might be busy about it within, in which case a thrusting stranger would be inopportune. Another glow of crimson in the pillar of cloud decided him. He went up the path. As he went, he glanced at the little window, but it was blurred by dirt. He could not very well see whether the panes did or did not hide smoke within. When he was so near the threshold that the window had almost passed out of his vision, he thought he saw a face looking out of it, at the extreme edge, nearest the door, and he checked himself and went back a step to look again. It had been only along the side of his glance that the face, if face it were, had appeared, a kind of sudden white scrawl against the blur, as if it were a mask hung by the window rather than any living person, or as if the glass of the window itself had looked sideways at him, and he had caught the look without understanding its cause. When he stepped back, he could see no face. Had there been a sun in the sky, he would have attributed the apparition to a trick of the light, but in the sky over this smoking house there was no sun. It had shone brightly that morning when he started. It had paled and faded, and finally been lost to him as he had passed along this road. There was neither sun nor peering face. He stepped back to the threshold and knocked with his knuckles on the door. There was no answer. He knocked again and again, waited, and as he stood there he began to feel annoyed. The balance of Lord Arglay's mind had not been achieved without the creation of a considerable counter-energy to the violence of Lord Arglay's natural temper. There had been people whom he had once come very near hating with a fury of selfish rage and detestation. For instance, his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law had not been a nice man. Lord Arglay, as he stood by the door, and for no earthly reason, remembered him, admitted it. He admitted, at the same moment, that no lack of niceness on that other's part could excuse any indulgence of vindictive hate on his own, nor could he think why, then and there, he wanted to have him merely to hate. His brother-in-law was dead. Lord Arglay almost regretted it. Almost he desired to follow, to be with him, to provoke and torment him, to... Lord Arglay struck the door again. There is, he said to himself, entire clarity in the omnipotence. It was his habit of devotion, his means of recalling himself into peace out of the angers, greeds, sloths, and perversities that still too often possessed him. It operated, the temptation passed, into the benediction of the omnipotence and disappeared. But there was still no answer from within. Lord Arglay laid his hand on the latch. He swung the door, and lifting his hat with his other hand, looked into the room, a room empty of smoke as of fire, and of all as of both. Its size and appearance were those of a rather poor cottage, rather indeed a large brick hut than a cottage. It seemed much smaller within than without. There was a fireplace, at least there was a place for a fire on his left. Opposite the window, against the right-hand wall, there was a ramshackle flight of wooden steps going up to the attics, and at its foot, swinging on a broken hinge, a door which gave away presumably to a cellar. Vaguely, Arglay found himself surprised. He had not supposed that a dwelling of this sort would have a cellar. Indeed, from where he stood, he could not be certain. It might only be a cupboard. But unwarrantably, it seemed more, a hinted, unseen depth, as if the slow, slight movement of the broken wooden door measured that labour of Sisyphus, as if the road ran past him and went coiling spirally into the darkness of the cellar. In the room there was no furniture, neither fragment of paper nor broken bit of wood. There was no sign of life, no flame in the grate, nor drift of smoke in the air. It was completely and utterly void. Lord Arglay looked at it. He went back a few steps and looked up again at the chimney. Undoubtedly the chimney was smoking. It was received into a pillar of smoke. There was no clear point where the dark chimney ended and the dark smoke began. House leaned to roof, roof to chimney, chimney to smoke, and smoke went up for ever and ever over these roads where men crawled infinitely through the smallest measurements of time. Arglay returned to the door, crossed the threshold, and stood in the room. Empty of flame, empty of flame's material, holding within its dank air the very opposite of flame, the chill of ancient years, the room lay around him. Lord Arglay contemplated it. "There's no smoke without fire," he said aloud. "Only, apparently, there is. Thus one lives and learns, unless indeed this is the place where one lives without learning." The phrase, leaving his lips, sounded oddly about the walls and in the corners of the room. He was suddenly revolted by his own chance words, a place where one lives without learning, where no courtesy or integrity could any more be fined or clarified. The echo daunted him. He made a sharp movement. He took a step aside towards the stairs, and before the movement was complete, was aware of a change. The dank chill became a concentration of dank and deadly heat, pricking at him, entering his nostrils and his mouth. The fantasy of life without knowledge materialized inimical in the air. Life without knowledge, corrupting life without knowledge, jungle and less than jungle, and though still the walls of the bleak chamber met his eyes, a shell of existence, it seemed that life, withdrawn from all those normal habits of which the useless memory was still drearily sustained by the thin phenomenal fabric, was collecting and corrupting in the atmosphere behind the door he had so rashly passed. Outside the other door, which swung crookedly at the head of the darker hole within. He had recoiled from the heat, but not so as to escape it. He had even taken a step or two up the stairs, when he heard from without a soft approach. Light feet were coming up the beaten path to the house. Some other good Samaritan, Arglay thought, who would be able to keep his twopence in his pocket. For certainly, whatever was the explanation of all this, and wherever it lay, in the attics above or in the pit of the cellar below, responsibility was gone. Lord Arglay did not conceive that either he or anyone else need rush about the country in an anxious effort to preserve a house which no one wanted and no one used. Prematurely enjoying the discussion, he waited. Through the doorway, someone came in. It was, or seemed to be, a man of ordinary height, wearing some kind of loose dark overcoat that flapped about him. His head was bare, so astonishingly were his legs and feet. At first, as he stood just inside the door, leaning greedily forward, his face was invisible, and for a moment Arglay hesitated to speak. Then the stranger lifted his face, and Arglay uttered a sound. It was emaciated beyond imagination. It was astonishing at the appalling degree of hunger revealed that the man could walk or move at all, or even stand as he was now doing, and turn that dreadful skull from side to side. Arglay came down the steps of the stair in one jump. He cried out again. He ran forward, and as he did so, the deep burning eyes in the turning face of bone met his full and halted him. They did not see him, or if they saw, did not notice. They gazed at him and moved on. Only once in his life had Arglay seen eyes remotely like those. Once, when he had pronounced the death sentence upon a wretched man who had broken under the long strain of his trial and filled the court with shrieks. Madness had glared at Lord Arglay from that dock, but at least it had looked at him and seen him. These eyes did not. They sought something, food, life, or perhaps only a form and something to hate, and in that energy the stranger moved. He began to run round the room. The bones that were his legs and feet jerked up and down. The head turned from side to side. He ran circularly, round and again round, crossing and recrossing, looking up, down, around, and at last, right in the centre of the room, coming to a halt, where, as if some terrible pain of starvation gripped him, he bent and twisted downward until he squatted grotesquely on the floor. There, squatting and bending, he lowered his head and raised his arm, and as the fantastic black coat slipped back, Arglay saw a wrist, saw it marked with scars. He did not at first think what they were. Only when the face and wrist of the figure swaying in its pain came together did he suddenly know. They were teeth marks. They were bites. The mouth closed on the wrist and gnawed. Arglay cried out and sprang forward, catching the arm, trying to press it down, catching the other shoulder, trying to press it back. He achieved nothing. He held, he felt, he grasped, but he could not control. The long limb remained raised. The fierce teeth gnawed. But as Arglay bent, he was aware once more of that effluvia of heat risen around him, and breaking out with the more violence when suddenly the man, if it were man, cast his arm away, and with a jerk of movement rose once more to his feet. His eyes, as the head went back, burned close into Arglay's, who, what with the heat, the eyes, and his sickness at the horror, shut his own against them, and was at the same moment thrown from his balance by the rising form, and sent staggering a step or two away, with upon his face a sensation of a light, hot breath, so light that only in the utter stillness of time could it be felt, so hot that it might have been the inner fire from which the pillar of smoke poured outward to the world. He recovered his balance. He opened his eyes. Both motions brought him into a new corner of that world. The odd black coat the thing had worn had disappeared, as if it had been a covering imagined by a habit of mind. The thing itself, a wasted flicker of pallid movement, danced and gyrated in white flame before him. Arglay saw it still, but only now as a dreamer may hear, half asleep and half awake, the sound of dogs barking or the crackling of fire in his very room. For he opened his eyes not to such things, but to the thing that on the threshold of this place, some seconds earlier or some years, he had felt and been pleased to feel, to the reality of his hate. It came in a rush within him, a fountain of fire, and without and about him, images of the man he hated swept in a thick cloud of burning smoke. The smoke burned his eyes and choked his mouth. He clutched at it, at images within it, at his greedy loves and greedy hates, at the cloud of the sin of his life, yearning to catch but one image and renew again the concentration for which he yearned. He could not. The smoke blinded and stifled him. Yet more than stifling or blinding was the hunger for one true thing to lust or hate. He was starving in the smoke, and all the hut was full of smoke, for the hut and the world were smoke, pouring up round him, from him, and all like him, a thing once holy and still a little made visible to his corporeal eyes in forms which they recognized, but in itself of another nature. He swung and twisted and crouched. His limbs ached from long wrestling with the smoke. For as the journey to this place had prolonged itself infinitely, so now, though he had not thought of measurement, the clutch of his hands and the growing sickness that invaded him struck through him the sensation of the passage of years and the knowledge of the passage of moments. The fire sank within him, and the sickness grew, but the change could not bring him nearer to any end. The end here was not at the end, but in the beginning. There was no end to this smoke, to this fever and this chill, to crouching and rising and searching, unless the end was now. Now was the only possible other fact. Chance, act. He cried out, defying infinity. Now! Before his voice, the smoke of his prison yielded, and yielded two ways at once. From where he stood, he could see in one place an alteration in that perpetual grey, an alternate darkening and lightening, as if two ways of descent and ascent met. There was, he remembered, a way in, therefore a path out. He had only to walk along it. But also there was a way still farther in, and he could walk along that. Two doors had swung to his outer senses in that small room. From every gate of hell there was a way to heaven, yes, and in every way to heaven there was a gate to deeper hell. Yet for a moment he hesitated. There was no sign of the phenomenon by which he had discerned the passage of that other spirit. He desired, very strongly he desired, to be of use to it. He desired to offer himself to it, to make a ladder of himself, if that should be desired, by which it might perhaps mount from the nature of the lost, from the dereliction of all minds that refuse living and learning, postponement and irony, whose dwelling is necessarily in their undying and perishing selves. Slowly, unconsciously, he moved his head as if to seek his neighbour. He saw, at first he felt, nothing. His eyes returned to that vibrating oblong of an imagined door, the heart of the smoke beating in the smoke. He looked at it, he remembered the way, he was on the point of movement when the stinging heat struck him again, but this time from behind. It leapt through him. He was seized in it and loosed from it. Its rush abandoned him. The torrent of its fiery passage struck the darkening hollow in the walls. At the instant that it struck, there came a small sound. There floated up a thin, shrill pipe, too short to hear, too certain to miss, faint and quick as from some single insect in the hedgerow or the field, and yet more than single, a weak wail of multitudes of the lost. The shrill lament struck his ears, and he ran. He cried as he sprang, "Now is God, now is glory in God!" And as the dark door swung before him, it was the threshold of the house that received his flying feet. As he passed, another form slipped by him, slinking hastily into the house, another of the hordes going so swiftly up that straight way, hard with everlasting time, each driven by his own hunger and each alone. The vision, a face looking in as a face had looked out, was gone. Running still, but more lightly now, and with some communion of peace at heart, Arglay came into the curving road. The trees were all about him. The house was at their heart. He ran on through them. Beyond he reached the spring day and the sun. At a little distance a motor bus, gaudy within and without, was coming down the road. The driver saw him. Lord Arglay instinctively made a sign, ran, mounted. As he sat down, breathless and shaken, "E quindi uscimo," his mind said, "a riveder le stelle."
Anthony Boucher, they bite. There was no path, only the almost vertical ascent. Crumbled rock for a few yards, with the roots of sage finding their scanty life in the dry soil. Then jagged outcroppings of crude crags, sometimes with accidental footholds, sometimes with overhanging and untrustworthy branches of greasewood, sometimes with no aid of climbing but the leverage of your muscles and the ingenuity of your balance. The sage was as drably green as the rock was drably brown. The only color was the occasional rosy spikes of a barrel cactus. Hugh Talent swung himself up onto the last pinnacle. It had a deliberate, shaped look about it, a petrified fortress of Lilliputians, a Gibraltar of pygmies. Talent perched on its battlements and unslung his field glasses. The desert valley spread below him. The tiny cluster of buildings that was Oasis, the exiguous cluster of palms that gave its name to the town and shelter to his own tent and to the shack he was building. The dead-ended highway leading straightforwardly to nothing. The oiled roads diagramming the vacant blocks of an optimistic subdivision. Talent saw none of these. His glasses were fixed beyond the oasis and the town of Oasis on the dry lake. The gliders were clear and vivid to him, and the uniformed men busy with them were as sharply and minutely visible as a nest of ants under glass. The training school was more than usually active. One glider in particular, strange to Talent, seemed the focus of attention. Men would come and examine it and glance back at the older models in comparison. Only the corner of Talent's left eye was not preoccupied with the new glider. In that corner, something moved, something little and thin and brown as the earth. Too large for a rabbit, much too small for a man. It darted across that corner of vision, and Talent found gliders oddly hard to concentrate on. He set down the bifocals and deliberately looked about him. His pinnacle surveyed the narrow, flat area of the crest. Nothing stirred. Nothing stood out against the sage and rock but one barrel of rosy spikes. He took up the glasses again and resumed his observations. When he was done, he methodically entered the results in the little black notebook. His hand was still white. The desert is cold and often sunless in winter, but it was a firm hand and as well trained as his eyes, fully capable of recording faithfully the designs and dimensions which they had registered so accurately. Nothing stood out against the sage and rock but one barrel of rosy spikes. He took up the glasses again and resumed his observations. When he was done, he methodically entered the results in the little black notebook. His hand was still white. The desert is cold and often sunless in winter, but it was a firm hand and as well trained as his eyes, fully capable of recording faithfully the designs and dimensions which they had registered so accurately. Once his hand slipped and he had to erase and redraw, leaving a smudge that displeased him. The lean brown thing had slipped across the edge of his vision again. Going toward the east edge, he would swear where that set of rocks jutted like spines on the back of a stegosaur. Only when his notes were completed did he yield to curiosity, and even then with a cynical self-reproach. He was physically tired, for him, an unusual state, from this daily climbing and from clearing the ground for his shack to be. The eye muscles play odd, nervous tricks. There could be nothing behind the stegosaur's armor. There was nothing, nothing alive and moving. Only the torn and half-plucked carcass of a bird, which looked as though it had been gnawed by some small animal. It was halfway down the hill in Western terminology, though anywhere east of the Rockies it would have been considered a sizable mountain. The Talent again had a glimpse of a moving figure. But this was no trick of a nervous eye. It was not little, nor thin, nor brown. It was tall and broad and wore a loud red and black lumber jacket. It bellowed, "Talent!" in a cheerful and lusty voice. Talent drew near the man and said, "Hello." He paused and added, "Your advantage, I think." The man grinned broadly. "Don't know me? Well, I dare say 10 years is a long time. In the California desert, ain't exactly Chinese rice fields. How's stuff? Still loaded down with secrets for sale?" Talent tried desperately not to react to that shot, but he stiffened a little. Sorry, the prospector getup had me fooled. Good to see you again, Morgan. The man's eyes narrowed. Just having my little joke, he smiled. Of course, you wouldn't have no serious reason for mountain climbing around a glider school now, would you? And you'd kind of need field glasses to keep an eye on the pretty birdies. I'm out here for my health. Talon's voice sounded unnatural, even to himself. Sure. You were always in it for your health, and come to think of it, my own health ain't been none too good lately. I've got me a little cabin, way to hell and gone around here, and I do me a little prospecting now and again. And somehow it just strikes me, Talent, like maybe I hit a pretty good load today. Nonsense, old man. You can see, I'd sure hate to tell any of them army men out there in the field some of the stories I know about China and the kind of men I used to know out there. Wouldn't cotton to them stories a bit, the army wouldn't. But if I was to have a drink too many and get talkative like... Tell you what, Talon suggested brusquely. It's getting near sunset now. My tent's chilly for evening visits. But drop round in the morning and we'll talk over old times. Is rum still your tipple? Sure is. Kind of expensive now, you understand. I'll lay some in. You can find the place easily, over by the oasis. And we might be able to talk about your prospecting, too. Talon's thin lips were set firm as he walked away. The bartender opened a bottle of beer and plunked it on the damp-circled counter. There'll be 20 cents, he said, then added as an afterthought. Want a glass? Sometimes tourists do. Talent looked at the others sitting at the counter, the red-eyed and unshaven old man, the flight sergeant unhappily drinking a Coke. It was after army hours for beer. The young man with the long, dirty trench coat and the pipe, and the new-looking brown beard, and saw no glasses. I guess I won't be a tourist, he decided. This was the first time Talent had had a chance to visit the desert sports spot. It was as well to be seen around in the community, otherwise people began to wonder and say, who is that man out by the oasis? Why don't you ever see him any place? The sports spot was quiet that night. The four of them at the counter, 2 army boys shooting pool, and a half-dozen of the local men gathered about a round poker table, soberly and wordlessly cleaning a construction worker whose mind seemed more on his beer than on his cards. You just passing through? The bartender asked sociably. Talent shook his head. I'm moving in. When the army turned me down for my lungs, I decided I better do something about it. Heard so much about your climate here, I thought I might as well try it. Sure thing, the bartender nodded. You take up until they started this glider school. Just about every other guy you meet in the desert is here for his health. Me, I had a sinus, and look at me now. It's the air. Talent breathed the atmosphere of smoke and beer suds, but didn't smile. I'm looking forward to miracles. You'll get 'em. Whereabouts you staying? Over that way a bit. The agent called it the old Carker place. Talent felt the curious listening silence and frowned. The bartender had started to speak and then thought better of it. The young man with the beard looked at him oddly. The old man fixed him with red and watery eyes that had a faded glint of pity in them. For a moment, Talent felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air of the desert. The old man drank his beer in quick gulps and frowned as though trying to formulate a sentence. At last he wiped beer from his bristly lips and said, You wasn't aiming to stay in the adobe, was you? No, it's pretty much gone to pieces. Easier to rig me up a little shack than to try to make the adobe livable. Meanwhile, I've got a tent. That's all right then, maybe. But mind you don't go poking around in that there adobe. I don't think I'm apt to. But why not? Want another beer? The old man shook his head reluctantly and slid from his stool to the ground. No thanks. I don't rightly know as I... Yes? Nothing. Thanks all the same. He turned and shuffled to the door. Talent smiled. But why should I stay clear of the adobe? He called after him. The old man mumbled. What? They bite, said the old man, and went out shivering into the night. The bartender was back at his post. I'm glad he didn't take that beer you offered him, he said. Along about this time in the evening I have to stop serving him. For once, he had the sense to quit. Talent pushed his own empty bottle forward. I hope I didn't frighten them away. Frighten? Well, mister, I think maybe that's just what you did do. He didn't want beer that sort of came, like you might say, from the old Carker place. Some of the old-timers here, they're funny that way. Talent grinned. Is it haunted? Not what you'd call haunted, no. No ghosts there that I ever heard of. He wiped the counter with a cloth and seemed to wipe the subject away with it. The flight sergeant pushed his Coke bottle away, hunted in his pocket for nickels, and went over to the pinball machine. The young man with the beard slid onto his vacant stool. Hope old Jake didn't worry you, he said. Talent laughed. I suppose every town has its deserted homestead with a grisly tradition, but this sounds a little different. No ghosts, and they bite. Do you know anything about it? A little, the young man said seriously. A little, just enough to... Talent was curious. Have one on me and tell me about it. The flight sergeant swore bitterly at the machine. Beer gurgled through the beard. You see, the young man began, the desert's so big, you can't be alone in it. Ever notice that? It's all empty and there's nothing inside, but there's always something moving over there where you can't quite see it. It's something very dry and thin and brown. Only when you look around, it isn't there. Ever see it? Optical fatigue, Talent began. Sure, I know. Every man to his own legend. There isn't a tribe of Indians hasn't got some way of accounting for it. You've heard of the Watchers. And the 20th century white man comes along and it's optical fatigue. Only in the 19th century things weren't quite the same, and there were the Carkers. You've got a special localized legend. Call it that. You glimpse things out of the corner of your eye. Same like you glimpse lean, dry things out of the corner of your eye. You encase them in solid circumstance, and they're not so bad. That is known as the growth of legend, the folk mind in action. You take the Carkers and the things you don't quite see and put them together, and they bite. Talent wondered how long that beard had been absorbing beer, and what were the Carkers, prompted politely. Ever hear of Sawney Bean, Scotland, reign of James I or maybe the 6th, though I think Roughhead's wrong on that for once. Or let's be more modern. Ever hear of the Benders, Kansas in the 1870s? No. Ever hear of Procrustes or Polyphemus or Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum? There are ogres, you know. They're no legend. They're fact, they are. The inn where 9 guests left for every 10 that arrived, the mountain cabin that sheltered travelers from the snow, sheltered them all winter until the melting spring uncovered their bones. The lonely stretches of road that so many passengers traveled halfway. You find them everywhere. All over Europe and pretty much in this country too before communications became what they are. Profitable business. And it wasn't just the profit. The Benders made money, sure, but that wasn't why they killed all their victims as carefully as a kosher butcher. Sawney Bean got so he didn't give a damn about the profit. He just needed to lay more meat in for the winter. And think of the chances you'd have at an oasis. So, these Carkers of yours were, as you call them, ogres. Carkers, ogres, maybe they were Benders. The Benders were never seen alive, you know, after the townspeople found those curiously butchered bones. There's a rumor they got this far west. And the time checks pretty well. There wasn't any town here in the 80s, just a couple of Indian families, last of a dying tribe living on at the oasis. They vanished after the Carkers moved in, so that's not surprising. The white race is a sort of super ogre anyway. Nobody worried about them, but they used to worry about why so many travelers never got across this stretch of desert. The travelers used to stop over at the Carkers, you see, and somehow they often never got any farther. Their wagons would be found maybe 15 miles beyond in the desert. Sometimes they found the bones too, parched and white, gnawed looking, they said sometimes. And nobody ever did anything about these Carkers. Oh, sure, we didn't have King James VI, only I still think it was first. to ride up on a great white horse for a gesture. But twice army detachments came here and wiped them all out. Twice? One wiping out would do for most families. Talent smiled. Uh-huh. That was no slip. They wiped out the carcass twice because, you see, once didn't do any good. They wiped them out and still travelers vanished and still there were gnawed bones. So they wiped them out again. After that, they gave up and people detoured the oasis. It made a longer, harder trip, but after all, Talent laughed. You mean to say these carkers were immortal? I don't know about immortal. They somehow just didn't die very easy. Maybe, if they were the benders, and I sort of like to think they were, they learned a little more about what they were doing out here in the desert. Maybe they put together what the Indians knew and what they knew, and it worked. Maybe whatever they made their sacrifices to understood them better out here than in Kansas. And what's become of them, aside from seeing them out of the corner of the eye? There's 40 years between the last of the Carker history and this new settlement at the oasis, and people won't talk much about what they learned here in the first year or so, only that they stay away from that old Carker adobe. They tell some stories. The priest says he was sitting in the confessional one hot Saturday afternoon and thought he heard a penitent come in. He waited a long time and finally lifted the gauze to see was anybody there. Something was there, and it bit. He's got 3 fingers on his right hand now, which looks funny as hell when he gives a benediction. Talent pushed their 2 bottles toward the bartender. That yarn, my young friend, has earned another beer. How about it, bartender? Is he always cheerful like this, or is this just something he's improvised for my benefit? The bartender set out the fresh bottles with great solemnity. Me? I wouldn't have told you all that myself, but then, he's a stranger too, and maybe don't feel the same way we do here. For him, it's just a story. It's more comfortable that way, said the young man with the beard, and he took a firm hold on his beer bottle. But as long as you've heard that much, said the bartender, you might as well. It was last winter, when we had that cold spell. You heard funny stories that winter. Wolves coming into prospectors' cabins just to warm up. Well, business wasn't so good. We don't have a license for hard liquor, and the boys don't drink much beer when it's that cold. But they used to come in anyway because we've got a big oil burner. So one night, there's a bunch of them in here. Old Jake was here, that you was talking to, and his dog Jigger. And I think I hear somebody else come in. The door creaks a little, but I don't see nobody. And the poker game's going, and we're talking just like we're talking now. And all of a sudden, I hear a kind of noise like crack over there in that corner behind the jukebox near the burner. I go over to see what goes, and it gets away before I can see it very good. But it was little and thin, and it didn't have no clothes on. It must have been damn cold that winter. And what was the cracking noise? Talent asked dutifully. That was a bone. It must have strangled Jigger without any noise. He was a little dog. It ate most of the flesh, and if it hadn't cracked the bone for the marrow, it could have finished. You can still see the spots over there. The blood never did come out. There had been silence all through the story. Now suddenly all hell broke loose. The flight sergeant let out a splendid yell and began pointing excitedly at the pinball machine and yelling for his payoff. The construction worker dramatically deserted the poker game, knocking his chair over in the process, and announced lugubriously that these guys here had their own rules, see? Any atmosphere of Carker-inspired horror was dissipated. Talent whistled as he walked over to put a nickel in the jukebox. He glanced casually at the floor. Yes, there was a stain for what that was worth. He smiled cheerfully and felt rather grateful to the Carkers. They were going to solve his blackmail problem very neatly. Talent dreamed of power that night. It was a common dream for him. He was a ruler of the new American corporate state that would follow the war, and he said to this man, come, and he came, and to that man, go, and he went, and to his servants, do this, and they did it. Then the young man with the beard was standing before him, and the dirty trench coat was like the robes of an ancient prophet. And the young man said, you see yourself riding high, don't you? Riding the crest of a wave, the wave of the future, you call it. But there's a deep, dark undertow that you don't see, and that's a part of the past. and the present, and even your future. There is evil in mankind that is blacker even than your evil, and infinitely more ancient. And there was something in the shadows behind the young man. Something little and lean and brown. Talon's dream didn't disturb him the following morning, nor did the thought of the approaching interview with Morgan. He'd fried his bacon and eggs and devoured them cheerfully. The wind had died down for a change, and the sun was warm enough so that he could strip to the waist while he cleared land for his shack. His machete glinted brilliantly as it swung through the air and struck at the roots of the brush. When Morgan arrived, his full face was red and sweating. "It's cool over there, in the shade of the adobe," Talon suggested. "We'll be more comfortable." And in the comfortable shade of the adobe, he swung the machete once and clove Morgan's full, red, sweating face in two. It was so simple. It took less effort than uprooting a clump of sage, and it was so safe. Morgan lived in a cabin way to hell and gone, and was often away on prospecting trips. No one would notice his absence for months, if then. No one had any reason to connect him with Talon, and no one in Oasis would hunt for him in the Carcera haunted adobe. The body was heavy, and the blood dripped warm on Talon's bare skin. With relief, he dumped what had been Morgan on the floor of the adobe. There were no boards, no flooring, just the earth, hard, but not too hard to dig a grave in, and no one was likely to come poking round in this taboo territory and notice the grave. Let a year or so go by, and the grave and the bones it contained would be attributed to the Carkers. The corner of Talon's eye bothered him again. Deliberately, he looked about the interior of the adobe. The little furniture was crude and heavy, with no attempt to smooth down the strokes of the axe. It was held together with wooden pegs or half-rotted thongs. There were age-old cinders in the fireplace and the dusty shards of a cooking jar among them. And there was a deeply hollowed stone, covered with stains. It might have been rust if stone rusted. Behind it was a tiny figure, clumsily fashioned of clay and sticks. It was something like a man, and something like a lizard, and something like the things that flit across the corner of the eye. Curious now, Talon peered about further. He penetrated to the corner of the one unglassed window, lighted but dimly, and there he let out a little choking gasp. For a moment he was rigid with horror. Then he smiled and all but laughed aloud. This explained everything. Some curious individual had seen this, and from his accounts had burgeoned the whole legend. The Carkers had indeed learned something from the Indians, but that secret was the art of embalming. It was a perfect mummy. Either the Indian art had shrunk bodies, or this was that of a 10-year-old boy. There was no flesh, only skin and bone and taut, dry stretches of tendon between. The eyelids were closed. The sockets looked hollow under them. The nose was sunken and almost lost. The scant lips were tightly curled back from the long and very white teeth, which stood forth all the more brilliantly against the deep brown skin. It was a curious little trove, this mummy. Talon was already calculating the chances for raising a decent sum of money from an interested anthropologist. Murder can produce such delightfully profitable chance byproducts. When he noticed the infinitesimal rise and fall of the chest, the Carker was not dead. It was sleeping. Talon didn't dare to stop to think beyond the instant. This was no time to consider whether such things were possible in a well-ordered world. It was no time to reflect on the disposal of the body of Morgan. It was a time to snatch up your machete and get out of there. But in the doorway, he halted. There, coming across the desert, heading for the adobe, clearly seen this time, was another, a female. He made an involuntary gesture of indecision. The blade of the machete clanged ringingly against the adobe wall. He heard the dry shuffling of a roused sleeper behind him. He turned fully now, the machete raised. Dispose of this nearer one first, then face the female. There was no room even for terror in his thoughts, only for action. The lean, brown shape darted at him avidly. He moved lightly away and stood poised for its second charge. It shot forward again. He took one step back, machete arm raised, and fell headlong over the corpse of Morgan. Before he could rise, the thin thing was upon him. Its sharp teeth had met through the palm of his left hand. The machete moved swiftly. The thin, dry body fell headless to the floor. There was no blood. The grip of the teeth did not relax. Pain coursed up Talon's left arm. A sharper, more bitter pain than you would expect from the bite, almost as though venom. He dropped the machete, and his strong white hand plucked and twisted at the brown, dry lips. The teeth stayed clenched, unrelaxing. He sat, bracing his back against the wall, and gripped the head between his knees. He pulled. The flesh ripped, and blood formed dusty clots on the dirt floor, but the bite was firm. His world had become reduced now to that hand and that head. Nothing outside mattered. He must free himself. He raised his aching arm to his face, and with his own teeth he tore at that unrelenting grip. The dry flesh crumbled away in desert dust, but the teeth were locked fast. He tore his lip against their white keenness and tasted in his mouth for the sweetness of blood and something else. He staggered to his feet again. He knew what he must do. Later he could use cautery, a tourniquet, see a doctor with a story about a Gila monster. Their heads grip too, don't they? But he knew what he must do now. He raised the machete and struck again. His white hand lay on the brown floor, gripped by the white teeth in the brown face. He propped himself against the adobe wall, momentarily unable to move. His open wrist hung over the deeply hollowed stone. His blood and his strength and his life poured out before the little figure of sticks and clay. The female stood in the doorway now, the sun bright on her thin brownness. She did not move. He knew that she was waiting for the hollow stone to fill.
1-2, Buckle My Shoe, by Nugent Barker. It was open. I had seen it all the time, seen it without realizing exactly what it was. I mean, seen just its existence and not its purpose. But who would expect a box like that to contain chalks all of the same colour? After tinkling my bell for some time, I dropped it on the table and sat there facing the open cupboard and toying with my chalks, and presently I wanted a sheet of paper to write on. I found it in the drawer beside me, an exercise book. I pulled up my chair, spread my elbows, and wrote at once in viridian green on a new page. 1-2, buckle my shoe. 3-4, knock at the door. 5-6, pick up sticks. 7-8, lay them straight. 9-10, a fine fat hen. 11-12, dig and delve. You remember that nursery rhyme? Till then, I'd forgotten it. I used to think it was full of sense even when taken in a lump, and while I was sitting at the table, looking across it into the open lighted cupboard and thinking over the words that I had just written down, I saw the mouse. At the back of the cupboard, against the wall, I saw a mouse hole, clearly the source of the tinkling. While I watched, 2 black shiny eyes appeared, and the furry shadow glided along the floor of the cupboard and into the room, where it took to moving in fits and starts. "Hi there! What are you up to, you little beggar?" I called out, starting off in pursuit and brandishing one of my heavy walking shoes, but not with any serious purpose. You know I'd never hit a creature, don't you? I simply followed the mouse across the room as far as the chest of drawers, and there I found a pair of shoes on the floor, kicked off into the corner between the chest and the wall. 1-2, buckle my shoe. Harlock had dropped into his gentlest voice. They did have buckles on them, buckles as bright as silver. So I put on the shoes and I buckled them up, and found that in them I could walk as stealthily as a cat. I prowled with such gentleness over the room that I hardly made a candle quiver, and presently I stopped in front of the narrow door, the door that I haven't yet told you about. You see it the moment you enter the room, a rather low and narrow door on the far side of the table, but you don't really see it until later when you're standing right in front of it looking at the little knocker, the kind that you sometimes see on the study door in a vicarage. 3, 4, knock at the door. I knocked at the door. "Come in," called an incredibly high-pitched, thin and windy voice. I went in, shutting the door behind me. At this point, Harlock jumped to his feet and proposed loudly a round of drinks. He switched on a blaze of light, and we heard him boiling his electric kettle behind our backs. "All that I could see at first," he continued in a steady voice a minute or so after he had returned to his chair, and while we were still sipping our whisky toddies in the restored firelight, was a regiment of moonbeams, slanting into the room through uncurtained lattice windows, and a man facing me across the floor, motionless, waiting. Myself in a mirror. What a fool one feels when one's two selves are brought thus face to face, each of them scared of the other. The first movement, the sudden tentative trial, and the spell is broken, and you turn eagerly to look for the thing that you expect to find. I saw her at hand, lying on her large bed, slowly kneading the eiderdown beneath her with her fat fingers, pulling in her lips, watching me with her small eyes. And the floor and the bed and the woman were patterned with lattice windows. The bars of shadow and light showed me her rounded, massive bulk to perfection. 5, 6, pick up sticks. And where do you think I found them? Why, on the bed itself, of course. A couple of bedstaffs. Do you know what a bedstaff is? It's a loose cross piece of antique bedsteads, often used as a handy weapon. I took them from the head and foot of the bed, and while I was doing so, the face of my hostess was twisting about with a kind of cringing mock terror. 5, 6, pick up sticks. 7, 8, lay them straight. I remember that while I was wielding my cudgels, I glanced in the mirror and saw the shadows of the window bars slipping along them. Lay them straight. Lay them straight. 7, 8, lay them straight. I laid them, good and straight. Once I felt a shiver in my arm. I'd hit the ceiling. As soon as I had satisfied myself that the flutters of her heart had ceased, I can still feel her wrist between my finger and thumb, you know. I dropped my bedstuffs for good and hurried off to open one of the 2 other doors in the room. The garden door, I fancied the children had called it. How breathless was the scene through the garden door. I held my breath and gazed all over the great neglected garden. Then I returned to the woman and picked her up. And I swear she was no heavier than a puffball. But what an armful she made. What an armful. What a fine fat hen. I carried her into the garden and over the rank grass and plunged with her into the cluster of weed beyond. I'd seen it through the garden door, shimmering in the moonlight. The stuff stood higher than my head and was here in great profusion, a forest of weed. I don't know how long I took to reach my destination, probably not very long, but when you're pretending to be a pirate or something of that kind, carrying your booty into the depths of the woods to bury it, well, you don't care at all how long you take to reach the burial place. I came upon it in a moment, without warning, a sudden breaking from the weed into broad moonlight. "This is the place," I remember saying. "This is the spot they've chosen." A spade lay ready to my hand, and fluff from the surrounding weed was drifting and settling all the while to the tumbled earth. 11, 12, dig and delve. I put down my burden and took up the spade, and in that spot I dug and delved. When I came out of the weed, said Harlock in his softest voice, I saw that the feathers were sticking to my clothes like splashes of plaster. The fire had burnt low. We could scarcely see each other's faces, and only his voice was holding our little group together. And I think it was the sight of those feathers, he said, that sent me tearing back in a panic over the lawn, slapping my clothes all the time. Escape! I had no other thought but that. The children's rhyme had worked its way with me. Escape from the house and the clump of weed and the infamous thing that I had buried there. I ran through the bedroom and into the Viridian nursery and kicked off the buckled shoes, kicked them into the corner, as all the others had done. And while I was sitting on the bed, putting on my walking shoes and looking towards the open cupboard, I saw the mouse returning to his hole beside the little bell. What was the use of my shutting the cupboard door with a bang? The Viridian room hardly echoed to it, and even the loudest noise would not have convinced me that in that silent house such a sudden crash must certainly have brought things to an end. I even took steps to prove to my satisfaction that I was right. I ran back into the bedroom, back into all those spears of moonlight, and then I wish I had never opened the garden door again. It was not what I actually saw, but what I knew I would see if I stayed for more than a very few moments. Looking across the wild moonlit grass, I saw at least a shaking in the tops of the weed, and it wasn't the wind, you know. The movement was working its way towards me, slowly, jerkily, inch by inch. Fear, of course, won in the end. It sent me racing back into the depths of the house, where I caught my head a whack against the ceiling of the living room. For the lamp was out. She had put it out. The clock was thumping loudly, and I was scared to death that she might find me there before I got away. I hardly know how I got away in time. Hunting for the door, plunging through the puffballs, sprinting over the poppy field. Have you ever seen poppies by moonlight? Sanity, that's what I was after. Sanity, and the breath of the sea. Well, there was no breath. The wind was dead. There were no waves. But I scooped up the water in my 2 hands and cooled the bump on my head, and after that, I went back to the foreshore and watched the house until I saw her light gleaming again. Harlock stared at the dying fire. I suppose I ought to have known it at once, he said, as if to himself, especially from a distance. Known that the spot was haunted, I mean. It was there, staring me in the face, the queer shape, the mist of puffballs, the heavy thatch, the very set of the trees. Then, one of us, softly, as if to take the edge off the silence that followed, ventured a remark. I suppose the real ghost was the children. She was not, Harlock burst. She was something far worse than that. Nothing further was said while we watched our host returning his picture to the remote corner. Brickett Bottom by Amyas Northcote. The Reverend Arthur Maydew was a hard-working incumbent of a large parish in one of our manufacturing towns. He was also a student and a man of no strong physique, so that when an opportunity was presented to him to take an annual holiday by exchanging parsonages with an elderly clergyman, Mr. Roberts, the squawson of the parish of Overbury, and an acquaintance of his own, he was glad to avail himself of it. Overbury is a small and very remote village in one of our most lovely and rural counties, and Mr. Roberts had long held the living of it. Without further delay, we can transport Mr. Maydew and his family, which consisted only of 2 daughters, to their temporary home. The 2 young ladies, Alice and Maggie, the heroines of the narrative, were at that time aged 26 and 24 years respectively. Both of them were attractive girls, fond of such society as they could find in their own parish, and the former especially, always pleased to extend the circle of their acquaintance. Although the elder in years, Alice in many ways yielded place to her sister, who was the more energetic and practical, and upon whose shoulders the bulk of the family cares and responsibilities rested. Alice was inclined to be absent-minded and emotional, and devote more of her thoughts and time to speculations of an abstract nature than her sister. Both of the girls, however, rejoiced at the prospect of a period of quiet and rest in a pleasant country neighbourhood, and both were gratified at knowing that their father would find in Mr. Roberts' library much that would entertain his mind, and in Mr. Roberts's garden an opportunity to indulge freely in his favourite game of croquet. They would have, no doubt, preferred some cheerful neighbours, but Mr. Roberts was positive in his assurances that there was no one in the neighbourhood whose acquaintance would be of interest to them. The first few weeks of their new life passed pleasantly for the Maydew family. Mr. Maydew quickly gained renewed vigour in his quiet and congenial surroundings and in the delightful air, while his daughters spent much of their time in long walks about the country and exploring its beauties. One evening, late in August, the two girls were returning from a long walk along one of their favourite paths, which led along the side of the downs. On their right, as they walked, the ground fell sharply away to a narrow glen named Brickett Bottom, about 3/4 of a mile in length, along the bottom of which ran a little-used country road leading to a farm known as Blazes Farm, and then onward and upward to lose itself as a sheep track on the higher downs. On their side of the slope, some scattered trees and bushes grew, but beyond the lane, and running up over the farther slope of the glen, was a thick wood, which extended away to Carew Court, the seat of a neighbouring magnate, Lord Carew. On their left, the open down rose above them, and beyond its crest lay Overbury. The girls were walking hastily, as they were later than they had intended to be, and were anxious to reach home. At a certain point at which they now arrived, the path forked, the right-hand branch leading down into Brickett Bottom, and the left-hand turning up over the down to Overbury. Just as they were about to turn to the left-hand path, Alice suddenly stopped, and pointing downwards exclaimed, "How very curious, Maggie! Look, there's a house down there in the bottom, which we have, or at least I have, never noticed before, often as we have walked up the bottom." Maggie followed with her eyes her sister's pointing finger. "I don't see any house," she said. "Why, Maggie," said her sister, "can't you see it? A quaint-looking, old-fashioned red brick house. Just there, with the road bends to the right. It seems to be standing in a nice, well-kept garden, too." Maggie looked again, but the light was beginning to fade in the glen, and she was short-sighted to boot. "I certainly don't see anything," she said, "but then I'm so blind, and the light is getting bad. Yes, perhaps I do see a house," she added, straining her eyes. "Well, it is there," replied her sister, "and tomorrow we will come and explore it." Maggie agreed readily enough, and the sisters went home, still speculating on how they had happened not to notice the house before, and resolving firmly on an expedition thither the next day. However, the expedition did not come off as planned, for that evening Maggie slipped on the stairs and fell, spraining her ankle in such a fashion as to preclude walking for some time. Notwithstanding the accident to her sister, Alice remained possessed by the idea of making further investigations into the house she had looked down upon from the hill the evening before, and the next day, having seen Maggie carefully settled for the afternoon, she started off for Brickett Bottom. She returned in triumph and much intrigued over her discoveries, which she eagerly narrated to her sister. Yes, there was a nice old-fashioned red brick house, not very large, and set in a charming old-world garden in the bottom. It stood on a tongue of land jutting out from the woods, just at the point where the lane, after a fairly straight course from its junction with the main road half a mile away, turned sharply to the right in the direction of Blazes Farm. More than that, Alice had seen the people of the house, whom she described as an old gentleman and a lady, presumably his wife. She had not clearly made out the gentleman who was sitting in the porch, but the old lady, who had been in the garden busy with her flowers, had looked up and smiled pleasantly at her as she passed. She was sure, she said, that they were nice people, and that it would be pleasant to make their acquaintance. Maggie was not quite satisfied with Alice's story. She was of a more prudent and retiring nature than her sister. She had an uneasy feeling that if the old couple had been desirable or attractive neighbours, Mr. Roberts would have mentioned them, and knowing Alice's nature, she said what she could to discourage her vague idea of endeavouring to make acquaintance with the owners of the red brick house. On the following morning, when Alice came to her sister's room to inquire how she did, Maggie noticed that she looked pale and rather absent-minded, and after a few commonplace remarks had passed, she asked, "What's the matter, Alice? You don't look yourself this morning." Her sister gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Oh, I'm all right," she replied, "only I didn't sleep very well. I kept on dreaming about the house. It was such an odd dream, too. The house seemed to be home and yet to be different." "What? That house in Brickett Bottom?" said Maggie. Why, what is the matter with you? You seem to be quite crazy about the place. Well, it is curious, isn't it, Maggie, that we should only have just discovered it and that it looks to be lived in by nice people. I wish we could get to know them. Maggie didn't care to resume the argument of the night before, and the subject dropped. Nor did Alice again refer to the house or its inhabitants for some little time. In fact, for some days the weather was wet, and Alice was forced to abandon her walks. But when the weather once more became fine, she resumed them, and Maggie suspected that Brickett Bottom formed one of her sister's favourite expeditions. Maggie became anxious over her sister, who seemed to grow daily more absent-minded and silent, but she refused to be drawn into any confidential talk, and Maggie was nonplussed. One day, however, Alice returned from her afternoon walk in an unusually excited state of mind, of which Maggie sought an explanation. It came with a rush. Alice said that afternoon, as she approached the house in Brickett Bottom, who was, as usual, busy in her garden, had walked down to the gate as she passed and had wished her good day. Alice had replied, and pausing, a short conversation had followed. Alice couldn't remember the exact tenor of it, but after she had paid a compliment to the old lady's flowers, the latter had rather diffidently asked her to enter the house for a closer view. Alice had hesitated, and the old lady had said, "Don't be afraid of me, my dear. I like to see young ladies about me, and my husband finds their society quite necessary to him." After a pause, she went on, "Of course, nobody has told you about us. My husband is Colonel Paxton, late of the Indian Army, and we have been here for many, many years. It's rather lonely, for so few people ever see us. Do come in and meet the Colonel." "I hope you didn't go in," said Maggie rather sharply. "Why not?" replied Alice. "Well, I don't like Mrs. Paxton asking you in that way," answered Maggie. I don't see what harm there was in the invitation," said Alice. I didn't go in because it was getting late and I was anxious to get home, but what?" asked Maggie. Alice shrugged her shoulders. "Well," she said, "I have accepted Mrs. Paxton's invitation to pay her a little visit tomorrow," and she gazed defiantly at Maggie. Maggie became distinctly uneasy on hearing of this resolution. She didn't like the idea of her impulsive sister visiting people on such slight acquaintance, especially as they had never heard them mentioned before. She endeavoured by all means, short of appealing to Mr. Maydew, to dissuade her sister from going, at any rate until there had been time to make some inquiries as to the Paxtons. Alice, however, was obdurate. What harm could happen to her, she asked. Mrs. Paxton was a charming old lady. She was going early in the afternoon for a short visit. She would be back for tea and croquet with her father, and anyway, now that Maggie was laid up, long solitary walks were unendurable, and she wasn't going to let slip the chance of following up what promised to be a pleasant acquaintance. Maggie could do nothing more. Her ankle was better, and she was able to get down to the garden and sit in a long chair near her father, but walking was still quite out of the question. And it was with some misgivings that on the following day she watched Alice depart gaily for her visit, promising to be back by 4:30 at the very latest. The afternoon passed quietly till nearly 5, when Mr. Maydew, looking up from his book, noticed Maggie's uneasy expression and asked, "Where's Alice?" "Out for a walk," replied Maggie, and then, after a short pause, she went on, "And she has also gone to pay a call on some neighbours whom she has recently discovered." "Neighbours?" ejaculated Mr. Maydew. "What neighbours?" "Mr. Roberts never spoke of any neighbours to me." "Well, I don't know much about them," answered Maggie. "Only Alice and I were out walking the day of my accident and saw, or at least she saw, for I'm so blind I couldn't quite make it out, a house in Brickett Bottom. The next day she went to look at it closer, and yesterday she told me that she had made the acquaintance of the people living in it. She says that they're a retired Indian officer and his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton, and Alice describes Mrs. Paxton as a charming old lady who pressed her to come in and see them, and she's gone this afternoon, but she would be back long before this." Mr. Maydew was silent for a moment and then said, "I am not well pleased about this. Alice should not be so impulsive and scrape acquaintance with absolutely unknown people. Had there been nice neighbours in Brickett Bottom, I'm certain Mr. Roberts would have told us." The conversation dropped. but both father and daughter were disturbed and uneasy, and tea having been finished and the clock striking 5:30, Mr. Maydew asked Maggie, "When did you say Alice would be back?" "Before 4:30 at the latest, father." "Well, what can she be doing? What can have delayed her?" "You say you didn't see the house," he went on. "No," said Maggie, "I cannot say I did. It was getting rather dark, and you know how short-sighted I am. But surely you must have seen it some other time," said her father. "That's the strangest part of the whole affair," answered Maggie. "We have often walked up the bottom, but I never noticed the house, nor had Alice till that evening. I wonder," she went on after a short pause, "if it would not be well to ask Smith to harness the pony and drive over to bring her back. I'm not happy about her. I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" said her father in the irritated voice of a man who is growing frightened. "What can have gone wrong in this quiet place? Still, I'll send Smith over for her." So saying, he rose from his chair and sought out Smith, the rather dull-witted gardener groom attached to Mr. Robert's service. "Smith," he said, "I want you to harness the pony at once and go over to Colonel Paxton's in Brickett Bottom and bring Miss Maydew home." The man stared at him. "Go where, sir?" he asked. Mr. Maydew repeated the order, and the man, still staring stupidly, answered, "I never heard of Colonel Paxton, sir. I don't know what else you mean." Mr. Maydew was now growing really anxious. "Well, harness the pony at once," he said, and going back to Maggie, he told her of what he called Smith's stupidity, and asked her if she felt that her ankle would be strong enough to permit her to go with him and Smith to the bottom to point out the house. Maggie agreed readily, and in a few minutes the party started off. Brickett Bottom, although not more than 3/4 of a mile away over the downs, was at least 3 miles by road, and as it was nearly 6 o'clock before Mr. Maydew left the vicarage, and the pony was old and slow, it was getting late before the entrance to Brickett Bottom was reached. Turning into the lane, the cart proceeded slowly up the bottom, Mr. Maydew and Maggie looking anxiously from side to side, whilst Smith drove stolidly on, looking neither to right nor left. "Where's the house?" said Mr. Maydew presently. "At the bend of the road," answered Maggie, her heart sickening as she looked out through the failing light to see the trees stretching their ranks in unbroken formation along it. The cart reached the bend. It should be here," whispered Maggie. They pulled up. Just in front of them the road bent to the right round a tongue of land, which, unlike the rest of the right-hand side of the road, was free from trees and was covered only by rough grass and stray bushes. A closer inspection disclosed evident signs of terraces having once been formed on it, but of a house there was no trace. "Is this the place?" said Mr. Maydew in a low voice. Maggie nodded. "But there's no house here," said her father. "What does it all mean? Are you sure of yourself, Maggie? Where is Alice?" Before Maggie could answer, a voice was heard calling, "Father, Maggie!" The sound of the voice was thin and high, and paradoxically it sounded both very near and yet as if it came from some infinite distance. The cry was thrice repeated, and then silence fell. Mr. Maydew and Maggie stared at each other. "That was Alice's voice," said Mr. Maydew huskily. "She is near and in trouble and is calling us. Which way do you think it came from, Smith?" he added, turning to the gardener. "I didn't hear anybody calling," said the man. "Nonsense," answered Mr. Maydew. And then he and Maggie both began to call, "Alice! Alice! Where are you?" There was no reply, and Mr. Maydew sprang from the cart, at the same time bidding Smith to hand the reins to Maggie and come and search for the missing girl. Smith obeyed him, and both men, scrambling up the turfy bit of ground, began to search and call through the neighbouring wood. They heard and saw nothing, however, and after an agonized search, Mr. Maydew ran down to the cart and begged Maggie to drive on to Blazes Farm for help, leaving himself and Smith to continue the search. Maggie followed her father's instructions, and was fortunate enough to find Mr. Rumbold, the farmer, his 2 sons, and a couple of labourers just returning from the harvest field. She explained what had happened, and the farmer and his men promptly volunteered to form a search party, though Maggie, in spite of her anxiety, noticed a queer expression on Mr. Rumbold's face as she told him her tale. The party, provided with lanterns, now went down the bottom, joined Mr. Maydew and Smith, and made an exhaustive but absolutely fruitless search of the woods near the bend of the road. No trace of the missing girl was to be found, and after a long and anxious time, the search was abandoned, one of the young Rumbolds volunteering to ride into the nearest town and notify the police. Maggie, though with little hope in her own heart, endeavoured to cheer her father on their homeward way, with the idea that Alice might have returned to Overbury over the downs whilst they were going by road to the bottom, and that she had seen them and called to them in jest when they were opposite the tongue of land. However, when they reached home there was no Alice, and though the next day their search was resumed and full inquiries were instituted by the police, all was to no purpose. No trace of Alice was ever found. The last human being that saw her having been an old woman who had met her going down the path into the bottom on the afternoon of her disappearance, and who described her as smiling, but looking queer-like. This is the end of the story, but the following may throw some light upon it. The history of Alice's mysterious disappearance became widely known through the medium of the press, and Mr. Roberts, distressed beyond measure at what had taken place, returned in all haste to Overbury to offer what comfort and help he could give his afflicted friend and tenant. He called upon the Maydews, sat for a short time in silence. Then he said, "Have you ever heard any local gossip concerning this Colonel and Mrs. Paxton?" "No," replied Mr. Maydew. "I never heard their names until the day of my poor daughter's fatal visit." "Well," said Mr. Roberts, "I will tell you all I can about them, which is not very much, I fear." He paused and then went on. "I am now nearly 75 years old, and for nearly 70 years no house has stood in Brickett Bottom. But when I was a child of about 5, there was an old-fashioned red brick house standing in a garden on the bend of the road, such as you have described. It was owned and lived in by a retired Indian soldier and his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. At the time I speak of, certain events having taken place at the house, and the old couple having died, it was sold by their heirs to Lord Carrew, who shortly after pulled it down, on the ground that it interfered with his shooting. Colonel and Mrs. Paxton were well known to my father, who was the clergyman here before me, and to the neighbourhood in general. They lived quietly and were not unpopular, but the Colonel was supposed to possess a violent and vindictive temper. Their family consisted only of themselves, their daughter and a couple of servants, the Colonel's old army servant and his Eurasian wife. Well, I cannot tell you the details of what happened. I was only a child. My father never liked gossip, and in later years, when he talked to me on the subject, he always avoided any appearance of exaggeration or sensationalism. However, it is known that Miss Paxton fell in love with and became engaged to a young man to whom her parents took a strong dislike. They used every possible means to break off the match, and many rumours were set on foot as to their conduct. Undue influence, even cruelty, were charged against them. I do not know the truth. All I can say is that Miss Paxton died, and a very bitter feeling against her parents sprang up. My father, however, continued to call, but was rarely admitted. In fact, he never saw Colonel Paxton after his daughter's death, and only saw Mrs. Paxton once or twice. He described her as an utterly broken woman, and was not surprised at her following her daughter to the grave in about 3 months' time. Colonel Paxton became, if possible, more of a recluse than ever after his wife's death, and himself died not more than a month after her under circumstances which pointed to suicide. Again, a crop of rumours sprang up, but there's no one in particular to take action. The doctor certified death from natural causes, and Colonel Paxton, like his wife and daughter, was buried in this churchyard. The property passed to a distant relative, who came down to it for one night shortly afterwards, but never came again, having apparently conceived a violent dislike to the place, but arranged to pension off the servants and then sold the house to Lord Carrew, who was glad to purchase this little island in the middle of his property. He pulled it down soon after he'd bought it, and the garden was left to relapse into a wilderness. Mr. Roberts paused. "Those are all the facts," he added. "But there is something more," said Maggie. Mr. Roberts hesitated for a while. "You have a right to know all," he said to himself. Then louder, he continued, "What I'm now going to tell you is really rumour, vague and uncertain. I cannot fathom its truth or its meaning. About 5 years after the house had been pulled down, a young maidservant at Carew Court was out walking one afternoon. She was a stranger to the village and a new coiner to the court. On returning home to tea, she told her fellow servants that as she walked down Brickett Bottom, which place she described clearly, she passed a red brick house at the bend of the road, and a kind-faced old lady had asked her to step in for a while. She didn't go in, not because she had any suspicion of there being anything uncanny, but simply because she feared to be late for tea. I do not think she ever visited the bottom again, and she had no other similar experience, so far as I'm aware. 2 or 3 years later, shortly after my father's death, a travelling tinker with his wife and daughter camped for the night at the foot of the bottom. The girl strolled away up the glen to gather blackberries, and was never seen or heard of again. She was searched for in vain. Of course, one does not know the truth, and she may have run away voluntarily from her parents, although there was no known cause for her doing so. That, concluded Mr. Roberts, is all I can tell you of either facts or rumours. All that I can do now is pray for you and for her.
A Pair of Muddy Shoes by Lennox Robinson. I'm going to try and write it down quite simply, just as it happened. I shall try not to exaggerate anything. I'm 22 years old. My parents are dead. I have no brothers or sisters. The only near relation I have is Aunt Margaret, my father's sister. She's unmarried and lives alone in a little house in the country in the west of County Cork. She's kind to me, and I often spend my holidays with her, for I am poor and have few friends. I am a school teacher. That is to say, I teach drawing and singing. I'm a visiting teacher at 2 or 3 schools in Dublin. I make a fair income, enough for a single woman to live comfortably off, but father left debts behind him, and until these are paid off, I have to live very simply. I suppose I ought to eat more and eat better food. People sometimes think I'm nervous and highly strung. I look rather fragile and delicate, but really I'm not. I have slender hands with pale tapering fingers, the sort of hands that people call artistic. I hoped very much that my aunt would invite me to spend Christmas with her. I happened to have very little money. I'd paid off a rather big debt of poor father's, and that left me very short, and I felt rather weak and ill. I didn't quite know how I'd get through the holidays unless I went down to my aunt's. However, 10 days before Christmas, the invitation came. You may be sure I accepted it gratefully, and when my last school broke up on the 20th, I packed my trunk, gathered up the old sentimental songs Aunt Margaret likes best, and set off for Rosspatrick. It rains a great deal in West Cork in the winter. It was raining when Aunt Margaret met me at the station. "It's been a terrible month, Peggy," she said, as she turned the pony's head into the long road that runs for 4 muddy miles from the station to Rosspatrick. "I think it's rained every day for the last 6 weeks. And the storms. We lost a chimney 2 days ago. It came through the roof and let the rain into the ceiling of the spare bedroom. I've had to make you up a bed in the lumber room till Jeremiah Driscoll can be got to mend the roof." I assured her that any place would do me. All I wanted was her society and a quiet time. "I can guarantee you those," she said. "Indeed, you look tired. You look as if you're just after a bad illness or just before one. That teaching's killing you." That lumber room was really very comfortable. It was a large room with 2 big windows. It was on the ground floor, and Aunt Margaret had never used it as a bedroom because people are often afraid of sleeping on the ground floor. We stayed up very late talking over the fire. Aunt Margaret came with me to my bedroom. She stayed there for a long time, fussing about the room, hoping I'd be comfortable, pulling about the furniture, looking at the bedclothes. At last I began to laugh at her. Why shouldn't I be comfortable? Think of my horrid little bedroom in Brunswick Street. What's wrong with this room?
Nothing, nothing, she said rather hurriedly, and kissed me, and left me. I slept very well. I never opened my eyes till the maid called me, and then, after she had left me, I dozed off again. I had a ridiculous dream. I dreamed I was interviewing a rich old lady. She offered me 1,000 a year and comfortable rooms to live in. My only duty was to keep her clothes from moths. She had quantities of beautiful, costly clothes, and she seemed to have a terror of them being eaten by moths. I accepted her offer at once. I remember saying to her gaily, "The work will be no trouble to me. I like killing moths." It was strange I should say that, because I really don't like killing moths. I hate killing anything. But my dream was easily explained, for when I woke a second later, as it seemed, I was holding a dead moth between my finger and thumb. It disgusted me just a little bit, that dead moth pressed between my fingers. But I dropped it quickly, jumped up, and dressed myself. Aunt Margaret was in the dining room and full of profuse and anxious inquiries about the night I'd spent. I soon relieved her anxieties, and we laughed together over my dream and the new position I was going to fill. It was very wet all day, and I didn't stir out of the house. I sang a great many songs. I began a pencil drawing of my aunt, a thing I'd been meaning to make for years. But I didn't feel well. I felt headachy and nervous, just from being in the house all day, I suppose. I felt the greatest disinclination to go to bed. I felt afraid. I don't know of what. Of course, I didn't say a word of this to Aunt Margaret. That night, the moment I fell asleep, I began to dream. I thought I was looking down at myself from a great height. I saw myself in my nightdress crouching in the corner of the bedroom. I remember wondering why I was crouching there, and I came nearer and looked at myself again. And then I saw that it wasn't myself that crouched there. It was a large white cat. It was watching a mouse hole. I was relieved, and I turned away. As I did so, I heard the cat spring. I started round. It had a mouse between its paws and looked up at me, growling as a cat does. Its face was like a woman's face. It was like my face. Probably that doesn't sound at all horrible to you, but it happens that I have a deadly fear of mice. The idea of holding one between my hands and putting my mouth to one, I can't even bear to write it. I think I woke screaming. I know when I came to myself, I jumped out of bed and was standing on the floor. I lit the candle and searched the room. In one corner were some boxes and trunks. There might have been a mouse hole behind them, but I hadn't the courage to pull them out and look. I kept my candle lighted and stayed awake all night. The next day was fine and frosty. I went for a long walk in the morning and for another in the afternoon. When bedtime came, I was very tired and sleepy. I went to sleep at once and slept dreamlessly all night. It was the next day that I noticed my hands getting queer. Queer perhaps isn't the right word, for of course cold does roughen and coarsen the skin, and the weather was frosty enough to account for that. But it wasn't only that the skin was rough. The whole hand looked larger, stronger, not like my own hand. How ridiculous this sounds, but the whole story's ridiculous. I remember once when I was a child at school putting on another girl's boots by mistake one day. I had to go about till evening in them, and I was perfectly miserable. I couldn't stop myself from looking at my feet, and they seemed to me to be the feet of another person. That sickened me. I don't know why. I felt a little like that now when I looked at my hands. Aunt Margaret noticed how rough and swollen they were, and she gave me cold cream, which I rubbed on them before I went to bed. I lay awake for a long time. I was thinking of my hands. I didn't seem to be able not to think of them. They seemed to grow bigger and bigger in the darkness. They seemed monstrous hands, the hands of some horrible ape. They seemed to fill the whole room. Of course, if I had struck a match and lit the candle, I'd have calmed myself in a minute. But frankly, I hadn't the courage. When I touched one hand with the other, it seemed rough and hairy like a man's. At last I fell asleep. I dreamed that I got out of bed and opened the window. For several minutes I stood looking out. It was bright moonlight and bitterly cold. I felt a great desire to go for a walk. I dreamed that I dressed myself quickly, put on my slippers, and stepped out of the window. The frosty grass crunched under my feet. I walked, it seemed, for miles along a road I never remember being on before. It led uphill. I met no one as I walked. Presently, I reached the crest of a hill, and beside the road, in the middle of a bare field, stood a large house. It was a gaunt, 3-storied building. There was an air of decay about it. Maybe it had once been a gentleman's place and was now occupied by a herd. There are many places like that in Ireland. In a window of the highest story, there was a light. I decided I would go to the house and ask the way home. A gate closed the grass-grown avenue from the road. It was fastened, and I could not open it. So I climbed it. It was a high gate, but I climbed it easily, and I remember thinking in my dream, if this wasn't a dream, I could never climb it so easily. I knocked at the door, and after I had knocked again, the window of the room in which the light shone was opened, and a voice said, "Who's there? What do you want?" It came from a middle-aged woman with a pale face and dirty strands of grey hair hanging about her shoulders. I said, "Come down and speak to me. I want to know the way back to Rosspatrick." I had to speak 2 or 3 times to her, but at last she came down and opened the door mistrustfully. She only opened it a few inches and barred my way. I asked her the road home, and she gave me directions in a nervous, startled way. Then I dreamed that I said, "Let me in to warm myself." "It's late, you should be going home." But I laughed and suddenly pushed at the door with my foot and slipped past her. I remember she said, "My God," in a helpless, terrified way. It was strange that she should be frightened, and I, a young girl, all alone in a strange house with a strange woman, miles from anyone I knew, should be not frightened at all. As I sat warming myself by the fire while she boiled the kettle, for I had asked for tea, and watching me, her timid, terrified movements, the queerness of the position struck me, and I said, laughing, "You seem afraid of me." "Not at all, miss," she replied, in a voice which almost trembled. You needn't be. There's not the least occasion for it," I said, and I laid my hand on her arm. She looked down at it as it lay there and said again, "Oh, my God," and staggered back against the range. And so for half a minute we remained. Her eyes were fixed on my hand, which lay on my lap. It seemed she could never take them off it. "What is it?" I said. "You've the face of a girl," she whispered, "and, God help me, the hands of a man." I looked down at my hands. They were large, strong, and sinewy, covered with coarse red hairs. Strange to say, they no longer disgusted me. I was proud of them, proud of their strength and the power that lay in them. "Why should they make you afraid?" I asked. "They're fine hands, strong hands." But she only went on staring at them in a hopeless, frozen way. "Have you ever seen such strong hands before?" I smiled at her. They're Ned's hands," she said at last, speaking in a whisper. She put her own hand to her throat as if she were choking, and the fastening of her blouse gave way. It fell open. She had a long throat. It was moving as if she were finding it difficult to swallow. I wondered whether my hands would go round it. Suddenly I knew they would, and I knew why my hands were large and sinewy. I knew why power had been given to them. I got up and caught her by the throat. She struggled so feebly, slipped down, striking her head against the range, slipped down the red-tiled floor, and lay quite still. But her throat still moved under my hand, and I never loosened my grasp. And presently, kneeling over her, I lifted her head and bumped it gently against the flags of the floor. I did this again and again, lifting it higher and striking it harder and harder until it was crushed in like an egg. And she lay still. She was choked and dead. And I left her lying there and ran from the house. And as I stepped onto the road, I felt rain in my face. The thaw had come. But when I woke, it was morning. Little by little, my dream came back and filled me with terror. I looked at my hands. They were so tender and pale and feeble. I lifted them to my mouth and kissed them. But when Mary called me half an hour later, she broke into a long, excited story of a woman who had been murdered the night before, how the postman had found the door open and a dead body. And sure, miss, it was here she used to live long ago. She was near murdered once by her husband in this very room. He tried to choke her. She was half killed. That's why the mistress made it a lumber room. They put him in the asylum afterward. A month ago, he died there, I heard. My mother was Scottish and claimed she had the gift of prevision. It was evident she had bequeathed it to me. I was enormously excited. I sat up in bed and told Mary my dream. She wasn't very interested. People seldom are in other people's dreams. Besides, she wanted, I suppose, to tell her news to Aunt Margaret. She hurried away. I lay in bed and thought it all over. I almost laughed. It was so strange and fantastic. But when I got out of bed, I stumbled over something. It was a little muddy shoe. At first I hardly recognized it. Then I saw it was one of a pair of evening shoes I had. The other shoe lay near it. They were a pretty little pair of dark blue satin shoes. They were a present to me from a girl I loved very much. She had given them to me only a week ago. Last night they had been so fresh and new and smart. Now they were scratched, the satin cut, and they were covered with mud. Someone had walked miles in them. And I remembered in my dream how I had searched for my shoes and put them on. Sitting on the bed, feeling suddenly sick and dizzy, holding the muddy shoes in my hand, I had in a blinding instant a vision of a red-haired man who lay in this room night after night for years, hating a sleeping, white-faced woman who lay beside him, longing for strength and courage to choke her. I saw him come back years afterwards, freed by death, to this room. Saw him seize on a feeble girl too weak to resist him. Saw him try her, strengthen her hands, and then, at last, through her, accomplish his unfinished deed. The vision passed all in a flash as it had come. I pulled myself together. That is nonsense, impossible, I told myself. The murderer will be found before evening. But in my hand, I still held the muddy shoes. I seemed to be holding them ever since.